Whether it is the cold wind of the night, the moonlight passing through the clouds, or my senses as a reaper, all say the same thing. The story begins with Rayon, our protagonist, hearing once again that he did a good job. Rayon looks ahead and thanks Lord Darus Robert. Everyone told the protagonist that he would lose his life at the hands of Darus that night. The Lord tells him that he showed results in line with his position as the leader of the shadows, and thanks to him, his family has grown more and more. Raon lowers his head and responds that he just did what was necessary. Darus then asks him if he believes that shadows need freedom. The protagonist, confidently, asserts that they, the shadows, exist only to follow their master's orders and do not need emotions, thoughts, or a heart. The Lord says it is good to hear that he knows this, and, emitting a sinister aura, asks why he acted on his own and how he managed to escape from the doctrine, leaving Raon in shock, wondering how he had perceived it. The doctrine is the method the Robert House uses to train the group of reapers, known as shadows. It consists of kidnapping or buying children to turn them into loyal assassins, dedicating their entire lives to doing the dirty work of the Robert family. In other words, they create dogs loyal to the family. Raon also went through the doctrine, but thanks to a special encounter during one of his missions, he managed to break free from the chains that held him. Returning to the story, the protagonist asks how the Lord knew about it. Darus calmly answers that all reapers, including Rayon, have two prisons. One of them is the doctrine, from which he managed to escape, and snapping his fingers, he says the second is this. Suddenly, Rayon feels a strong pressure on his chest, leaving him terrified. He falls to the ground and screams in pain. With his hand on his chest, he wonders what is happening, as he feels his heart will explode at any moment. The Lord just gives a slight smile and, looking at Rayon, says that it is a wrathworm, an insect implanted in the protagonist's body that obeys God's orders and devours its victim's heart. It is the worst type of sorcery, capable even of reading the emotions of a slave. Rayon, agonizing in pain, asks if the doctrine was not enough, and if it was really necessary to implant that worm, stressing that it was madness. Darus, opening his arms, replies that it is not madness, but precaution, and that one cannot forget the fact that someone managed to escape from the doctrine. He comments that people say everyone wears a mask, and his is just a little better than the others. The protagonist becomes even more terrified upon hearing that. Raon was kidnapped at an age he cannot remember and was soon raised as a reaper for the Robert House. Even when he became the leader of the shadows, he lived a life without heart or emotions. Fortunately, he learned a cultivation technique called fire ring, used by the strongest swordsman of the continent long ago, which allowed him to escape from the doctrine. Rayon thought he could finally break free from the shadows and achieve his freedom. He finally had hope. Now he wonders why the only thing waiting for him is darkness. He asks himself what his sin is and why everything will end this way. The protagonist agonizes in pain and begins to strike the ground, thinking that he cannot let his life end like this. In a final effort, he manages to get up and decides that he needs to do something, as he will lose his life anyway. Darus, seeing this, is impressed and asks how he managed to get up. Raon begins to emit his aura, and with fury in his eyes concludes that since there is nothing else to be done, at least he will try to rip off the Lord's arm or severely injure him. He charges, declaring that he will not die pitifully, and quickly approaches Darus, who becomes anxious when seeing him. As he gets closer, Rayon is surprised. With a single cut, Darus takes off his head. The protagonist's head falls to the ground as the Lord approaches his body. Darus looks down, thoughtful, and begins to walk, saying that, even though he is trash, Rayon not only escaped the doctrine but also endured the pain of the wrathworm and even attacked him. Looking at his injured hand, he wonders how many years have passed since the last time he was wounded, and cannot believe he was bitten by a disposable dog that he himself trained. Looking out of the corner of his eye, he comments that he doesn't need to worry about that, as long as Rayon is dead. He then begins to leave, ordering his subordinates to take care of the body. The protagonist, in his final moments, reflects that Darus is considered one of the strongest warriors of the continent. It was obvious from the beginning that he could not defeat him, but still, he does not accept it. He regrets living without purpose, being Darus's toy all his life, and not completing the fire ring, which he obtained by luck. Desperate, he mentally pleads for any god or even the devil to allow him to take revenge on Lord Darus. Suddenly, a pendant begins to emit a blue light, and a system screen appears, notifying him that he has been chosen by Wrath and that Wrath will descend upon his body. The system notifies that the body is lifeless, and an error message appears. On a beautiful day, a butterfly flies near some flowers. A blonde woman, holding a rattle in her hand, says, "Look here, darling." A baby reaches out, trying to grab the rattle and babbles as it does so. The mother picks up the baby, delighted, and says that he is so cute, certainly taking after her. This baby is the protagonist, who thinks he can't get used to this. The woman holding him is named Sylvia. She lifts him up and asks the baby to try saying mommy. The protagonist, looking at her, can't believe he has reincarnated as this woman's baby, still keeping all the memories of his past life as a reaper. At first, he thought it was a dream and slept for 100 days. However, no matter how much he slept, he never woke up, and eventually, he accepted that he had reincarnated. Back in the present, his mother, holding him in her arms, comments on how nice the weather is that day. Looking out the window, she says she hopes the Lord will return soon to give the baby a good name. The protagonist, hearing this, finds it strange that he still doesn't have a name. He also thinks that the fact the Lord hasn't shown up for 100 days suggests that he must be very busy. Looking around the room, Ryan reflects that he still hasn't figured out much since his reincarnation, but he knows this is a wealthy family. He thinks it's better that he reincarnated into such a family. After all, he needs to take revenge. However, he needs to be patient, as so far, he's only lived in this room. He doesn't know where he is, what his location is, or his current situation. Also, since he hasn't mastered the fire ring cultivation technique, he will need even more patience. He remembers being called the greatest reaper in the history of the Robert House and thinks about the day of his revenge against Darus. He decides to suppress his emotions and desires to the maximum. Looking around, Ryan thinks he is curious about the size of the mansion, as it doesn't seem to be just high class. Suddenly, he is startled when a maid enters, shouting for Miss Sylvia. Sylvia turns around, startled, and the maid announces that the Lord is on his way, leaving Sylvia in shock. She asks if the father is really coming, while the protagonist becomes even more confused when he realizes that the Lord is actually his grandfather. Sylvia tells the maid they need to prepare something, but the maid replies that there's no time, as the Lord is already at the door, leaving Sylvia anxious. Suddenly, a noise is heard, and everyone quickly turns around. A strong presence fills the place, even startling the protagonist. The Lord begins to enter, with 2 servants announcing his arrival. As he approaches, Ryan ponders who this Lord could be, someone capable of exerting such pressure with his mere presence. Sylvia becomes increasingly tense, while the protagonist grows more curious. He suspects he knows who this Lord is, and if he's not mistaken, the Lord finally reaches them, and Sylvia greets him. He asks if this is the child. Ryan, looking closely at the man, concludes that there is no doubt. A man with golden hair like the sun, and eyes red like fire, yet with a face as cold as ice. The master of the greatest family on the continent, the king of destruction of the north, Glenn Sieghart. The Lord looks at the protagonist, who, looking back at him, realizes that, somehow, he has reincarnated into the strongest family on the continent. Sylvia then hands the baby to Glenn, who, holding the child, comments that from this day on, the boy's name will be Ryan, and just as the name suggests, he will live and exist silently, like a shadow, as if he didn't exist. The protagonist is stunned by the situation, as after crossing life and death, he has regained his name. Shortly after, the Lord turns and begins to leave. Later that night, lying in bed, Ryan thinks that everyone must already be asleep. He sits up, reflecting that these 100 days have been frustrating, but now he has an opportunity. He remembers feeling sleepy from time to time, and every time he woke up, Sylvia was already by his side, so he couldn't control his mana or anything. It's a relief that he can now sleep alone in his crib. Ryan sighs, thinking that it's already a good start. He begins to focus on the fire ring technique. Normal continental cultivation techniques use breathing to accept the mana of nature and accumulate aura in the energy center. The fire ring, acquired through special encounters, is different. Just like a sorcerer creates mana circles, this technique creates a circular ring around the heart, which increases vigor and stimulates bodily growth, while also enhancing willpower and affinity with mana. Because of this method allows one to obtain the ideal conditions to become a warrior. That's why it is considered the best cultivation technique. Ryan reflects that another advantage is that not even a genius like Darus is able to detect the existence of the fire ring. He thinks that if he can cultivate his body and mind with the fire ring and master Sieghart's swordsmanship, his revenge against Darus Robert will no longer be just a dream. The protagonist continues thinking that, perhaps due to the constitution of his current body, his mana circuits are filled with intense cold, which is why his body remains cold even after about 20 hours of sleep. Ryan considers that the blockage, present in 9 areas, is a problem, because at this pace, he will perish as soon as the cold blocks all of his circuits. Therefore, he needs to pass through the circuits with the fire ring. But, on the other hand, it would be a waste to simply discard this high-intensity cold. So it would be better to combine it with the flow of fire and circulate them together. Sometime later, still cultivating, the protagonist reflects that, despite the slow pace, the progress is steady, and now he must. Suddenly, his eyes begin to close. He falls into bed exhausted, and wonders if he's really this tired after trying to cultivate for a bit. He tries to fight to continue, but his body doesn't obey due to exhaustion, and he soon falls asleep. Seconds later, Lord Glen walks past him and notices that everything is fine. He gently pats his grandson's head. Hours pass, and the next day the protagonist is crawling on the floor, trying to speak. His mother is delighted by this and says that he is very cute, asking him to try crawling a little more, while Ryan seems tired of it. He thinks that it's difficult to keep up the act because his soul is that of an adult, but he's being forced to act like a baby, something he can't stand. Sylvia picks him up, all happy, saying there's nothing he can't do, calling him cute while he thinks he would rather endure the cold than this. Suddenly, a voice is heard asking if Sylvia is around. She turns around, happy, and soon sees a man. She was about to call him old but corrects herself and calls him a saint. The old man smiles and says that he's not a saint, and she could just call him old. The protagonist recognizes the man and wonders if this is really the beggar saint. He remembers that his abilities in divine power and arts are considered the best on the continent, being the most famous healer. But his thirst for travel makes it hard to find him. The saint approaches and comments that he was traveling and decided to stop by after hearing that Sylvia had a child, which she promptly confirms. He picks up the protagonist in his arms and comments that, with his blonde hair and red eyes, he really takes after her. He highlights that the baby is very cute, unlike Glenn, who is the complete opposite, and asks for the child's name. Sylvia, a little embarrassed, says his name is Raon. The old man, with a serious look, asks if the name was intentionally given with the meaning of shadow. The woman lowers her head and confirms, making the healer question this decision and what Glenn was thinking when he did that. The protagonist watches closely and notices that the old man doesn't refer to Glenn with titles, suggesting they have some sort of relationship. He recalls hearing that the King of Destruction of the North and the beggar saint had a friendly relationship, but for that to be true, the healer interrupts his thoughts, saying he will examine the baby. He places his hand on the protagonist's chest, who just watches attentively, as does Sylvia, who is tense. The old man quickly becomes worried and realizes that the child's condition is not good. Sylvia asks, frantic, if there's something wrong with her child. The healer responds promptly that the child has the curse of ice within him. Returning the baby to the mother, he explains that the mana circuits are blocked by pieces of cold. If she ignores the fact that it will be hard for him to become a swordsman in the future, he won't die immediately, but at this rate, he won't live for long either. Sylvia is terrified by the news and accuses the old man of lying, but he, with a serious tone, responds that he will give her medicine to slow down the curse. Suddenly, someone interrupts, asking for the saint's attention. It's a maid who informs that Lord Glen is looking for the healer and will guide him to him. The old man responds that he'll go as soon as he's done with what he's doing, but the maid insists, saying that the Lord ordered her to take him immediately. Annoyed, the old man comments that Glen has terrible timing and decides to go with her. Meanwhile, the protagonist concludes that now that he knows it's the ice curse, it doesn't change much, other than knowing the name of the condition. After all, he believes it won't be a problem now that he's cultivating the fire ring. Suddenly he notices a drop fall onto his face. It was Sylvia, crying and trembling. With distress, she looks at her son and says that all of this is a lie, because she cannot lose him this way. Approaching Rayon's ear, she says that she will do everything to heal him, no matter the cost, because she cannot lose her beloved son. The protagonist feels something different, a pain in his heart and throughout his body. Looking at his mother's suffering, he thinks that he doesn't want to live through that. He extends his hand and begins to wipe away her tears, leaving Sylvia stunned. She stops crying and watches closely as Rayon, trying to speak, finally manages to say, "Mommy." Elsewhere in the mansion, Lord Glen and the healer are talking when they suddenly hear a noise from outside, which makes the Lord ask what that sound is. Outside, Sylvia is running toward the room where they are, while one of the maids tries to stop her from entering. Soon, both of them realize that it's Sylvia causing all the commotion. She looks forward, frightened, and Glen asks, with a serious tone, what kind of rudeness this is, calling her a shame. Suddenly, Sylvia kneels and begs for Raon to be saved. She says she's sure Glen already knows about Raon's condition and emphasizes that the child is everything to her, begging again for him to save her son. The Lord, holding a cup, says that it's clear Raon will be unable to live as a warrior and questions why he should help a child incapable of contributing to the house. Sylvia retorts, asking if this child isn't his grandson. Glen, in turn, responds by questioning if this isn't the grandson she brought after abandoning the house. Still kneeling, Sylvia listens as the Lord says that the only thing he will do is give him the name Zighart, and that she should consider it a blessing. Glenn continues, stating that he has nothing more to say, and orders the guards to remove her from there. As the guards forcefully take her away, she screams desperately, begging for help, pleading for him to save Ryan. The healer only observes the situation, and after her departure sighs, commenting that Glenn remains as stubborn as ever. He questions why it's so difficult for the Lord to have an honest conversation, and why he's acting this way, especially when it was he who called him to take care of the child. Glenn, however, just takes a sip of his tea and orders the old man to talk about the details. The healer explains that 9 of Ryan's mana circuits are blocked due to the cold, and that this will become increasingly dangerous as he grows, leaving Glenn visibly worried. He continues, saying that he managed to push the cold away with his aura, so there won't be any problems for a while, but reiterates that it will be impossible for Ryan to become a warrior. Glenn takes a sip of his tea and comments that this doesn't matter as long as he lives. The old man, irritated, responds that the Lord is acting contradictorily, as if this were really his beloved grandson. He questions why Glenn chose that name for the child, emphasizing that there were so many beautiful names, yet he chose Shadow. Glenn breathes deeply and explains that Ryan doesn't only mean shadow, saying that 1,000 years ago, the name had a different meaning. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mansion, Sylvia gives Ryan a medicine, explaining that it's an elixir provided by the beggar saint. She warns that it might be a bit bitter, but he should drink it anyway. Ryan takes the elixir, while Sylvia and the maid watch anxiously to see if he will tolerate it. Suddenly, when they open their eyes, they notice that he seems fine and doesn't mind the taste. Both are delighted, and the maid comments that he really managed to drink the elixir, even though it was so bitter for a baby, adding that he must have sensed Sylvia's feelings. The young mother embraces Ryan tightly, shedding a tear of joy, while he reflects that this fire attribute elixir was exactly what he needed at that moment, as the heat was dissipating the cold from his mana circuits. Sylvia asks if he truly understands her feelings, while he, mentally, asks her to give him more elixir soon. 2 years pass since he began training while being treated with the elixir. Ryan concludes that, thanks to this, he managed to reach the fire ring more quickly, and his ring has now reached 1 star. Another 2 years go by, and his routine involves playing with Sylvia and Helen in the mornings, while using nap time and late nights to cultivate, becoming the busiest baby on the continent. Now, at the age of 5, the system informs him that he has obtained the 2nd fire ring. His soul became a little stronger with the effect of the 2 stars, also increasing his mana affinity, willpower, and energy. Ryan feels happy as he sees the information and exclaims that he has finally formed the 2nd fire ring. He reflects that, with the 2nd ring, the fire now spins in a cross shape, and he is now more sensitive to mana. Suddenly, Helen calls him, commenting that he is awake earlier and asking if it's all right for her to take the dirty clothes, to which he promptly responds that it's fine. Helen begins gathering the clothes while Ryan contemplates that, just as he imagined, she cannot see the system messages. He remembers that he started seeing the messages and attributes after reaching the 1st fire ring, and at first didn't know what it was about. He soon realized it was a convenient system that allowed him to quickly monitor his attributes. He concludes that, based on Helen's reaction, only he can see those messages. Still, he reflects that the weak vitality and the ice curse remain, even though he has reached 2 stars. He wonders how difficult it would have been to reach 2 stars if he hadn't drunk the fire attribute elixirs, and besides the elixirs, he is sure that Sylvia, Helen, and the others in the mansion have also played a significant role in the last 5 years, as they constantly checked on him to ensure he didn't fall ill, which helped a lot. The protagonist scratches his head and concludes that, still, he's only 5 years old and has plenty of time ahead, so there's no need to rush. The ice curse is definitely an obstacle, as is the weak vitality, which makes him tire quickly, even with minimal movement. However, he is known as the greatest reaper from his past life, and now he even knows the best cultivation technique, the fire ring. As long as he can complete it, those negative effects will disappear completely. Furthermore, if he learns the Zighart sword technique, he will definitely be able to defeat Lord Darus. Despite everything, there's no point in rushing, as Darus is someone competing for the title of the strongest on the continent. Ryan deduces that he won't be able to mentally endure if he becomes anxious for revenge too soon. The number of people capable of defeating Darus can be counted on one hand, and even if he takes it slow, he needs to grow in a controlled manner. When the opportunity arises, he will have to resolve it once and for all. Sylvia enters the room, surprised that he is awake. The protagonist looks at her, and she asks if he remembers when she mentioned that there was a place they needed to go together. Sylvia explains that he must change clothes and get ready to go to the main building. Raon looks out the window, confused as he didn't remember that today would be the day to go. He reflects on the 6 kings and 5 demons who maintain the power balance on the continent. The Sieghart house, where he reincarnated, is one of the houses of the 6 kings. Already on the carriage heading to the main building, the protagonist thinks about the 6 kings who spread good, while the 5 demons threaten peace. Along with them, other forces also hold a judgment ceremony to decide if someone is good or evil. Today, it's Sieghart's turn. Sometime later, inside the building, people are gathered, talking among themselves about the judgment ceremonies of previous years. One person mentions hearing that Karun's 4th son was there, while another comments that Sylvia was also present. Soon, Sylvia appears, drawing everyone's attention, and they consider her a failure. The atmosphere falls silent, and everyone begins to look at her and the protagonist, many with looks of superiority. As she walks with Rayon, people comment about him, saying they've heard rumors that he is sick. Some claim that, having inherited the blood of a loser, he could be called blood of failure. Everyone there humiliates her as she walks, and Rayon, realizing this, thinks that the direct lineage is offending his mother deeply, though he doesn't even know why. People continue insulting Sylvia, making the protagonist even more upset. Suddenly his mother calls to him, saying it's all right, which leaves him confused. Confidently, she asks him to just watch her, leaving Rayon even more intrigued. Soon, a voice announces that the head of the house is entering, making everyone anxious. A man enters the room, and the protagonist concludes that it's been 5 years since he last saw his grandfather, Lord Glenn Sieghart, who sits on a throne. With a serious expression, the Lord states that everyone has arrived. Pressing a button, a huge sword appears, leaving everyone in shock. Observing the sword, the protagonist wonders if this is really the judgment sword. A voice announces the start of the judgment ceremony. Raon recognizes the sword and remembers that, upon touching it, it reveals a person's talent for mana. Meanwhile, one of the servants announces the start of the ceremony and calls Burin Sieghart, who stands up from his seat and presents himself. Mana talent is tested during the judgment ceremony because, although a child's skull is not fully developed at first, by the age of 4, their potential is already set. One of the guests observes the boy and notices that he has the wind attribute, commenting that the entire sword shone. This means he has the highest quality of mana. A man next to her comments that it's incredible and that he expected nothing less from Sir Karun's son. After the test, the Lord points out that it's a good attribute, ideal for a swordsman, and advises the boy to focus on feeling the wind. Soon after, the servant calls for Runin Solyan of the Vassala house of Solyan, and the girl walks toward the sword. As she touches the sword, the protagonist observes and reflects that he understands more or less how it works. The distance the light reaches on the blade shows the purity of the mana, and the mana attribute is indicated at the tip of the hilt. With a serious expression, he concludes that he has figured out how Sieghart determines someone's talent. One of the people comments that another genius has emerged in the Solyan house, and another responds that she's not a Solyan for nothing, being on the same level as Sir Burin. Observing the behavior around him, the protagonist realizes that the people from that house are obsessed with talent. He believes he won't get a good result, as even though he has reached 2 stars with the fire ring, there's still a lot of ice in his mana circuits. However, Raon doesn't mind this. Shortly after, the servant announces that the last person to undergo the test will be called, and everyone turns their attention to Raon. He stares at the Lord as the servant calls his name, asking him to approach the sword. Sylvia, calm, says that he should go. Raon replies that he doesn't have high expectations, but he needs to check which attribute is most suitable for his body, and which one he should cultivate in the future. The protagonist's mother asks if he saw how the other children did it, and says he just needs to imitate them, which he promptly confirms. He approaches the sword, and as he touches it, a powerful energy fills the place, leaving him confused and wondering what that light was. Suddenly, he starts to see a man surrounded by monsters and wonders what scene that is. The monsters move closer to the man, while Rayon watches intently, trying to understand who he was. Suddenly, the man raises his sword with powerful energy, and with a single strike, exterminates all the monsters, creating a huge explosion that leaves Rayon in awe. After the scene, he realizes that the sword turned gray. The people around begin to leave, commenting that the light didn't reach even half of the sword. Someone says that this is the first time they've seen the light go so low, while a woman, smiling, claims that the boy is far from having any quality. The Lord remains serious and silent as the people continue to humiliate Raon. Sylvia, smiling, says that it's okay and that he did a good job. As they leave, the people continue to offend them. Someone asks if that boy is really a descendant of the Siegharts. and another comments that they didn't have high expectations, but this was very disappointing. Suddenly, the Lord shouts, "Enough!" drawing the attention of everyone and leaving them in shock. He complains that there's too much noise and, pointing to the door, says that the judgment ceremony is over and that everyone should leave immediately. The people begin to leave, including the young man from the Burin family. After everyone has left, the door is closed, leaving only the Lord and the servant in the room. Glenn, with a disappointed look, says that there's nothing to be done, and the servant agrees. He believes that this is the most Rayon can do, and that, in any case, he didn't expect much from him. Until suddenly, something catches his attention. The sword begins to radiate a powerful energy, leaving the Lord stunned. He realizes that it is the golden light of the sun, and remembers that this was the power of the first head of the Sieghart family, a transcendental power strong enough to dissipate the devil's fire. He grabs one of his books and comments that the golden mana and the golden fire only appeared once in the history of the Sieghart Empire. It is dazzling and shines like a radiant light, the golden flame. Incredibly, he wonders who Rayon really is. Sometime later, elsewhere, Rayon checks his status window. He still doesn't have any titles and continues to have the ice curse, weak vitality, athletic incapacity, and weakened mana. However, he possesses the fire ring with 2 stars and water resistance, also with 2 stars. After checking his status, he says that he should be able to get the 3rd fire ring soon, as he is now 12 years old and 7 years have passed since the first judgment ceremony. With constant training, his 2 fire rings are about to become 3. His water attribute resistance has increased to 2 stars, and the ice that once spread through his body has disappeared. His limbs are no longer stiff, though it is still difficult to move. However, compared to before, it's much better. While thinking that he should start physical training soon, he hears someone calling him. It was his mother, saying that he should be ready and asking what he was doing there, as they needed to leave to avoid being late. The protagonist responds that it's fine and remembers that he would participate in the second judgment ceremony that day and would have to go through those frustrating situations again. Soon after, at the ceremony, people started to arrive. While waiting for his turn, Rayon reflects that, due to the collateral lineage people, everything had gone faster than he expected. Suddenly, the Lord calls him. Glenn says that Rayon should have received the order to participate in the basic training as a family member and asks why he hasn't responded after a month, confusing the protagonist since he didn't know about this basic training. Sylvia appears, saying that Rayon is different from other children because he still has ice in his body, so it's too much to ask him to endure the training, intriguing the protagonist as he realizes that his mother knew about the training. With a serious tone, Glenn states that this place is the land of the Siegharts, and there is no exception or refusal for anyone who bears the name Sieghart. If Rayon can't walk, he should crawl and train, because that's what it means to be a Sieghart. Hearing this, Sylvia becomes desperate and begs the Lord for more time. Glenn interrupts, asking if she plans to run away again with the child, leaving her frozen. He continues, saying that in this land, one only lives as a Sieghart, and if she doesn't like it, she should leave, causing her to cry in sadness and disappointment. The people around start commenting, wondering if she would run away again, and find it funny that she doesn't have an energy center or mana circuits. Others say it's a shame to think someone like her is a direct descendant. Hearing all this, the protagonist finally understands why Sylvia is treated this way, because she ran away from home. Sylvia broke her own energy center and mana circuits, even after learning martial arts, and married Rayon's father. After becoming pregnant, her husband died, and she had no choice but to return. Upon returning, after giving up her position as a direct descendant, she was treated poorly like members of the collateral line. Though he understands the perspective of the people, Rayon, as her son, can't stand seeing her treated like that. Determined, he begins to walk forward to take action, while his mother shouts, asking what he is doing and begging him to let her handle it. Confidently, he says it's fine. Rayon stares at Lord Glenn and says that, as ordered, he will participate in the training starting next month. Someone from the mezzanine argues, saying that he didn't even know about the existence of the training. This young man is Denier Sieghart, the sage of the martial palace, who claims that, even though it's basic training, it's not something someone in Rayon's condition can endure, asking him to quit immediately. The protagonist ignores Denier and tells his grandfather that he will be fine, as he received the name Sieghart and will live up to it by participating in the training. Glenn begins to release a powerful aura, and in a serious tone, asks if Rayon understands the seriousness of mentioning the name Sieghart. Rayon, in shock, starts sweating as he feels that aura, to the point of it dripping to the floor. He feels that just Glenn's gaze is terrifying, as if his heart is being squeezed, something even more oppressive than Darius Robert.
Ryon wonders if this is the true warrior of the Northern Destruction. Sylvia rushes to the protagonist, warning the Lord that Ryon is still young and doesn't know what he is saying. Denier supports her, stating that Ryon is just a child and asking the Lord to release the pressure. Sylvia, terrified, looks at Glenn, who, still furious, emphasizes that he is serious, even shocking Denier, who apologizes. Under that heavy pressure, Sylvia hugs Ryon and pleads with her father to have mercy, saying that he is not in condition to endure such training. While Sylvia begs, Ryon recalls that a reaper is someone who lives in darkness, constantly closer to the end than to life, and should never reveal themselves. However, he thinks he is no longer a reaper, he will no longer hide in the darkness, and he will never live as a reaper again. After feeling motivated by remembering his past, he takes a step forward and reflects that, as Raun Sieghart, he will help Sylvia recover her position. The protagonist says aloud that he was raised in the annex building, not the main building, and that he doesn't know how big the name Sieghart really is. Therefore, by participating in the training, he wants to understand what kind of place Sieghart really is. He reflects that, as Sylvia's son, he must protect her because her happiness and smile are precious to him, and he will definitely recover them with his own hands. Intrigued, the Lord asks if he is saying that he will judge Sieghart only by the basic training, and Ryon promptly replies that this is the only way to learn about Sieghart at the moment. Still sweating heavily and feeling unwell due to his condition, he reflects that he will have to make sure the instructor is properly prepared so that he won't be disappointed. Suddenly, he starts to faint and fall. Before losing consciousness, he reflects that he was the best reaper in his past life, and is now the person who learned the legend of the continent, the fire ring. If he is able to use all his abilities, imposing himself in that family will not be impossible. Determined, he thinks that he will show everyone how resilient the little stone they despise is. Sometime later, the training is happening. Inside a room, the master of the Central Martial Palace, Krun Sieghart, asks the training instructor if he hadn't said that the protagonist was a patient who couldn't even move properly. An instructor confirms, saying that it wasn't just a rumor spread by the maids, as Ryon definitely suffers from a severe illness. The palace master recalls that when he saw Ryon before, his body didn't seem normal, and wonders how he withstood Glenn's pressure. After reflecting on this, he comments that Sylvia's talent was also greater than others, and asks the instructor to instruct a maid to place someone in the annex to report everything happening inside. The instructor, a bit concerned, replies that he understands. Meanwhile, Ryon continues his training while his mother, worried, asks him not to push himself too much. However, he keeps trying relentlessly. Sometime later, Lord Glenn arrives at the training field and is greeted by people as he passes. He approaches an elf named Rimmer and asks him to stop pretending to be asleep and get up. Promptly, the elf gets up, saying that it's incredible how Glenn is the only one who can tell if he is asleep or not. Annoyed, the Lord says that the other senators are working themselves to the bone, but Rimmer interrupts, saying that they are just following the orders that Glenn himself gave. Rimmer justifies that he uses his head while the others use their bodies, and that's fair. Glenn, not pleased, says that even after 50 years, Rimmer still acts like a child. The elf, smiling, responds that humans die when they change, but he is an elf. Rimmer asks if the Lord is there because of his youngest grandson and comments that Sylvia has already been at the training field to see him, but didn't expect Glenn to come. Glenn is surprised to learn this, and Rimmer explains that Sylvia asked for Ryon not to get hurt. He continues, saying that if the Lord is going to make the same request, it will be a waste of time, reminding him that Glenn himself said that this place couldn't suffer interference, not even from him. With a serious tone, Rimmer affirms that, even being the Lord's grandson, he will not make any exceptions. To the elf's surprise, Glenn responds that this is obvious, asking for the training's intensity to be maintained and, if necessary, increased to separate the trash from the luxury. The head instructor is astonished, and Rimmer, out of nowhere, starts saying that he loves the boy more than he thought. He teases Glenn, suggesting that the Lord is giving Ryon the love he couldn't give to Sylvia, which makes Glenn extremely angry. He asserts that if the redhead were not his companion, his head would already be flying right then. Glenn emphasizes that the elf should not go easy on his grandson and should make him distinguish between good and evil, leaving only those qualified for the training. The instructor replies that he will do so with full force. Glenn says he's leaving, and the elf wishes him a safe journey. When the Lord leaves the room, Rimmer comments that he is curious to see how training Ryon will be. Meanwhile, the protagonist checks his status and realizes that he has obtained the third fire ring, reaching 3 stars. This made his body and soul a bit stronger with the effects of the ring, in addition to several other attributes. He also notices that a thread of the freezing curse has disappeared. Rayon reflects that 3 stars are on a completely different level and realizes that even his mind is much better. He remembers Sylvia, worried on the first day, asking why he had pushed himself so hard, and concludes that, thanks to her, his muscles started to develop without major issues. Additionally, he notices that the status window is speeding up his evolution quite a bit. But that was just the beginning, as the Zeekart training is famous for being tough, and 3 stars are only the necessary starting point to begin as an apprentice. The foundation needs to be solid enough so that the entire structure will be firm in the future. If he manages to show achievements greater than anyone else, he will silence those who doubted him, and finally be able to face the holy sword of the Celestial, Darius Robert. Determined, he thinks he will not stop until he cuts Darius's throat. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, calling for him. It was Sylvia, asking if he hasn't gone to sleep yet. She sits on the bed with him, and Rayon asks why she is there so late. She replies that, since he will go to the training field tomorrow for the basic training, she is there to say something. Calmly, she asks if he really needs to go, saying that she honestly would like to stop him, as he always stays silent when in pain, and she doesn't know what might happen if he gets hurt during the training. Placing her hand on the protagonist's shoulder, she asks him to wait a bit, maybe for a year, but Raon responds that he cannot wait, surprising his mother. He explains that every time he sees people from the collateral or direct lines of the family meeting her, they make a face as if they were looking at something inferior, belittling her. Putting his hand on his chest, Rayon says that it frustrates him deeply and that he can't hold back anymore, stressing that if he trains hard, people will no longer look down on her. Sylvia becomes emotional upon hearing this and says that he is very smart, so he should understand the reason they live alone and the contempt from others. She tells him that she met his father while he was serving as a knight, and she fell in love with him, but it was difficult to be with him because he was just an ordinary knight. Then, she destroyed her own mana circuits and energy center and left the house. She explains that he had an older sister, 2 years older, named Shia. While they were living peacefully, an Eden squad who knew her face ambushed them. Sadly, she says that his father, being just an ordinary knight, and she, pregnant, couldn't do anything. Even though his father had placed guards to watch over her, they arrived too late. By the time they arrived, Raon's father and sister were already lifeless. Sylvia continues, saying that she had nowhere to go and, with no other choice, had to return to the family. That's why she is considered the sinner of the house and has nothing to say to his grandfather. After hearing the entire story, the protagonist understands why everyone thinks Sylvia is selfish. She abandoned the family's responsibilities to seek her own happiness and returned only to beg for her life. Now he understands why she is treated this way. However, he also knows that she is the woman who gave him a new life and showed affection for the first time. Even if everyone calls her selfish, to him, she is his only mother in 2 lives. Rayon asks if she regrets it and if she would want to go back to the life she had before leaving the family, but she responds calmly that it's not about that and that she doesn't regret it. The protagonist smiles and reflects that, even if others call her selfish, Sylvia is his precious and irreplaceable mother. He decides that he can take his revenge only after ensuring that she regains her position and rights as the heir of the Zeekart family. A tear rolls down her face, and she begins to cry uncontrollably. Some time later, Rayon closes the door, saying it took too long to calm her down. He sits on the bed and decides to check the progress of the fire ring before sleeping, as he doesn't have much time before the training begins. Focusing, he starts emitting an aura and notices that the rotation speed of the rings has increased after reaching 3 stars. He wonders how fast he will be when reaching the intermediate stage. Suddenly, that aura fills the entire room and begins to take form. The emitted aura forms an evil smile as he thinks that the time has finally come. But something catches his attention. A system window appears informing him that an unknown special feature has been activated. The special feature, Wrath, has been created and awakened. The aura is, in fact, the King of Essence, who says that Rayon's wrath has reached him. In the name of the second monarch of the Demon Kingdom, Fury, he will accompany Rayon's revenge. He asks Rayon to offer him his body and soul. However, upon realizing that he is facing a child, he asks why there is a child there, while Rayon questions what it is. The energy ball retorts, asking who Rayon truly is and stating that the wrath it witnessed isn't something a brat like him could exude. Observing the protagonist closely, it notices something strange. Within Rayon's heart, there is a thick wrath hidden deep inside. The King of Essence asks Rayon to give him his soul, assuring that the revenge he desires so much can come to fruition. With that, the protagonist reflects that this essence appeared because of the anger he felt toward Darus in the past, and concludes that this evil force is quite late. He responds that he will not give up his soul, as he doesn't need help to take revenge and will do it with his own hands. The King of Essence starts to approach, while Rayon thinks that he cannot let someone else carry out his revenge for him, even though he knows he will never get another opportunity like this. The evil aura smiles and says that Rayon has misunderstood, as it is not here to negotiate. Emitting even more energy, it declares that the decision has already been made. Astonished, Rayon realizes that the King of Essence's flames are cold, and suddenly, the essence rushes toward him. A bright light fills the place, and even a nearby glass of water starts to freeze. Terrified, Rayon places his hand on his chest, feeling as though his body and mind are freezing, concluding that the King of Essence's elemental attribute must be ice, not fire. The essence engulfs the entire environment, taking on an even more sinister form, and asks Rayon to direct all his anger toward Darus, promising to exterminate him even if he is a god. Trembling from the cold, Rayon reflects that he is managing to resist due to his water resistance, but he realizes that this attack goes beyond temperature. The sinister energy is continuously provoking his anger. The King of Essence approaches Rayon's ear, whispering that he will crush Darus's head and dance on his bones, urging him to give up and surrender completely. Trying to resist, Rayon thinks that if he gives in, he will put his mother and the maids in great danger, so he cannot give up, even if it costs his life. The essence insists, telling Rayon that he will find comfort in surrendering and accepting the wrath, questioning why he keeps fighting in vain, as his body will inevitably be possessed. Meanwhile, the protagonist feels that his body is on the verge of exploding, realizing he is close to his limit and that he won't survive much longer if things continue this way. Out of nowhere, he has an idea. Raon decides that, if he can resist the ice aura using his water resistance, maybe he can endure the physical and mental pain by using the fire ring. He believes this is his only chance for survival. He begins using the ring's technique, leaving the king confused and wondering what it is. Annoyed, the King of Essence says that, even though it has just awakened, Rayon should not be able to resist its attack, questioning how a brat like him dares challenge it. Determined, Rayon says he will take revenge on his own and will never allow some random ghost to take over his body. Outraged, the king asks how Rayon dares to call a monarch of the demon realm a random ghost. Rayon replies that, even being called a monarch, it cannot defeat a mere child, further provoking the essence's fury, which asks if Rayon is mocking it. Observing the situation, Rayon reflects that the monarch mentioned just awakening, which explains why it cannot exert its full power. Suddenly, a system window appears, informing him that additional abilities have been unlocked, leaving Rayon intrigued. Upon noticing the window, the King of Essence becomes even more furious, stating that the attribute window is its authority and asking why it is in Rayon's possession. The protagonist ignores the question and asks what that window is and what it's for. The monarch mocks him, saying there's no reason to answer, but Rayon insists, deducing that the window serves to accelerate growth. Impressed by Rayon's conclusion, the king admits that he is correct, while the protagonist observes that, despite being powerful, the monarch is unable to control its own emotions. He recalls having found it strange that the effects of the fire ring were better than in his past life, and concludes that this was thanks to the system. The demon realm monarch screams, ordering Rayon to let himself be possessed or return his authority. Suddenly, he is surprised by a punch from Rayon. Astonished, the king asks what the boy is doing, and Rayon responds that it was worth trying, as he had put mana into the strike. The essence becomes even more irritated and shouts at him, but Rayon ignores it, wondering if this being is actually an immaterial soul. He also wonders why no one has appeared yet, despite the massive amount of power being released. He tries to touch the King of Essence, deducing that he is the only one who can see or feel it, while the King of Essence moves back and forth, avoiding being touched. Until, enraged, it shouts for the protagonist to stop and begins to wrap around Rayon's wrist, leaving him intrigued. The King of Essence takes the form of a bracelet and says that its seal was recently broken, but its powers will return soon, and when that happens, Rayon will be powerless to stop it, and will stay with it until his last breath. Looking at the bracelet, the protagonist thinks that this ghost is like a plague and would love to be rid of it. However, if he forces this separation, the system might disappear, and no one knows what that aura could do to Sylvia and Helen. Maybe it's better to leave it there so he can watch over it, trusting himself to restrain that aura. After that, the protagonist jokingly asks why the powerful monarch of the demon kingdom chose a flower bracelet, noting that it doesn't suit him. Irritated,
The King of Essence tells Ryan to respect his preferences. The next morning, inside the mansion, Helen and Sylvia talk about the start of Ryan's training until they hear him saying he's ready, which saddens them. As he comes down the stairs, he says, excited, that he's leaving for the training fields. Once outside, Helen asks him to be careful and not push himself too hard, and he replies that he'll be careful and will return soon. Sylvia, with a sad expression, watches her son leave, while Helen tries to cheer her up, asking if she really plans to say goodbye with that expression. Sylvia crouches down, smiling, and tells him to go safely. Ryan tells her not to worry, promising that if the training gets too tough, he'll quit. He starts to walk away and waves goodbye to both of them. Concerned, Sylvia asks Helen if everything will be okay, and Helen says that the young master has improved a lot and will likely pass the training and return soon. Sylvia concludes that he really has gotten stronger compared to before, but can't control herself and runs to him, hugging him, as Helen informs that the instructor will be the best of the Ziegharts, and that Ryan will succeed. The protagonist also emphasizes that, as promised, he won't get hurt, while Sylvia cries intensely. He assures her that he will keep his promise and sets off for the journey, asking her to trust him, though this doesn't leave her completely at ease. As he leaves, Helen hugs Sylvia, trying to comfort her. Sometime later, at the 5th Sieghart training field, many young people are gathered, curious about the training and excited to start. Ryan, upon arrival, notices that the place is very crowded, just as he had been told. As he walks, he reflects that there are not only young people from the direct and collateral families, but also those who received recommendations or are from allied families. He recalls that Helen mentioned there are 6 training fields this year due to the large number of participants. Suddenly, he notices that someone is talking about him. Behind the protagonist, 2 students are conversing. A blonde one comments that Ryan has a weak body and is dangerous, as he could break a bone with any blow, while the other questions why that weakling even bothered to show up, and points out his questionable bracelet. Ryan looks at the bracelet, while the King of Essence becomes furious at the comments. The king approaches the young men, who cannot see or hear him, and calls them blind trash, promising to tear the 2 brats to pieces, while the protagonist approaches the young men from behind. Getting closer, he asks why they don't stop gossiping and saying that stuff in front of him, surprising them. He points out that it's impolite to talk behind someone's back, and the young men, irritated, call him the brat from the annex, highlighting that he's not even a direct descendant. The protagonist, unbothered, asks what qualifications they have to use the word dare, since they are also from collateral families. The young men become even more annoyed as Ryan asks if that isn't a word used when the opponent is weaker. Suddenly, one of them grabs him by the collar and, preparing to punch, says that Ryan really doesn't know his place, putting the protagonist on high alert. Out of nowhere, a voice orders them to stop. Another boy approaches, warning that training will start soon, and asking what they are doing. This boy is Buran, a direct descendant. He says there are outsiders there, and asks how they dare tarnish the name Sieghart. The 2 boys quickly step away, apologizing. Buran, looking directly at the protagonist, asserts that he apparently still hasn't learned his place. He continues, saying that Ryan is nothing but an ordinary kid and can be destroyed whenever he wants. He says Ryan should live like a rat if he doesn't want to be kicked out. Buran remembers the protagonist from the judgment ceremony and recalls that he drew attention not because of his own skill, but by manipulating the spotlight and taking advantage of the situation. Annoyed, Buran thinks that this brat didn't even train and dares to cause trouble there. He turns to Ryan and says that if he doesn't plan to participate in the training, he should disappear because he won't get past anyway. The protagonist replies that he has heard enough nonsense, making Buran even more irritated. Ryan continues, asking who Buran thinks he is, as he has no status at all, even though he's a direct descendant, and questions what authority he has to speak like that. He then provokes him, saying that maybe Buran can gain authority by crying to his father, which makes him furious. Suddenly the elf opens the door as the 2 stare at each other. Smiling, he asks if the young men are already fighting, and comments that this was to be expected from them. The protagonist recognizes the elf as Rimmer, the Radiant Blade, and recalls hearing that he retired after his energy center was damaged. Rimmer, still smiling, asks what they think about continuing the fight after the ceremony. Frustrated, Buran begins to walk away. Soon, all the participants fall into formation, and the elf begins the ceremony, greeting everyone and explaining that he will be the instructor observing the training. With a smile on his face, he says he's excited to work with them. Rimmer informs them that there are 160 boys participating in the training, a large number, so he will reduce it through a test, keeping only 40 participants. Hearing this, the young men are shocked,
while Rimmer comments that he is separating the trash from the luxury. The King of Essence, outraged, asks how that damn elf dares belittle them and says he will cut off his ears. The protagonist quickly punches the bracelet, telling it to shut up. Rimmer sits in a chair, stating that he is the law on this training field and that if anyone has complaints, they should go home. Pointing a finger, he orders the young men to start running immediately, leaving them confused. It doesn't take long before everyone starts running. The elf explains that stamina and willpower are essential in martial arts, and that they should run with all their energy until he says otherwise. While running, the King of Essence asks Ryan why he is falling behind. Ryan responds that this is not a competition and that he doesn't need to overtake anyone. He knows that Rimmer observes people's potential and character, not focusing on the superficial. Those who endure the challenge will pass the test, so Ryan is determined to reach the end. Observing Burin and Miss Runnan, the evaluators comment that both are impressive. One says that all the young men are good, but those two are on another level. Another points out that, as they're not running at full speed, they could continue for hours. They find it amazing how high their level is, so young, and it's scary to think about their future. A short-haired instructor looking at the protagonist asks another if he's the kid from the rumors. The other confirms but says that Ryan won't be able to keep up, though it's impressive how much he can run, given his condition. While the instructors comment on him, Rimmer observes. He gives a slight smile and thinks this is interesting, wondering if he's ever seen someone like this before. He believes that only those whose potential he can't measure are truly strong, as he cannot see their depth. This intrigues him about Raon, who has no visible color, meaning his potential is beyond what he can perceive. While running, one of the boys who argued with the protagonist when he arrived comments that Raon was all arrogant, but now he's fallen behind. Another replies that he should be grateful to have made it this far, since it doesn't seem like he'll last more than 10 minutes. Determined, Raon continues running and wonders why they're just running, as this should be a complete training. He recalls his past life, when they'd set hungry beasts to chase him, forcing him to run for his life. That motivates him, as running this way is much easier. As the training continues, Rimmer pays attention to Rayon and wonders what's wrong with that boy and how he's still running. He knew that Rayon's vigor had run out long ago, and that this had gone on far beyond persistence or stubbornness. He should have stopped long ago. Rimmer reflects that this immense willpower should only be possible in warriors who have continuously trained and experienced death multiple times, and he cannot understand how Rayon possesses such determination. This only increases his interest in the boy. After a few minutes, Burin looks back and becomes irritated when he notices that Rayon is still running, as he was told the boy wasn't fit for training. He remembers that, according to the shabby saint, Rayon should be dead by now, and his condition should have worsened. This leaves him extremely confused. Frustrated, Burin thinks that everyone there is annoying and decides to show what he's capable of. He activates his aura control, declaring that there is an overwhelming difference in skill between them. With that, Burin begins to run much faster, leaving the others behind. Rayon, however, is not concerned and thinks that Burin is just a kid with a noble attitude, while Runan is definitely more mentally mature than him. The protagonist concludes that they shouldn't compete with others in this exam, as it is an individual battle, and decides not to be influenced by the pace of others. Sometime later, at the end of the test, everyone was exhausted. Two of the participants couldn't believe what they were seeing. Raon was still running, leaving everyone confused about how he was managing it, considering his condition. Even though exhausted, Raon continued, feeling like he was on the verge of passing out due to the coldness in his body. He felt as if his heart and lungs were being crushed, but somehow he managed to gather strength using the fire ring. Determined, he kept going, knowing that the ring's level was rising rapidly, and he needed to give everything he had to maximize its efficiency. Suddenly, the King of Essence appeared, calling him pathetic, and commenting that he wasn't just falling behind, but also in a deplorable state. He asked Rayon to surrender his body, claiming that this way he could surpass the boy with blue hair. Rayon, however, ignored him, thinking that this wasn't the time for that. The King of Essence then emitted a powerful energy, saying that he would freeze them all completely. Immediately, the protagonist began to feel intense pain. Suffering, he thought he had to resist, but he felt like he was losing his senses due to the fury. Despite that, he acted as if nothing had happened and ordered the King of Essence to stop with that useless attempt, saying it wouldn't work on him. The King of Essence, confident, responded that it was impossible for him not to be affected, as no human could resist the fury of a King of Essence. He attacked Rayon, who felt a sharp pain in his chest. Even so, Rayon remained determined to resist, as he could not show weakness. The king intensified the attack, causing Rayon to fall to his knees in pain. Furious,
the king asked why the brat was so persistent and why the fury wasn't working against him. While continuing to run, Rayon reflected that this was extremely painful, and he felt like he was on the verge of collapsing, barely able to control his own body. His vision started to blur, and he had trouble breathing. He was preparing to give up when the leader of the instructors ordered everyone to stop running. Immediately, everyone collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Burin, who was close to Rayon, commented that the boy was truly persistent, but Rayon ignored him, only thinking that he had almost died and that, apparently, this life wouldn't be easy either. Runan looked at Rayon, amazed that he had managed to finish the test. Even the King of Essence was irritated, asking how he had managed to do it. Rayon responded that he had already warned him that it wouldn't work. He reflected that the test had definitely helped increase the fire rings level, as well as developed his body, and thought that if he continued training like this, he could surely achieve his goal. Suddenly, they noticed something. A huge system window appeared, informing them about the conditions achieved. Extreme movement exceeding the limit of vigor, and attribute increases. This made the King of Essence furious, questioning what was happening and why the system was giving extra attributes for overcoming his attack. Meanwhile, Rayon was amazed by what he had achieved. After the test ended, all participants fell into formation, and the elf congratulated them, saying they had done a good job. He then began talking about reducing the number of participants, leaving everyone nervous, but smiling. He said he had been lying about eliminating 40, which angered the participants who complained that they had run so much only not to be eliminated. Rimmer explained that he wouldn't eliminate that many on the first day, and that, besides, he never said they would be eliminated in that test. With a serious tone, he continued, saying that if they kept training like they did on the first day, most of them would be eliminated, leaving the students tense and worried. He emphasized that he asked everyone to run at full speed, but none of the 160 participants did so until the end, except for one person, who was clever enough to use aura, Burin. The elf crouched in front of Rayon and commented that, in reality, it didn't matter much what they did, as they would be the ones participating in the exam. However, he guaranteed that no one would fail the exam as long as they followed his instructions, but he stressed that it wouldn't be easy. Rimmer stood up and informed everyone that they would be temporary apprentices from that moment on, and that he would remove the temporary once they passed the exam in 6 months. Smiling, he mentioned that he planned to choose the best apprentice, but warned that he wouldn't rank them. He announced that they could now move to the high-quality accommodations prepared by the house, highlighting that there was an internal training center to the left, which they could visit. Sometime later, in the middle of the forest, Rimmer met Glenn and commented that there was a guest occupying the stone where he usually rests. Glenn, with his usual serious expression, asked what he had said. The elf, flustered, tried to cover up and said that Glenn must have seen everything since he had come there. He points out that Glenn knows how good he is at judging people and that, as expected, Burin and Runan have the best talents, while the other children also have the potential to become the pillars of the house in the future. However, he admits that he couldn't see any of that in Rayon. Rimmer continues, saying that he doesn't understand how Rayon managed to run until the end, since his vigor should have been exhausted a long time ago, and states that this is the first time he's seen something like this since he saw Glenn. He comments that his routine has been boring since his energy center was broken, but he has a feeling that things are going to get interesting. Glenn emphasizes that it was he who wanted to be the instructor for the apprentices and starts to leave, recommending that Rimmer focus on the job and avoid distractions. Smiling as always, Rimmer says that he feels he could entrust his future to one of those apprentices. Glenn responds that it's just a coincidence, as it will be hard for Rayon to become a warrior. The two fall silent for a moment, and the instructor murmurs to himself that Glenn knows this isn't true. Later, elsewhere, the protagonist comments that since the regular training was over, he should return to the training field, leaving the King of Essence, as always, irritated. As he walked away, the other participants watched him, reflecting that this didn't make sense. Inside the accommodation, one of the boys comments that unless Rayon used some sort of trick, there was no way he could have endured all that. Another confirms, noting that he heard Rayon had some illness. While they were talking, Krine Sieghart, from a collateral lineage, was just listening. Then she turned, visibly irritated, and said that it was definitely because of the elixir. She mentioned hearing rumors that the shabby saint had given Rayon an elixir, shocking the two boys. They asked if he really ran using the power of an elixir and pretended to be talented by running to the end. Crane, with a malicious look, said that she had been thinking and suggested they should teach that brat a lesson. Soon, Rayon was thrown against a tree, and upon falling, he asked why she was attacking out of nowhere. The young woman replied,
asking if he really didn't know what it was about. The other two boys yelled that he had been abandoned by the direct lineage, yet dared to steal and abuse the power of an elixir that he got by luck. They emphasized that Ryan wouldn't have been able to run without the elixir. Ryan simply stared at them, thinking that this was to be expected from children like them. As the young men prepared to hit him, they said that he shouldn't be afraid, as they just brought him there for a friendly conversation. Krine, also preparing herself, said that he shouldn't worry, as this happens from time to time. She advanced, emitting a powerful energy, saying that, as one of the instructors had commented, they should talk to understand each other. As she got closer, the King of Essence asked if the protagonist would really control himself after being treated that way. Without thinking twice, Ryan landed a punch in Krine's face before she could reach him, leaving the other two boys shocked, unable to believe what they saw. Even the King of Essence was surprised. With the punch, Krine fell to the ground unconscious, while the protagonist commented that she could talk with his hand. Holding his fist with a bizarre smile, he challenged the other two boys to a fight. One of them charged, but was easily hit with an elbow, followed by a knee to the stomach. The boy knelt in pain while the other wondered if this was really happening. The protagonist wasted no time and quickly landed a cross punch to the other boy's mouth, then struck Krine again, leaving even the King of Essence impressed by the beating. Ryan kept going, not stopping, leaving everyone on the ground, groaning in pain and apologizing, saying they couldn't breathe. Putting his foot on Krine's hand, Ryan said that before they finished that pleasant conversation, he would like to ask something. He asked if it was Burin who ordered them to do this, leaving Krine in a panic. Trembling, she said no, arguing that it was something they did without his knowledge and that Burin had nothing to do with it. Ryan was surprised by the answer, as he thought Burin didn't like him, but apparently the blue-haired kid wasn't that bad after all. He ordered them not to mention anything about this to their classmates and asked if Krine understood. Trembling with fear, she replied that she wouldn't say anything. Still, Ryan grabbed her by the hair and with a sinister look, warned her that if they didn't want another dialogue like that the next day, they'd better not get in his way. Desperate, she promised they would never appear in front of him again and admitted they were wrong. After that, the three ran off. Hidden behind a tree, the leader of the instructors watched everything. He reflects that it was quite a spectacle, comparing Ryan to Lord Glenn when he was younger. He concludes that Ryan truly has talent for martial arts. Excited, he comments that this is an unknown talent among the greatest, and he is eager to see Ryan's future. Later that night, the protagonist checks the conditions achieved, seeing that the Fury is satisfied with his actions and that his agility increased by 1 point. This makes the King of Essence furious, commenting that it's absurd for Ryan to receive points for free. Calmly, Ryan reminds him that it was the king who created the system. Irritated, the King of Essence approaches Ryan and says it was obvious that the system worked this way, but he had never tested it with anyone before. And all of this was happening because Ryan had stolen his system. The protagonist simply mocks the king, making him even angrier. As he begins to walk away, ignoring the King of Essence, the king says he has a suggestion for him. The king proposes a bet. If Ryan wins, he will receive attribute points, but if he loses, he must accept the king's fury. Suddenly, the system announces that the Fury suggested a bet. The condition was that Ryan had to pass the cadet officer test in first place. If he won, he would receive 2 more points in every attribute and a random characteristic, but if he lost, he would receive 10 points of fury. Ryan asks if the bet refers to the test Rimmer mentioned, and the king confirms, emphasizing that since the elf had said there would be a first place, the results would be clear. The protagonist asks what a random characteristic is, and the king explains that it would be one of the traits he, as the King of Essence, possesses, but at a lower level, in line with Rayon's conditions. Then, Rayon asks what the 10 points of fury would mean if he failed. The king explains that it means he would receive a part of the fury's emotion, which the king possesses, emphasizing that initially it wouldn't be too serious, but if it accumulated more, Rayon wouldn't be able to control his own emotions. Rayon reflects that this might be exactly what he needs. For an ordinary participant, getting first place would be nearly impossible, but he was reincarnated. Determined, he extends his hand, saying that the conditions weren't bad, and that he would accept the bet, making the King of Essence smile from ear to ear, saying it was a good choice. The system then warns that Raon accepted the Fury's proposal, while he reflects that if he uses the experience from his past life, he won't lose. The next morning, the grueling training had already begun. The participants were lying on the ground, completely exhausted. Rimmer then explained that they would do the horse stance. He commented that, even though it seemed like a simple position, it wouldn't be easy. After some time in that position, the young people could barely breathe,
while the elf explained that this exercise was the foundation of all martial arts, and everyone should do it. He ordered them to stay in the position until he told them to stop, warning that he would take a nap. While the students suffered, Rimmer emphasized that it wasn't mandatory since they were participating in the test, not him. One of the students, exhausted, yelled that it was too hard and that he couldn't hold the position, asking when they would learn fencing. A girl near him said that he shouldn't even think about it, as up until now they had just been running and holding that damn position. Burin, observing two students collapsed, told them to stop complaining. He pointed out that the regular training was over and that they should continue practicing. As if they only did the basic exercises, their fencing skills would rust. Soon, everyone began to leave for fencing practice. The King of Essence asked if Ryon wasn't going with them, but he replied that he didn't need to, as practicing fencing with his current abilities would be a waste of time. He explained that, at the moment, what he really needed was strength and stamina. His physical strength was worse than the others because of his cold aura, and for the basic training, that was the most important. There was no reason to rush things. While doing push-ups, Ryon concluded that, at this moment, he needed to focus on strengthening his body. Without realizing it, he was being observed by Runan Sullian. She reflected that he was growing very fast, as even his muscles seemed bigger compared to the previous day. She remembered hearing that he was sick, which confused her because Raon seemed able to lift more weight every day. She thought it didn't make sense for him to increase his load by 10 kilos in 1 week, but wondered if this was possible because he was different. Observing his consistency, she decided to approach. Raon stared at her and asked if she was Runan Sullian and why she was there. They stared at each other in silence for a while Raon reflected on how a child could be so tall. Suddenly, Runan feels something and becomes paralyzed in front of Rayon, staring at him, until she starts walking in his direction. She sits next to him on the bench press, and, out of nowhere, starts lifting weights, leaving Rayon completely confused. He gets up, somewhat annoyed, and the girl begins to follow him. Raon switches to another exercise, and she does exactly what he is doing. Meanwhile, Runan recalls that she had felt that same refreshing scent before and concludes that Rayon's aroma makes her feel her body lighter. Looking at her hands, she realizes that, thanks to this, she is now able to lift much heavier weights than before. Suddenly, Rayon approaches her and asks if she wants to say something, but she quickly denies. He turns around, scratching his head, trying to understand what she is doing, while Runan simply watches him and imitates his movements, determined to follow him longer. A few moments later, the door opens, and Burin enters, followed by other students. Rayon notices them and looks back. One of the boys, irritated, asks why Runan is with that brat, and another adds, questioning why she would be next to someone who was expelled from the direct lineage. Burin grabs one of the bars and comments that there's no reason to repeat such a simple strength training exercise. He reflects that Rayon fundamentally lacks strength and needs basic training, but it doesn't matter how much he trains because they are on completely different levels. Even though he doesn't know the content of the test, Burin concludes that it would be good to continue practicing fencing, even if only to develop martial arts. With that, he leaves the gym, stating that there's no reason to pay attention to a brat like Rayon, and that the results will speak for themselves on the test day. Minutes later, a green-haired boy approaches, catching Rayon's attention. He introduces himself as Doria and asks if he can train with Rayon, as he would like to learn the correct form. The protagonist simply says it's fine. Doria thanks him and starts taking something from his pouch. He hands Rayon a biscuit, asking him to try it because it's delicious. Rayon refuses, saying he's satisfied, but soon notices that Runan is looking at the biscuit with a gleam in her eyes, like someone eyeing a cold beer. This makes him nervous. Realizing her gaze bright as the moon, he thinks for a moment and decides to give the biscuit to her, reflecting that now he has another weird person by his side. After that, they return to training, and Doria soon begins on the bench press. Days pass, and the three continue training together relentlessly, making Rayon get used to the two weird people around him. More time passes, and after 6 months, the training continues, growing more intense. While running, Rayon reflects that he spends every hour of the day as if he's risking his life. The backs of those who blocked his way on the first day can no longer be seen. He exhales and focuses only on those ahead. Now, only 2 remain. Finally, the time passes, and the day of the test arrives, with families present to watch the exam. Inside the arena, the announcer thanks everyone for being there and asks that, since family members are present, they follow the instructions and move in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, the King of Essence asks Raon if he still remembers the bet, saying that in the end, he couldn't surpass the 2 in front of him and that he should be prepared to receive the King's fury. Raon dismisses him, saying that the test is completely different
and no one knows what might happen. Suddenly, he sees Doria lying on the ground and asks what he's doing. Doria responds that he's nervous because it's the test day and asks how a weakling like him could pass. This leaves both Rayon and Runan speechless. Out of nowhere, Runan grabs a biscuit and offers it to Rayon, who refuses, saying he's satisfied. He looks ahead and notices that Buran is watching him, but he quickly loses focus when the King of Essence, irritated, asks why there are only weird people around him. In the stands, Helen and Sylvia are sitting, cheering for Rayon. Sylvia, seeing him, comments that he seems very confident, and Helen agrees, noting that he endured that tough training for 6 months.
And, looking at him with the two colleagues, she comments that apparently he has friends now. Sylvia says this was natural, considering his character, since he had never been one to complain and had always been understanding since he was young. She is proud that he made friends. She looks at Rayon with admiration until suddenly the announcer announces the arrival of the head of the house, making both of them uneasy. Soon, the Lord appears with his usual serious expression, and people are impressed that he would personally observe the exam. The Lord, with all his posture and seriousness, calmly sits down, while people comment that he had never done that before. Even the leader of the instructors is amazed, and asks why he came this time. Glenn replies that this is an event that will guide the future of the house, and comments that they were acting as if this were a place he shouldn't be. The elf feels awkward, and argues that it wasn't that, welcoming the Lord. Smiling, he loudly announces that since the head of the house is present, they shouldn't waste time, and will begin the official apprentice selection test immediately. He then reveals the criteria for the test, which everyone was curious to know. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure spreads throughout the place with an absurd energy, leaving the students in shock, including the protagonist. Exhaling that powerful pressure, he says that the test will be for them to endure this pressure. The whole area is filled with that intense energy, and he explains that the pressure is just one of the things that cannot be separated from a warrior's life. This test will judge the extent of that skill. One of the students' parents watching becomes angry and argues that it hasn't been long since the children learned aura, questioning why they would test pressure, especially since there are still children who haven't even learned aura. He says that such a test would be very unfair, also criticizing the elf for only sleeping during classes and questioning what kind of exam this is. Rimmer takes a deep breath and explains that pressure is not just the manifestation of aura. True pressure is the level of soul that a warrior has built through their achievements. It is a warrior's testimony, something that can be expressed even without aura. The man complaining tries to retort, but he is interrupted by the Lord, who says that Rimmer is not wrong. He affirms that a person can exert pressure just by the way they lived, leaving the man speechless in shock. The elf gives a slight smile upon hearing that. Glenn continues to explain that even someone without aura can have immense pressure, based on the difficulty of the training they faced, which the elf, smiling, promptly confirms. Spreading his arms, he says he is sure that no one there has further complaints about the test, so they can stop the interruptions and let the exam finally begin. Rimmer asks Runan to step forward and everyone else to step back. The two stand face to face, and he warns her that the pressure he is about to exert is at a level that she should be able to overcome if she truly gave everything she had during training. He adds that if she can endure it, she will pass the test. He smiles, starts concentrating, and releases a powerful pressure, making the girl struggle to endure it. The elf warns that she will fail immediately if she tries to use aura, so she should go through it using only the willpower she built during training. Runan fights with all her strength to endure, grounding herself as much as she can. Then, she manages to raise her arm and extend her hand. Immediately, the elf grabs her arm, places his hand on her head, and smiling says she passed the test. Runan is exhausted and can barely breathe, while Rimmer comments that he can see the results of her hard work and would like her to keep that focus. Soon after, he calls for Doria, who is terrified and asks why he would be next, but the elf says it doesn't matter and tells him to go ahead. The young man, trembling with fear, begins walking toward the elf and, upon arriving, panics even more, while the elf asks if he had seen what Runan did. Rimmer explains that he must do as she did and use the willpower he built during training to overcome the pressure barrier that will be created. The boy, still in shock, asks if the instructor really thinks that's possible, as he was quite famous for his lack of willpower. Rimmer ignores those words and begins to release all the pressure, saying that if he can't handle it, it's no problem. He just won't pass the test. The young Doria tries with all his might to endure, while Rayon watches the boy struggle to withstand that absurd pressure. Concluding that the level of pressure used with each student is different, Rayon deduces that the elf is adjusting the pressure level based on each child's level and how much they have trained. realizing that he has truly been observing each of them. Soon, the leader of the instructors interrupts the test, while Doria remains crouched and trembling. Smiling, he says that Doria successfully passed the exam, but his confidence is too low compared to his abilities. He recommends that the boy lift his head. Suddenly, the young man starts vomiting after enduring the pressure, while the elf concludes that he must have followed the advice. Then, he calls the next student, none other than Burin. Upon hearing that he would be next, he promptly answers the call, confident in himself. Burin stands face to face with the instructor, who says he will begin. Rimmer focuses and quickly releases an incredible pressure in front of Burin. As Burin tries to withstand the pressure, the young man wonders if he should try to touch the elf while enduring it. He realizes that it's completely different from what it seemed when watching from the outside, and wonders how Runnan managed to pass through this. He crouches, struggling to stay upright, feeling he can hardly move. While Rimmer exerts the pressure, he says that the boy has a lot of talent, and that the number of students who can compare to him among the 160 can be counted on one hand. However, Rimmer points out that Burin, like all the students who follow him, is just wasting time. He questions the point of having a hollow fencing technique that has lost its purpose, stressing that what they should have done wasn't train fencing, but rather train the body and willpower. Burin still holds on with all his strength to stay grounded, while the instructor continues saying that the young man always uses aura when things get tough, and that if he uses it now, he will fail instantly. Then, Burin starts remembering the past, when his father refused to let his brother in for failing the test. He couldn't forget the cold look from his father, and knew that if he didn't pass this, he would also be discarded. With all this motivation, he starts moving forward, and quickly manages to reach the leader of the instructors, who soon informs him that he passed the test. While Burin tries to catch his breath, Rimmer tells him to stop pretending to be an adult at only 12 years old, and recommends he train according to his age, as if he continues just looking ahead, he won't be able to see everything around him. The elf sighs and announces that now it's Rayon's turn. The protagonist calmly walks toward the elf. As they stand face to face, Rimmer, smiling, announces that he is the last and asks if he is ready. The protagonist promptly responds, yes. Then, Rimmer warns that he is about to begin, and quickly starts releasing the pressure. But this time, the pressure starts to increase rapidly. Soon, the pressure takes over the entire area, leaving Sylvia and Helen worried about Raon. Even Glenn wonders what kind of pressure this is. Meanwhile, the protagonist manages to remain unaffected and asks if this is really the test. The elf, always smiling, says that the talent he saw in Rayon is certainly greater than that of Burin and Runnan. Then, with a wicked smile, he challenges Rayon to endure it, increasing the pressure even further. Rayon soon begins to feel the pressure increase, but he still manages to hold on without much difficulty. He reflects that the level of the soul does not reside in the body, but in the receptacle of the soul, and at that moment, he doesn't carry only the level of Rayon Sieghart, but also the level of his past life as a reaper. He then starts walking toward the leader of the instructors, leaving him in shock and wondering if the boy really managed to endure that much pressure. Glenn is also impressed by this. Still unable to believe that Raon was managing, the elf wonders what kind of monster he is, because this doesn't make sense. It's beyond impossible. And so, Raon touches the leader, leaving the audience and everyone present completely shocked. With a calm expression, the protagonist asks if the test is over. The other students wonder how he did that, and even the parents can't believe what they are seeing. Rimmer stares at the protagonist in silence and, after a few moments, calls Rayon and, intrigued, asks who he is. The protagonist, a little irritated, responds that he watched him during training for 6 months and tells the elf his name, who then explains that he asked because Rayon surpassed everyone in just 6 months. Rimmer admits that he had applied pressure that exceeded the protagonist's abilities just to provoke him, never imagining he would overcome it. Rayon, hearing this, remains silent, while the elf, intrigued, gazes at him relentlessly, until he returns to reality and, embarrassed, says that he got distracted for a moment, announcing that the official apprentice selection is over, and that now he will reveal what everyone has been curious to know. Everyone becomes tense as the elf continues, saying that the best apprentice in the training field is Rayon Sieghart. Immediately, Sylvia and Helen start crying, delighted with the young master's result, while the others can't believe it, as they thought it was impossible for him to have surpassed Burin. Suddenly, the blue-haired brat shouts that he doesn't believe it, accusing Rimmer of lying, which confuses the elf, who asks what he is lying about. Burin claims that Rayon is inferior to him in vigor, strength, and talent, and he can't accept that someone like him is the best apprentice. He shouts that it's clear Rayon used some kind of trick. People in the crowd start questioning, saying that this seems plausible. They ask how someone could be the best with the ice curse. Another comments that they heard rumors that the boy didn't even have aura and wonders if he bribed the trainer or something like that. Someone else responds that, according to rumors about trainer Rimmer, this would be possible. Burin points at the protagonist and says that, as warriors of the Sieghart house, they should fight each other, asserting that it would be better than that test to decide who is the strongest. The elf gives a slight smile and asks if Burin really desires the position of best apprentice that much, which leaves him flustered, saying it's not about that. Then, Rimmer, speaking loudly, says that the test has unfortunately already ended and asks the head of the house what they should do. The Lord stays silent for a moment, then tells the protagonist that the others don't seem to accept the results, asking if he wants to duel Burin. The blue-haired brat looks confident, believing he would destroy the protagonist in a duel, but Ryon speaks loudly, saying he doesn't want to duel. He argues that the test is over, the results have been revealed, and there's no reason to fight others without anything to gain, leaving Burin stunned by his response. Then, Ryon looks at him and says that Burin always talks about direct lineage and honor, and he didn't expect him to lose that grace in this way. Hearing that, Burin becomes furious and calls him a bastard. Suddenly, Glenn interrupts the conversation, saying they would duel for the position of best apprentice, and if Ryon wins, he will give him a bronze tablet, which grabs the protagonist's attention. He reflects that gold, silver, and bronze tablets are awarded according to performance within the house, and depending on the type, the rewards someone can earn are different. Even a bronze tablet, personally given by the head of the house, could guarantee something valuable. After thinking about it, he feels confident and agrees. Glenn then announces that they can begin to definitively decide who is the best, and the two immediately start glaring at each other. While they prepare, the elf explains that it will be a one-round duel, and both will be disqualified if they use aura or any weapons, only allowing the use of their bodies. With everything cleared up, he extends his hand and announces the start of the duel. Quickly, Burin rushes toward the protagonist, preparing to punch, but Ryon easily dodges. Then, Burin tries a kick, but Ryon defends himself effortlessly. He was completely focused and determined. Suddenly, Burin starts releasing a powerful energy and says that it is the Void Tiger Fist, a technique his father personally taught him, pointing out that the rules didn't mention anything about fist techniques, so it wouldn't be cheating. He strikes, hitting Ryon square in the chest, and the two continue fighting fiercely while other students comment that Ryon has no chance against Burin. As he fights, Burin thinks that Ryon is much weaker than him and wonders how he dares to covet the position of best apprentice. For a moment, he remembers when his father had expelled his brother, saying they didn't need weaklings in the family, and telling him not to disappoint him. With this in mind, Burin refocuses on the fight, thinking that his father is watching, and that he needs to prove his worth. The fight continues intensely, with both of them delivering and defending punches tirelessly. Every punch from Burin is easily dodged by the protagonist, who watches every move of his opponent closely. Ryon quickly concludes that he can predict all the attacks, from punches to even the more subtle movements. Suddenly, Burin charges again, preparing another punch and asking if Ryon is going to give up. He leaps, but Ryon is prepared and asks why he would give up. Then, Ryon counters, colliding his fist with Burin's, who immediately feels the impact and is thrown back. He wonders what happened, but before he could react, Ryon is already ready for another strike and hits him squarely with the Void Tiger technique, making Burin feel an immense pain. Burin's father and everyone else watching think what they're seeing is impossible. Even Glenn is surprised to see Ryon using the Void Tiger Fist. Burin falls to his knees on the ground and, with a trembling voice, asks how Ryon knew that technique. The protagonist simply replies that Burin had shown it to him, and he just copied what he saw. The people in the audience, still in shock, comment that this doesn't make sense. One man asks if it's possible that someone secretly transferred the technique to Ryon, because otherwise, it would be impossible. Meanwhile, the protagonist remains calm, scratching his hand, while the elf watches the scene. He's also in shock, deducing that Ryon is not playing around, as he was able to neutralize the rotation of the Void Tiger Fist using a counterattack with the opposite rotation. Additionally, Rimmer realizes that Ryon was able to read the flow of his opponent's martial arts and turn it to his advantage, an achievement that qualifies him as a genius. He concludes that this kind of talent could reach the top of the continent, and that Ryon is exactly the kind of celestial talent the Sieghart house seeks. With a smile, the elf announces that the duel is over, and that the winner, clearly, is Ryon Sieghart. He also declares that the exam has finally ended. Immediately, Sylvia and Helen run toward Ryon, and as soon as he notices his mother, he hugs her emotionally. During this beautiful moment with the people he loved, the King of Essence comments that he's hungry and calls for them to go home soon. Soon,
Runan's parents also approach her, moved, while Buran's servant approaches him to help. But the boy notices something, and, looking at his father, realizes he's leaving without saying a word, and without showing any emotion, which leaves him even more frustrated, thinking that his father wouldn't accept him anymore. It soon begins to get dark, and at Buran's house he goes to his father, who is sitting with his back to him, making him feel worse. Suddenly, the patriarch calls him, surprising him, and asks if Buran remembers what he said. The boy responds that yes, that he said to come back as the best apprentice and never lose to anyone. His father confirms, saying that this wasn't asking too much, and emphasizes that he also said to defeat the brat from the Sullian house and, after defeating Ryan, come back as the best in the class. He starts shouting, asking how he lost to that piece of trash who was discarded from the main lineage, questioning if Buran was trying to make him a joke, or if he wanted to stay as the third or fourth brother, which the boy, scared, denies. He then stresses that Buran had already ruined the chance he had, and that they would choose the best in the class based on the apprentice graduation grades, so he better make sure he regains the first position. The father turns his back again and orders him to leave. With that, the boy leaves, recalling the words he heard, that if he wanted to stay in the direct lineage of the Ziegharts, he couldn't fail this last opportunity. Buran punches the wall, frustrated with himself, and says that it was all Rayon's fault. As he walks, he wonders how this happened, as he had worked hard enough to never lose. He continues walking, seemingly aimless, until he suddenly notices something. He stops in front of a building and wonders why he walked there, deducing it was out of habit during his aimless walk. He then enters the building. It was the academy, and upon noticing it was empty, he wonders if the absence of people was because the exam was over. Taking advantage of being there, he grabs a dumbbell and starts training, but then looks to the side and notices the student lockers, specifically focusing on rounds. He goes to the locker and opens the door, thinking it's fine to take a quick peek. When he sees what's inside, he's shocked, as there's a box with countless pairs of shoes. He picks one of the shoes and, intrigued, wonders if Ryan had used all those shoes in just 6 months, since he himself had only needed to change shoes twice. Then, he starts to think, and looking to the side, remembers Ryan training there many times, which leads him to conclude that, during those 6 months, Ryan really had trained tirelessly, and when he was ignoring the basics and swinging his sword to be flashy, or when he was comfortably resting in the dorms, Ryan was demonstrating the true essence of the Ziegharts, while he himself was doing the opposite. Suddenly, he notices something. It's the dumbbells on the floor, and with the shoes in hand, he puts them back in the locker and leaves the academy, walking calmly, determined to improve. Meanwhile, Ryan was checking information in the system, while the King of Essence, as always irritated, said he was in disbelief, as he had lived for hundreds of years and had never encountered anyone like Ryan. Questioning what kind of monster he was, the protagonist responds that even he doesn't know. In the system, he notices a new skill and asks the ghost what it is. The king replies that it is the perception of the frozen flower, a good trait, explaining that it's a skill that increases the range of senses and is currently at a star level, which should increase by about 10%. He emphasizes that, with the King of Essence's senses, Ryan can feel something 10 times farther away than he originally could. The protagonist comments that this is really good and asks why it's called Perception of the Frozen Flower, which irritates the King of Essence. He asks if Ryan doesn't think that's a cool name, and the young master responds that no matter how much he thinks about it, the king has no creativity when it comes to names, and the two continue the discussion tirelessly. The next morning, the protagonist and Sylvia are shocked to hear that the head of the family had summoned Ryan. Sylvia immediately becomes anxious, asking if he had done something wrong, but the servant quickly reassures her, saying not to worry, as the family leader wanted to personally reward the young man with the bronze insignia. Upon arriving at the mansion, Ryan greets the head of the house. The lord comments that, even though he didn't like it, he had to keep his promise, which the servant agrees with. The servant then brings the insignia on a tray and says that, as promised, Ryan will receive the bronze insignia and, in the future, when he returns it, he can ask for an item or favor appropriate to its level. Ryan thinks about it, and then mentions that he has something to ask at that moment, mentioning his mother's name, Sylvia Zieghart, which catches Glenn's attention. The young master asks what he must do for Sylvia to return to the position she once held, leaving both lords surprised. The head of the house asks if, by using the word position, Ryan means for her to return to the direct lineage, which Ryan confirms right away, feeling that the lord's attitude changed suddenly, and wondering why. The lord, in a serious tone, says an achievement,
explaining that this would be possible when an achievement that the whole family recognizes is made, but he warns that it wouldn't be as easy as it seems. The protagonist, looking at the insignia, hears Glenn explain that being recognized by the others there is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, something almost impossible, especially for a brat like Rayon. But the young master, confident, says that it is still something possible. He then hands back the insignia on the tray and thanks the head of the family for the response. He quickly turns and begins to leave, but Glenn asks him to wait. The protagonist stops, and the Lord says that he hadn't asked for a reward, just made a request that could have been answered without the insignia. This leaves Rayon confused, as he hadn't expected the King of the North Destruction to say that. The Lord then asks him to say what he wants. The protagonist thinks that he already had something in mind for what he needed at that moment, and says that he needs a cultivation technique. The head of the family responds that it will be taught to him in the basic training. Rayon explains that he needs a better aura cultivation technique than the ones taught in the basic training, and pleads for a technique equivalent to a bronze insignia. He thinks that the shadow cultivation technique from his past life isn't enough, and that, in order to restore his mother's position and cut off Darius's head, he needs a perfect aura. Glenn affirms that he will fulfill the request, and snaps his fingers, opening a giant door that emits white light. Soon, a bookshelf appears, and Rayon starts entering the place, encountering immense shelves filled with books. He looks around and wonders if this is the place. Suddenly, the Lord interrupts him, saying that yes, this is one of the Sieghart libraries, and explains that if Rayon positions himself in the center, the book he needs will appear. The protagonist, still in awe, says that he understands and raises his arm, thinking that he needs something better than the shadow techniques, something truly useful. Soon, a light appears, and the book he needs starts moving, heading toward the young master's hand. But Rayon isn't very excited when he sees the book, as it seems very old. However, both the head of the house and the servant are in shock when they realize which book it is. Glenn doesn't believe what he's seeing, and wonders how Rayon managed to get that book, as it continues moving toward the protagonist, emitting intense light through its pages. Rayon sees that the book is called The Cultivation of the 10,000 Flames, and immediately starts flipping through the pages, questioning what kind of technique it is. Suddenly, a massive energy starts emanating from the book, making pages fly everywhere. Rayon watches in disbelief, not understanding what is happening, while the head of the house also watches closely, his eyes wide open. Instantly, Glenn remembers the past, when one of his servants asked if Sylvia was being alienated by the members of the house, to which he responded that it wasn't something he needed to know, as the growth of the house was the priority, and the servant should just do his job. In another memory, he remembers the servant asking if Sylvia had become closer to another man and abandoned the house, to which the Lord replied that he didn't want to know about such trivialities. Glenn reflects that, after years of focusing on the growth of the house and putting his emotions aside, he achieved military power that surpasses the demonic barrier and led to the great expansion of the family. He concludes that he hasn't lost anything. He remembers receiving reports stating that his brother-in-law and granddaughter had been attacked, and that the attackers seemed to be part of the Eden ghosts that Miss Sylvia had hunted before. She seems fine, while the other two died, as it was a surprise attack, making it impossible to help them. Glenn listens to this with fury in his eyes, thinking he's pathetic because, in the end, he regained his emotions but couldn't regain time. Even if he is hated by Rayon and Sylvia, he decides he will do everything to protect them. Meanwhile, the pages continue flying everywhere, and the protagonist notices something flowing through his body and mind until he hears the Lord calling him. He looks ahead, and Glenn asks what he has done. Confused, he answers that he doesn't know either, as he only remembers the cultivation technique disappearing from his hands. The Lord asks the name of the book, which leaves Rayon silent for a while, but feeling something flowing through his hands, he says the name is Cultivation of the 10,000 Flames. Suddenly, a system window informs him that he has found the eternal flames, and the technique has been memorized. The Lord asks if Rayon remembers the content, and he confirms. Glenn then says that it's fine, that it's already good enough, commenting that Rayon was awarded the bronze tablet and can leave now. The young master begins to leave the place, still confused, while the two watch him go. Once alone, the servant asks about the technique Rayon chose. Glenn sighs and says that it's the technique of the first head of the Sieghart house, and that no one in the history of the Siegharts has been able to read or reproduce it, commenting that it's terrifying. The servant then asks if Rayon and Sylvia might be exposed to danger if that technique spreads, but the Lord says he shouldn't worry, as no one knows about cultivation of the 10,000 flames. Meanwhile, on the way back, the King of Essence asks the protagonist what they should do about the disappearance of the book.
The protagonist says it's fine, as it was only passed on to someone else. At the mansion, Glenn reflects that, anyway, no one can use that technique, and that, if it weren't for the young master, it would have simply deteriorated there. With that, he affirms that he feels new winds will blow in the future. Meanwhile, Rayon in his room reflects that it's very strange to have received that technique, wondering that even a silver or gold insignia wouldn't be enough for something so valuable. He concludes that the technique surely competes with the legendary Ring of Fire, and is something definitely worth learning. He then begins practicing the technique, getting close to a flame, but when he tries to execute it, he fails. This frustrates him, and looking at his own hand, he thinks that, even after trying since before, it's very difficult to gather the aura. However, he understands that he didn't expect to learn such an advanced cultivation technique in one attempt. The King of Essence comments that the protagonist seems to be having difficulties and asks him to give his best, but with caution, as it will be a big problem if anyone touches him while he's cultivating. He further comments that it would be very sad to become paralyzed after acquiring such a good technique. Raon listens attentively and reflects that the King of Essence might be scheming something, but he soon realizes that he is right, as the technique of the 10,000 flames is done by absorbing natural mana to accumulate the aura at the energy center. If someone interrupts him at a critical moment, the mana circuits or the energy center could break, leaving him paralyzed, and it would be even more dangerous for him because of the cold in the mana circuits. With this in mind, he warns the King of Essence not to interfere either. The ghost, smiling, responds that he's curious to see what will happen. This leaves the protagonist intrigued, and he soon gets startled when he notices the King of Essence with a wide smile asking him to let him interrupt once during cultivation. Raon argues that this would also be bad for him, as he would end up with a paralyzed body, but the king replies that he doesn't care, emphasizing that Raon won't be able to overcome this because he is human. He further says that even if Raon's limbs are severed or his energy center explodes, the King of Essence can revive them. He approaches the protagonist and states that when Raon becomes paralyzed and gives up on everything, that will be the best opportunity for the King of Essence. The young master says he understands and stresses that it will only be once, but he'll be waiting to see how the ghost will attack him. The ball of fury starts moving around the room, commenting that the young master must be bluffing. It also says that Raon should be afraid every day from now on, because the King of Essence can pierce his mind at any moment, which makes the protagonist think that this guy is truly an enemy. A demon from the demon realm who tries to devour his body whenever he has the chance. The true embodiment of fury. He had thought the king had finally given up after being silent for so long, but he realizes that he needs to be more careful. He then says that they can think about that later, but now he needs to focus on more urgent matters. Rayon goes to the window, and the king asks if he will finally deal with her. He confirms, since it's definitely no coincidence that she's been there every night. The two look out the window, while the protagonist thinks it's been a long time, and they need to get back to their current task. They were observing a maid sitting near the lake. Her name is Judiel, a maid from the annex building, who, while writing a report, thought she didn't have much to report before, except for Rayon talking to himself from time to time. But this time, there were interesting things to report. She hadn't expected him to receive such an advanced cultivation technique with a bronze insignia. While spying on him, she concludes that, aside from that, the mana flow she sensed while he was training his aura was extraordinary. Continuing to write, she thinks that this is certainly important information for the martial palace. She feels a bit guilty for doing this to a poor boy, but she is fulfilling an order. She wonders how much longer she will have to keep spying on the young man. She then places the report in the lake, watching it drift away, and sighs, looking worried. Suddenly, someone places a knife to her neck. It's the protagonist, who warns that if she screams, her life will end there. He gets even closer and whispers in her ear that she will also be buried underground if she tries to move. Then, he asks her to look down at the lake. Looking at the blade, she starts sweating from fear, wondering who could emanate such a reaper-like intent. When she looks at the lake, she's shocked, realizing it was Raon, and wonders how he managed to follow her. The protagonist says that he could feel her gaze from the first day he arrived at the annex, and asks if she managed to gather any decent information. Judiel recalls when she first began spying on Raon, getting frightened when she realized he knew about it from the start, as she thought she hadn't left any trace of her presence. She wonders why he pretended not to notice. Still with the knife to her neck, Rayon tells Judiel to open her mouth. She obeys, and he starts putting something in her mouth, forcing her to swallow. Judiel begins feeling something strange and immediately feels sick. Meanwhile, the protagonist retrieves the report from the lake. With the paper in hand, he says that he can't see the content of the letter, wondering if it's some kind of coded paper that needs a specific reaction. He looks at her and begins to say, "Water,"
earth, fire, wind, moonlight, and sunlight. Then he corrects himself, saying the proper term is moonlight, making the young woman terrified. With a trembling voice, she asks how he knew, but he just continues speaking. Ari Sieghart, Karun Sieghart, Denier, concluding that it was Karun who gave the order. Rayon makes her even more terrified. Looking at him, Judiel can't believe he managed to figure everything out, as she hadn't shown any reaction. After all, she had trained for years to be an experienced spy, and it would have been impossible to discover that just by her expression. Suddenly, she notices a growing pain in her body, and concludes that this may be the key to him being able to read her thoughts. The only explanation is what Rayon made her swallow. Judiel concludes that it must be a fury worm. She remembers when Karun, Buran's father, ordered her to go to the annex building and send all the information about Rayon and Sylvia. He promised that if she performed well, she would receive that. Back in the present, she wonders if he really made her swallow a fury worm, and Rayon is surprised she knows about it. Judiel, completely paralyzed, begins to feel something and collapses on the ground in pain. Suffering, she thinks that if someone manages to make the worm enter a body, the conjurer can discern not only the target's location, but also their thoughts. She recalls that the fury worm is known as one of the worst curses in the world, allowing the conjurer to kill the target whenever they wish, causing agonizing pain. The protagonist then begins commenting that since Judiel sent that letter to Karun Sieghart, she must be a spy for the Central Martial Palace, and that the operation must have started 7 months ago, before the judgment ceremony, pointing out that she investigated everything very thoroughly. Judiel just listens, sweating coldly from the pain, while Rayon concludes that not only did she spy on him, but also on Sylvia, Helen, and the other maids. As he spoke, she reflected on how she thought this would be an easy mission, as gathering information on a mere child and a mother who became crippled seemed simple to accomplish. But now she realizes that a real monster has been living in the annex. Desperate, she starts shouting, saying that she will change the content of the letter to something that isn't true. But Rayon tells her to forget it, because even if she changes the information now, Karun will eventually find out about him, which would only result in her realizing her own incompetence. The protagonist then squats down and looks Judiel in the eyes, saying that from now on, she will be a double agent. He orders her to report only information that would be discovered anyway to Karun, hide important information that wouldn't be found otherwise, and at the same time bring relevant information about Karun. The young woman, still terrified, agrees immediately, making Rayon smile slightly. He then starts to leave, warning her that the next time she returns, he will be expecting some useful information. As he walks, the King of Essence asks when the protagonist invoked a fury worm, but Rayon responds that he would never use something so disgusting, explaining that what he gave her was only poison, causing immense temporary pain. This leaves the King of Essence surprised, asking if the young master managed to read the woman's thoughts without using the worm. Rayon explains that it's possible to gather information with certain factors that other people wouldn't notice, but he can, which further surprises the ghost, who thinks that this boy is a true, absolute demon. After that, the protagonist becomes immersed in his training, and the day to return to the training field arrives. In the meantime, despite constantly working to train, he was unable to form aura until the day of the meeting. Soon, he arrives at the training field, where there are more students, and notices that only 42 people passed, remembering that only a quarter would remain, and that Rimmer was truly specific about the final results. Suddenly, he hears someone calling, and when he turns around, he notices it's Runnin. She then turns around and stands face to face with him, completely silent. A few days earlier, at the Sullian family house, Runnin's mother had asked if she had invited Raon to express gratitude, to which she replied that she had expressed it when she grabbed the snacks. Then the mother asked about when he helped her train, and she replied that he hadn't, prompting the mother to ask why. Runnin explained that her father had told her never to start a conversation with a boy, which made the mother give a slight smile, saying she understood. Calmly, the mother explained that when it comes to expressing gratitude, gender doesn't matter, and that if she receives help, she should always greet and thank the person, as this is basic courtesy. She emphasized that Runnin shouldn't forget this, leaving her speechless. Now, standing in front of the protagonist, Runnin thanks him, leaving him confused. Both he and the King of Essence are surprised, wondering why she did this out of nowhere. Suddenly, someone else calls for Rayon. It was the short guy with green hair, visibly tired, who asks if the young master has been well, saying that even when he was just a temporary apprentice, he thought he was going to die. He continues saying that now that he's truly become an apprentice, it's so difficult that no one could understand, as he continues having nightmares while resting, making the protagonist bored with all this talk. The boy also comments that it's really fair that Raoul is the head trainer, because if it were Burin, suddenly, he notices someone approaching. Looking back, he nearly has a heart attack when he realizes it's Burin. He falls back in shock, while the protagonist and Burin stare at each other face to face, looking directly into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Burin bows and apologizes, admitting that over the last week, he had shown a bad side of himself, but emphasizes that he has not given up. He claims that no matter how much effort it will take, he will face him again. Then he turns around, saying that he will never back down and will never give up. Immediately, the King of Essence appears. While they watch Burin walk away, Raon comments that he never imagined a 13-year-old child would admit his failures, assuming he must come from a great family. But the King of Essence, irritated, says that the brat still doesn't know his place, even after being beaten, and asks the protagonist to tear the boy's eyes out. Raon calmly asks him to calm down, but the king ignores him and continues ranting until suddenly, Raon hears someone apologizing for being late. It's Rimmer, who, scratching his head, explains that he had a little wine the previous night and ended up taking a nap. With a smile, he asks if everyone rested in the meantime. The elf congratulates everyone for becoming official apprentices and announces that formal training will begin at that moment, explaining that the general routine will be the same, but with some additional training programs, starting with the aura cultivation method. Suddenly, everyone notices someone arriving and looks back. A woman opens the gate, and, upon entering, shouts that she almost got in trouble because the gate wasn't opening. Doria recognizes the girl and is horrified to see her, while Rimmer gets excited, saying that she finally arrived. He explains to everyone that he wasn't in charge of training her, but that she is a repeating apprentice from the last year, and since they will be training together from now on, he asks everyone to greet her, as she is Martha Sieghart, from the direct lineage. He comments that, despite her appearance, she is a good person. Martha then asks who the head trainer is, and quickly realizes it's the protagonist. She says she can't stand someone worse than her in a high position, so she needs to check his level. Excited, she asks Raon to come to her, saying they will have a duel right then and there. She starts walking toward him, eager to fight, while the protagonist wonders why he's so unlucky, as he always ends up meeting people like her. He then introduces himself, saying he is Raon Sieghart, the best cadet. Hearing this, Martha gives a slight smile and says he doesn't seem like the best cadet, but it's fine. Preparing for the fight, she says they don't need to talk, just fight. But suddenly, Burin calls her and asks why she's being so disgraceful, catching her off guard. She turns around, asking what the hell a brat is saying to a veteran. As she approaches, she says she will exterminate him if he keeps talking out of turn and advises him to choose his words better. Burin isn't intimidated and says that Raon was recognized as the best cadet by the instructor and the Lord, questioning whether she is disagreeing with them. Martha starts smiling, saying she remembers the show Burin put on when that happened, but he admits that that's exactly why he's saying this. He explains that he doesn't want to see the same shame he himself demonstrated before. Those words catch the protagonist's attention, and he realizes that Burin has really changed. Suddenly, Runnan appears and steps between the two, telling Martha to leave. Martha smiles ironically, saying she's enjoying watching this way of defending friends, commenting that trash takes care of other trash. With that, she starts walking away, saying she'll accept being the villain of the story. However, she stops walking and says that she hates cowards who hide behind others, as they are worse than the arrogant ones. Suddenly, she charges at Raon, catching everyone off guard. Burin and Runnan are shocked to see her preparing to strike the protagonist, but with extreme ease, Raon manages to dodge, leaving the girl in disbelief. Quickly, Raon prepares a surprise counterattack, and realizing she couldn't dodge, Martha just defends herself, causing an immense pressure with the impact. Burin is stunned by that, while Rimmer seems proud. Martha doesn't believe what happened, as she didn't expect Raon to not only dodge but also counterattack. Launching a powerful strike, she says that this is ridiculous and begins to advance again, stating that Raon will need a wheelchair after this fight. But immediately, the elf grabs her, saying that it's enough. Martha looks intrigued, as she didn't notice the head instructor approaching. In a serious tone, he asks if they are both underestimating his presence too much, pointing out that even though he is retired, it's a bit annoying to be treated as if he isn't even there. The elf then explains to Martha that Burin and Runnan have already learned aura, while Raon has not, and it would be unfair for her to win with that advantage. However, he says he would allow them to fight after Raon learns aura. Martha, letting go, asserts that she would stop anyway. As she leaves extremely irritated, Rimmer tells Raon to return to his position. With that, the King of Essence becomes extremely angry and asks how Raon dares to let that idiot who attacked him walk away unpunished. stating that even if she were cut from head to toe and frozen for 10,000 years, it would not be enough. The protagonist tries to argue that he already hit her, but the ghost insists that it wasn't enough and that he should chop her into pieces. Ryan retorts that it's not the time for that. He thinks it would be better to fight her when he really needs something, using his position as the best cadet to lure her, and tells the King of Essence to wait, promising that he will show something incredible next time. After some time, the students were training until they received the order to rest for 10 minutes. Burin takes the opportunity to drink some water and, looking at his hands, reflects that, as expected, it's not easy. However, it's not too hard for him, as he already learned the advanced ascending fist of 2 stars, although reaching 3 stars is complicated since it requires a combination of high-level sequences. Looking to the side and observing Ryan, he thinks that, even though Ryan started just a month ago, he is making impressive progress. He recalls that it took him a month to learn the 7 forms fist, and believes Ryan would also be able to learn fencing in that same time. Moreover, Burin realizes that he's not the only one feeling pressured by Ryan's growth. Observing Martha, he notices she is also feeling the pressure. Martha lowers her sword and starts to rest a bit, pondering how Ryan has evolved so quickly despite it being his first time learning fist techniques. She reflects that, unlike the other 2 prodigies, Ryan had no prior experience and still trains intensely, even with the ice curse. With determination in her eyes, she declares that she cannot fall behind. Martha thinks about how everyone says her talent is blossoming. Even though she was adopted by the Zegard house, she's always been a hunter, surpassing many members of the collateral and direct families who boasted of being geniuses, disrespecting them until they became desperate. She has always been considered a genius, and the best, but at that moment, she fears she won't be able to bear the pressure. When night falls and the training ends, Martha leaves, and as she passes a servant, she hears him say that she did a good job today, but she simply walks past, agreeing with him, leaving the servant in silence. Suddenly, he speaks again, saying that she doesn't need to be afraid. Surprising her, she turns around and asks what he's talking about. The servant explains that everyone might have forgotten because Ryan demonstrated good skills, but she will never be defeated by him. Intrigued, she asks why he's saying that, and he responds that it's because the young master Ryan has a critical weakness that he will never be able to overcome. The next day, during training, Ryan continued practicing with his sword until one of the students approached him, calling him the best student, and saying he wanted to ask about his fencing stance. He asked Ryan to check if he was doing something wrong, like last time. Soon, other students also came over asking the same thing, saying they hadn't had the courage to ask before, but emphasizing how amazing Ryan's fencing was. Suddenly, Martha started clapping, saying that Ryan was truly excellent. She commented that it wouldn't be long before he could train alongside her, and that genius wasn't enough to describe how fast he was learning martial arts. However, with such bad mana affinity, she stated he was just wasting time, lamenting that his talent was incomplete. All the students were apprehensive as she continued, saying that at least he could become a fencing instructor. This even left Rimmer silent as he listened. Martha looked around and noticed that everyone was quiet, but there was nothing to be done, since no one expected Ryan to still be unable to use mana after 4 months. The night before, the servant had said that the young master's talent for aura was the worst, and she had asked what he was talking about. He explained that this happened before she was adopted, so it was natural she didn't know that, during the judgment ceremony, Ryan's mana affinity was considered the worst. The servant explained that Ryan was the only person in the 5th training field who still hadn't obtained his aura. Furthermore, the cultivation technique he obtained from the bronze tablet could be intermediate and, at best, only slightly better than a regular cultivation technique. Given that he still hadn't learned the cultivation technique, Ryan's talent for mana had to be terrible, as seen during the judgment ceremony. Even though he had talent for fencing and martial arts, with such weak aura talent, he wouldn't be able to become a knight. Returning to the present, Martha, with a mischievous smile, reflected that she was still angry for being counterattacked by someone like him. But even so, that kid never deserved her concern. Suddenly, she noticed something. Looking to the side, she saw Runnan standing there beside her. Martha then immediately asked if there was a problem, but Runnan, with a serious expression, simply ordered her to leave. Martha smiled and asked if that was all, but Runnan didn't change her expression and repeated that she should leave. Martha responded that she was already leaving and didn't need to repeat herself. With that, she began to walk away, saying it was time to join the high-level training, available only to those of the direct lineage, which left Runnan visibly thinking, soon I'll rip her head off. A little later that night, the protagonist sat down and, taking a deep breath, said that he would stop for today. He looked at his own hand and thought that this was fun, as the only things he learned during the wars were how to survive and exterminate. Extermination techniques were the only things he improved, and this was a life where he couldn't think of anything else. He reflected that he never imagined learning martial arts for personal satisfaction could be so enjoyable. Suddenly, the King of Essence appeared, asking if he had finally regained his senses, pointing out that he didn't do anything when she provoked him, and that was pathetic. But Raon, as calm as ever, asked what he was talking about. The King of Essence then replied that the woman with black hair kept provoking him. Soon, the protagonist understood but said he hadn't heard what she said because he was too focused. Furious, the King of Essence asked why he was so indifferent. As if someone had said that to him, they would be minced immediately. Raon retorted, saying he had already informed there were no advantages in fighting her now. After all, he manages to defeat someone like Martha without even using the cultivation of the 10,000 flames. When he opens the door, Runin is on the other side, holding a box, which intrigues the protagonist. He immediately asks why she's there, and she opens the box, pulling out something that looks like a brigadeiro. She hands it to Raon and tells him to eat it. With it in his hand, the protagonist realizes it's cold and wonders what it could be. But soon, Runin tells him again to eat it. Without hesitation, he begins eating, thinking that, according to lessons from his past life, it wouldn't be wise to eat it, but it's unlikely she would give him something strange. Suddenly, he starts feeling something, and the King of Essence, astonished, asks what it is, as he's never tasted something so sweet, not even in the demon realm. He wonders if it's delicious because it's been kept cold, and, extremely curious, continues wondering what it is. Runin then asks if he liked it, and Raon replies that it's delicious, while the King of Essence, enchanted by the taste, asks for more. She finally says it's called pearl ice cream. She then turns around and starts walking away without saying anything else, which leaves Raon desperate, asking her to wait while the King of Essence keeps asking for more. Seeing her leave, the protagonist wonders if she was really concerned about him, while the King of Essence comments that she's quite strange and should have given him one more before leaving. Raon remembers that she loves sweets like any child, and considering the size of the box, there shouldn't be more than 4 inside, which makes him wonder if Runin gave him the last one. That must have been a hard decision for a child. With a relieved smile, he feels a bit emotional about it, and makes up his mind to return the favor. After that, he leaves the training center and begins heading home. While walking, the King of Essence comments that, if he's going to return the favor, he should ask her to give him another one when the time comes. Upon entering the house, Sylvia got excited that he was back so early and said that he must be hungry, so she would prepare something immediately. After everyone caught up, the protagonist received a letter, which Judiel explained was the monthly report that would be sent to the Central Martial Palace. Raon asked if there were any other orders from the Central Martial Palace, and she, worried, said there was nothing special. Judiel pointed out that they asked to investigate why he was learning fencing and martial arts so quickly, but it seemed they lost interest since he hadn't been able to learn the aura. With a serious expression, the protagonist asked what they were doing about Sylvia, and Judiel replied that they seemed less interested in her as well, which could result in an order for her to leave. This made Raon think it wasn't good, as he still needed to extract more advantages from the spy. Suddenly, Judiel asked if, for some reason, he had avoided acquiring the aura on purpose. With a smile, he asked what her opinion was. Judiel started trembling and apologized for the presumptuous question. The young master thanked her for her work and told her she could leave. As soon as she left, the King of Essence commented that he sounded like he had really avoided learning on purpose, and Raon replied that taking advantage of the mood and the situation was a necessary skill. Annoyed, the King of Essence asked why it was so hard for him to learn the aura, which was pathetic, and Raon, smiling, agreed that it was indeed pathetic, which is why he needed to go train outside a little. The ghost became even more irritated, arguing that he needed to rest, but Raon calmly said that training should make learning the aura easier. Upon opening the door, the protagonist was shocked to see Rimmer in front of him, sitting and playing with some birds. As soon as the elf noticed him, he said, "Good morning." Raon asked why he was there in the garden, and the leader of the instructors replied that he was there to give him special lessons. He placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and, excited, said he was going to teach him about his attributes. Sometime later, walking through the forest, the protagonist asked why they were climbing a mountain to learn about attributes, but the elf told him to stop complaining and be patient, as, despite being lazy, his lessons were good. Raon then asked how he could learn about aura attributes in a place like that, and Rimmer, with a smile on his face, just looked at him, thinking he still couldn't forget the day he observed Raon Sieghart's cultivation technique with aura perception. That method was on a completely different level from the others, and that aura burned like magma. Instead of extinguishing the cold from the mana circuits, he was trying to integrate it with fire. And if Ryan managed to complete that technique, it would be immeasurable. Back in reality, the elf looked back and noticed that Ryan was tired, so he said they could stop right there. After looking around, the protagonist said they were in the middle of the forest and questioned why, but immediately Rimmer began to exert pressure directly on Ryan. An instructor commented that he longed for a blade of wind to protect the Lord, and that what Ryan was feeling now was the wind that chose him. Confused, Ryan looked at his own hand, trying to understand, and Rimmer explained that, even showing that to a 13-year-old apparently, the young master wasn't scared, commenting that he wasn't cute at all. Rimmer pointed out that he could feel the wind since birth due to his elven lineage, but Ryan was different because he was human. Therefore, this should be even harder, as his mana circuits were filled with ice. He continued explaining that the wind came in various forms, hot, cold, or sharp, and he always wished for a wind blade capable of piercing anything, until he managed to make it his own. This was what Ryan needed to do. He had to imagine the fire he would like to possess. The protagonist replied that they were in the north, and unless they set the mountain on fire, finding a decent fire would be impossible. The elf, mocking, retorted that they would both be roasted if they did that, but already with a plan in mind, he said he had the perfect place. Sometime later, they arrived at a workshop, and the elf announced that they had arrived. The blacksmith commented that the behavior of the fire was strange, and that the heat had died because of it. Rimmer said that wasn't a problem, as a sword was enough to know that he would fail again today. While the two conversed, Rayon asked what place this was, and the elf replied that this was where he could feel the hottest and most passionate fire in the north, the blacksmith's forge. The blacksmith asked why they were there, and Rimmer responded that he was really bold to speak like that to the grandson of the head of the family. The blacksmith pointed out that he was just a retired old man, and that, as long as it wasn't the chief himself, it wouldn't be a problem. Dayon was amazed when he noticed something and, looking at a huge flame, asked if that was really the fire he knew, since he had witnessed handmade bonfires, advanced fire magic used by mages, and countless flames in his past life. But the fire from that forge was really hot. He extended his hand and thought he should imagine the fire he wanted, then closed it quickly but noticed that the blacksmith had lowered the intensity. Suddenly the old man introduced himself as Vulcan and said that if the boy was expecting courtesy, he should go elsewhere. Ryan was shocked to hear the name Vulcan and remembered that it was the name of the famous continental blacksmith, wondering if it was really that old man. As they say, Vulcan forged Glenn Sieghart's weapon, the heavenly tremor. But it's been 30 years since anyone had news of him, and no one ever imagined he had been there all that time. Then, the protagonist bowed and, introducing himself, said it was a pleasure to meet him. The blacksmith turns to Rimmer and asks if the elf had told him about him, to which he promptly denies. Then, an instructor says that the old man is the blacksmith of the Siegharts, but Vulcan corrects him, emphasizing that he's a former blacksmith. The instructor agrees, saying that he's just a retired blacksmith who has kept that fire burning for over 10 years. The elf asks the old man if he does nothing else but nourish that fire and comments that he believes this is the only place where the boy can feel a real fire, asking if Vulcan would allow him to be there. The old man says there's no problem. The elf comments that the place stands out too much and that he doesn't think they should show the cultivation technique to others until it's complete, and Vulcan asks why. Rimmer explains that it's because Ryan is Sylvia's son, which surprises the blacksmith. Turning around, Ryan says that he won't disturb him and asks, please, if he can feel the fire, as it's all he wants to do. Vulcan then stares at him and says he's only making charcoal, leaving the protagonist confused. He explains that it's golden charcoal, capable of creating much more powerful heat than white or black charcoal, and that's what he's been making for the past 10 years. Then, Ryan could do whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't disturb him, which gets the protagonist excited. Moments later, Rimmer and Vulcan leave the forge, and the elf, playfully, comments that, apparently, the old man still had a soft heart and didn't expect him to accept so easily. Tapping the blacksmith on the shoulder, he says he'll bring some liquor later if he takes good care of the boy. But to the elf's surprise, Vulcan says he didn't do it because of him, but because the fire in the forge grew stronger when the protagonist arrived, so intense that the charcoal was ruined by the sudden heat. Admitting that the power over the fire resides in every inch of Ryan, he says there may be a chance that, with Ryan, his dream could become a reality. Sometime later, Ryan reflects that, during the 7 months he visited Vulcan's forge, he kept thinking about the image of the fire he wanted to obtain, and now he finally understood. They say fire is the most feared and powerful attribute, but when you gain control over it, it's completely different, because when skilled enough, Fire becomes the safest attribute. Furthermore, it's even awakening the energy of the 10,000 flames cultivation, which he still needs to acquire. The protagonist remembers Rimmer telling him to imagine the fire he wanted to possess. He focuses, trying to imagine the fire he needs to tear Darus's head off and put Sylvia back in the direct lineage, but with such goals, he thinks he's blind and won't be able to see what's in front of him. Then he thinks of a torch to light the way, a fire that can become his sword to defeat the difficulties, one that will never be extinguished. Come rain or shine, that's the kind of fire he's chosen. Ryan reflects that the energy of fire flowing through his body is stronger than usual, and the heat from the forge is flowing through him. So he needs to focus on holding the fire and feeling it deeply. Soon he wonders if this is what people call ecstasy, realizing he can see a mental image of himself, and concludes that he needs more focus. But suddenly, a light starts to appear in his hand. It's the King of Essence, saying it's his turn, and, emitting a massive energy, warns that he's going to attack him now that he's in a weaker state and will freeze him immediately. This terrifies Ryan, and, with anger, he realizes that he was careless, as this was the worst possible moment. He had forgotten about it since the King of Essence had remained quiet for so long. However, that creature had never been his ally, but rather a demon waiting for an opportunity to destroy him, and it is the king of the demon realm. Feeling the king's attack, Ryan feels as though his body is being torn apart, and it's getting harder to breathe. He knows that he will definitely be defeated if he moves now, and that he will lose his life if he stops using the technique of the 10,000 flames for even a second. So, he needs to focus and condense the aura somehow, and to survive, he must keep thinking, though he feels his consciousness slipping away. Suddenly, the King of Essence appears again and says that the way Ryan fights for his life is moving. He asks if Ryan believes he can withstand the power as he has been doing, because no matter how much he tries, it will be useless, since Ryan's body and soul will belong to him. The protagonist, feeling the attack, begins to close his eyes while hearing the king say that all his efforts have been in vain and that he is no different from the old man burning the forge every day. However, the king states that Ryan doesn't need to worry, because he will make sure his revenge is fulfilled. But upon hearing the word forge, the protagonist thinks of something and thanks the King of Essence, because that was the answer he needed. In one last effort, he decides that it's all or nothing now, because he won't survive if he doesn't try to do something. He reflects that, instead of the natural mana in the air that was heated by the forge, he needs to absorb the mana directly from it, as that fire is hot and powerful, the strongest of all, capable of devouring anything. Absorbing that fire, Ryan manages to take everything for himself, which infuriates the King of Essence, who demands to know what he's doing. The protagonist, focused on the absorption, says that this is the last chance of a desperate person. Meanwhile, in the forge, Vulcan was calm until, suddenly, he notices something, and the fire almost burns him completely. He's startled, falls backward, and wonders why the temperature of the forge increased drastically, saying he has never seen such a powerful flame before. He turns around, looks at Ryan, and realizes the young man is concentrating in front of the flames. Upon closer inspection, he asks why it's so cold around Ryan despite all the heat. He approaches the young master and asks if he's okay, questioning why he's shaking so much. But Rimmer appears in front and tells him to leave the boy alone, warning that Vulcan shouldn't touch him. This makes Vulcan question the elf, emphasizing that if this continues, Ryan won't resist. Rimmer explains that he's in ecstasy and that they can't do anything, because even the slightest interference from the outside world could put his life in danger. Vulcan then asks about the cold around the boy and if they really can't do anything, which Rimmer confirms, emphasizing that even the smallest touch could ruin everything. With a worried expression, he watches Ryan absorbing the heat, hoping he can withstand it. Meanwhile, the King of Essence fights against Ryan, shouting for him to stop because there is no hope left. But the protagonist, confident, thinks that he lost his past life for not being able to do anything, and he's tired of it. He concentrates at an absurd level, reflecting that he didn't die in vain and that he can't close his eyes until the very last moment. For sure, he won't repeat the same mistake in this life. The heat from the forge begins to rise to an alarming level, and Vulcan, worried, comments that the heat is too strong and that the forge might break if this continues. He also wonders if Ryan is unable to handle the sudden increase in temperature. Observing, the elf notices that the mana from the forge is gathering in a single point and, in shock, asks if Ryan is really absorbing all that mana. Struggling to absorb it all, the protagonist screams, which even startles the King of Essence. With tremendous effort, Ryan manages to concentrate all the mana in his hand until the flame goes out and suddenly explodes, causing a deafening roar visible for miles.
Immediately, both of them become concerned, and Rimmer screams for Raon. Looking to the side, the elf manages to find him amidst the chaos and realizes that the young master has achieved the golden fire. Then, the system notifies that Raon has learned the technique of the 10,000 flames. Other notifications appear, informing that the technique reached 2 stars due to the extreme heat, and that 2 threads of the curse of ice were melted. Additionally, the freezing aura reached 2 stars due to the powerful ice of rage. After all that, the protagonist feels relieved, as things turned out better than he expected, and he'll soon be able to awaken, though he didn't imagine he would be able to extract so much from that situation. Suddenly, another notification pops up, and the system informs him that he endured the hardships of rage in an urgent situation, so all of his attributes have increased by 3 points as a reward. This leaves Raon incredulous, asking if it was a dream, since, in just moments, he achieved something that would normally take years. Meanwhile, the King of Essence is desperate, asking what kind of monster Raon was and how he managed to endure the entire situation. The protagonist, smiling, says that he warned him it wouldn't work, no matter how much the little ghost tried, but in reality, he thinks that even though he said that, he almost died this time. So he needs to be careful. The only certainty he has is that, no matter how close the King of Essence seems, he's still an enemy, and Raon cannot stop discovering his weaknesses or secrets. Suddenly, he hears someone asking if everything is okay. He responds that it is, and Vulcan asks if he finally managed to use the aura, which Raon confirms, saying it was thanks to the blacksmith. Looking back, he apologizes for completely destroying the forge, but Vulcan says it's fine and that there's no problem, as long as Raon is okay, because he can build another forge. Suddenly, he notices a fire lighting in the hearth, and Raon, curious, asks what it is while walking toward the hearth. The blacksmith then grabs a shovel and, removing the charcoal from the hearth, says that it is golden charcoal. Vulcan remembers people commenting about him working in the forge tirelessly, doubting that he would manage to create golden charcoal. Others said he had been trying for years, and the existence of golden charcoal was just a legend. Returning to the present, Vulcan shows the charcoal to Raon, saying that he was the only one with luck, because this was indeed golden charcoal. He explains that this charcoal is more powerful than white and harder than black, and thanks to the protagonist, he finally managed to create what he had been trying to make for decades. The young master, hearing this, says it was really unintentional. Vulcan becomes emotional and, looking at Raon, comments that every time the young master came there, the flames of the forge grew stronger, and his breathing made the flames grow even more, spreading the heat everywhere. He emphasizes that he's just a layman blacksmith who worked with the hammer all his life, but he can still say that all of that was thanks to Raon. The blacksmith says he's going to ask something and questions what Raon's goal is, causing the protagonist to hesitate. Then, he asks again, what kind of swordsman does Raon want to be? Raon replies that he wants to become a swordsman who never gives up, no matter the situation or the enemies he faces. Vulcan is surprised by the answer, and comments that it wasn't something he expected to hear from a child. He adds that Raon should be able to wield a sword in 3 to 5 years, and when he believes he has a determined enough mind, he can come to him, as he will be eagerly waiting for that day. The blacksmith then imagines what kind of sword he could create with that charcoal. Raon is surprised to hear that, as he thought Vulcan was retired, but the old man comments that people tend to come out of retirement, and because of that, Raon should survive until then. After that, the protagonist begins to leave. From a distance, someone watched the farewell. It was Rimmer, contemplating what Raon must have felt upon finally achieving his aura. He comments that the boy's talent in making others care is incredible. Suddenly, the Lord arrives, and the elf notices, asking if he agrees with that. Smiling, the elf comments that Glenn went there every day because he was worried and must be relieved now, but the Lord replies that this wasn't the reason. Then an instructor comments that it might be because of the heat of the forge, but the amount and purity of Raon's aura were insane, as he had even stabilized the aura, which meant he had incredible talent. To the elf's surprise, Glenn says it wasn't just that, but the fact that Raon managed to turn difficulties into advantages. Meanwhile, in the 5th training hall, Ronan looked at the door with a box in hand, wondering when Raon would return. The other students commented that the protagonist still hadn't managed to create his own aura, even after 7 months. Some said that the rumors about him being so strong were probably false, and others even commented that Raon wasn't such a big deal. Despite all the comments, Ronan stayed there, waiting for the young master. She felt that she needed to help him, as her mother had told her to help those who helped her. Already tired of waiting, she began to feel discouraged until, suddenly, she noticed something and saw that the young master Raon had finally arrived. He entered the training field while arguing with the King of Essence, saying he didn't need something, while the ghost insisted that one day he would get what he wanted. Ryan stopped and noticed that Runnan was there, with the same expression as always. Suddenly, she opened the box, offering Pearl ice cream, and asked him to cheer up. Soon, she was surprised to notice that he accepted, commenting that it was the same ice cream as before. Suddenly, she began to feel the air around the protagonist, which left her stunned, as he was clearly much stronger than before. The protagonist thanked her for the sweet and began eating, making the King of Essence remember that taste. Immediately, the ghost became enchanted and said that the taste was just as good as the first time, asking the protagonist to eat the other two immediately. Raon asked him to calm down, as Runnan was sharing something she also liked very much. He closed the box, thanked her again, emphasizing that it was delicious, which surprised her. Asking if he didn't want more, she heard Raon reply that one was enough. Runnan then asked if he felt better now, and after thinking for a moment, he sighed and said yes, which made her smile slightly. After that, Runnan began to leave, and the protagonist, observing, thought she was a mysterious child. Sometime later, Rimmer appeared, commenting that all that training must have been boring, but he had planned something special for the next month. He explained that since everyone had trained the basics of fencing and techniques, it was time to move on to the energy cores. The students were confused, wondering what he was talking about, but Rimmer simply said that they would start the duels in a month, which visibly excited Martha. The elf explained that the results of the duels would affect the graduation statuses and that everyone would be ranked, advising them to use the entire month to prepare. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and asked to wait. It was Martha, questioning what would happen to those who were falling behind and still needed to create their aura. Upon hearing that, all the students immediately looked at Rayon, but the elf, with a slight smile, said he heard that someone had succeeded, leaving Martha in shock. Looking at the protagonist, she asked when that had happened and commented that she would finally have an opportunity, as she couldn't stand the boredom of that long training anymore. Rayon heard all of this in silence. Martha began to walk toward him, asking if he remembered what she had said before, that she didn't listen to weaker people. As she got closer, she said that she had waited long enough, and that it must be hard for him to be in a position he didn't deserve. With a smug smile, Martha stated that she was going to teach him a lesson, but suddenly, someone placed their arm between them. It was Burin, ordering her to move away. He emphasized that it hadn't even been a day since Rayon had obtained his aura, and she was already wishing for a duel, questioning whether she had no honor as a swordswoman. This left her extremely irritated, but unexpectedly, she placed her hand on Burin's shoulder, saying that honor didn't matter much to him since he had grown up being adopted, as honor was something reserved for those who deserve it. Burin was irritated upon hearing that, but Martha pointed behind her, saying that even those idiots had learned their aura in a month, while the almighty best rookie took over 6 months. She continued by saying that even with the most advanced training techniques, it normally takes around 7 months, which meant that he didn't have talent. Martha asserted that Burin knew this, as they had both been at the judgment ceremony together. Martha states that a swordsman who cannot learn aura will never become famous, no matter how talented they are in fencing, because it makes no sense if they are unable to use aura. She then questions the elf, asking if the reason for opening the duels is not to change the position of the best student, but Rimmer, playing dumb, responds with, "I only know that I know nothing." The girl calls out to Rayon, and as she approaches, says that he has been the best student for too long without deserving it, and that it's time for him to return to his rightful place. Confident, she challenges him to a duel, stating that whoever wins will take the title of best student. Rayon, however, simply declines, surprising Martha. He asks if she thinks she can bet without offering something in return, as if she wants to bet his position as best student, she will need to offer something of equal value. Martha, smiling, asks if he still doesn't understand the situation, calling him stupid, but suddenly, the protagonist interrupts her, asking if she's scared. Showing confidence, the girl becomes confused and asks what he just said. She then starts laughing uncontrollably, saying that it was incredible. After composing herself, she says she'll tolerate it and admits he's right. She offers the Order of Calamity, a miraculous medicine she received from her father, explaining that it's an item that improves both the body and the aura. Showing the item to the protagonist, she emphasizes that, if he wins, he can keep it, asking what he thinks. Raon then begins to talk to the King of Essence, asking if he remembers when he said they should wait until they could defeat her. The King of Fury, confused, asks what he's talking about, and Raon explains that there's something he can get from her, and that this is their chance. A month later, Martha looks at the calendar and remembers that it's been a month since the bet. Finally, she will have the chance to make him pay.
But she also remembers that she's never been defeated by someone her own age before, except for Raon, and that this will be her opportunity to avenge that embarrassment. It's only been a month since he learned aura, so it would be pointless for him to duel against her, as she has been training for more than 3 years. However, she reflects that it's a waste of time waiting for someone without talent like him, and decides that she needs to get stronger soon because there's someone she needs to save. With determination, she declares that this will be the end of Rayon Sieghart. Later that day, Rimmer calls for everyone's attention and explains that watching a battle is just as useful as participating in one. He asks the students to observe closely how the other newcomers fight and reflect on how they would react in certain situations. He also advises them not to get nervous and asks each one to give their best. He then announces that the first duel will be between Burin and Doria. The boy with blue hair promptly responds, but suddenly, the other, trembling, raises his hand, calling for the instructor, and says he quits the duel, leaving Burin and the elf confused, as the fight hadn't even started. Doria explains that he doesn't feel well, has been weak for a few days, has a cold, and hasn't been sleeping properly. Observing this, the King of Essence comments that if that boy were his subordinate, he would already be under the ground, while Rayon comments that this was expected. Rimmer tries to persuade Doria, saying he should at least try, because even if he loses, he'll certainly learn something. The boy then agrees, but just seconds after the combat starts, Doria is already on the ground, nearly unconscious, saying he quits. The instructor questions Burin, saying that he still cannot control his emotions, because had he done so, he would have defeated Doria in 5 moves. Burin explains that the fearful reaction of his opponent irritated him. Rimmer asks why Doria keeps dodging the fight, as he knows he can fight, and says that, had he tried, he would have lasted longer. The boy, still on the ground with a trembling voice, apologizes, saying he was too scared. Rimmer then calls for the next duel, announcing that it will be between Runnin and Crane. As soon as the duel begins, Crane charges forward, trying to strike Runnin with her sword. However, with her usual calm expression, Runnin sees the strike approaching, and quickly drawing her own sword, manages to defend and disarm her opponent, leaving Crane in disbelief. Suddenly, the elf orders them to stop and explains that Crane is too nervous, so she should relax more to properly hold the sword. He also tells Runnin that the counterattack was good, but that she didn't use enough aura. With that, he calls for the next fighters. The other students, watching the fight, comment that Crane must be really irritated for having waited so long for the last duel. Before the elf could announce, Rayon and Martha were already engaged in combat, the girl with a confident expression and the protagonist extremely focused. Martha attempts a frontal attack with her sword, but it's easily blocked by Rayon, who manages to deflect the strike, leaving the girl surprised. Immediately, Rayon wastes no time and prepares another attack, and Martha, realizing she wouldn't be able to defend it, steps back to dodge. The two pause for a moment, and the girl says she thought Rayon wouldn't be able to stop her sword, admitting he has talent, but only for fencing. The protagonist listens in silence while Martha, raising her sword, says that a weakling like him doesn't have enough aura and has no future. Displaying a powerful aura, she quickly advances and jumps to attack, delivering a powerful blow that is immediately blocked by Rayon, who feels the full force of the impact and struggles to resist. Confident, she asks how long he will endure, as aura is much more important than fencing talent, and someone like him, who could barely create aura, will never defeat her. She declares that if he doesn't give up soon, she will break every bone in his body without mercy. Suddenly, she notices an attack coming and manages to defend herself at the last moment. The protagonist comments that she keeps talking about talent, and that people from that family really love to do that. Martha replies that she's sure it's annoying for him to hear that, since he has no talent, and for that reason, she will show him what true talent is. The protagonist retorts, saying he will also show her something, as he begins to concentrate aura in his sword, stating he will show that there's something more important than talent. Martha doesn't believe what she's seeing, while Rayon, emitting an absurd energy, says that this is the technique of the 10,000 flames. Martha is shocked, observing it, and wondering what fire that was. She reflects that it's dangerous, as she's sure it's not just any fire, and there seems to be something behind the flames. Watching the protagonist, she asks what those frighteningly beautiful flames are. The girl starts to sweat cold, then grips her sword tightly, thinking that she'll have to take this seriously. Immediately, she begins to concentrate aura in her sword, using the technique Meteor Form Supreme Point. Rayon observes that the Supreme Point technique is when someone concentrates all their aura in one place, and he's impressed that she can use that at such a young age, deducing that she plans to end everything in a single strike. With a serious expression, she admits that Rayon is strong,
but says he won't be able to block that attack. Quickly, she advances and strikes with all her strength, but the protagonist manages to block it again, causing a massive pressure that cracks the arena's floor completely. The other students are in shock, wondering what that was. Everyone stands on alert, watching the dust settle, until they finally see a broken sword and Martha lying on the ground, completely unconscious. Everyone is in shock, wondering if Rayon really won and what kind of powerful aura that was, while the protagonist simply scratches his hand with a calm expression. Noticing that, even unconscious, she hadn't opened her fist, he realizes that Martha has something better than skills or talent, an incredibly impressive mental strength. Sometime later, as night falls, Rimmer goes to the Lord, who asks if Rayon really defeated Martha, which the elf confirms, emphasizing that he completely defeated her, even though the girl had been training aura for 4 years, which is unbelievable. The Lord then comments that the flames he saw were beautiful, as if he were seeing a garden of fire, but that strength cannot be compared solely by appearance, and he is sure that everyone in the family knows this. He asks the elf to guide the boy so that he doesn't get his ego inflated, and Rimmer, smiling, agrees. Then, the Lord takes the opportunity to ask about Martha. The elf replies that she's a little shocked, but her injuries aren't severe. The real problem is the psychological shock, and he hopes she can recover soon. The next morning, Rayon is tending to the garden, while the King of Essence, as always angry, asks if he couldn't do better, as he's hurting the flowers. He warns him to do better before he freezes him, but the protagonist asks him not to pretend to be strong since they both know he can't do anything. This makes the king even angrier, who replies that Rayon's luck is his absurd elemental resistance. The protagonist starts thinking about the night after defeating Martha, reflecting that the miraculous medicine he received as a reward greatly increased his attributes, and to be more precise, all the efforts he made so far only worked because of the medicine. Many things improved, but the most notable is his 4-star water resistance, as this makes the ghost's attacks useless against him. He then goes back to tending to the flower, thinking he should enjoy his last day of rest. But the King of Essence continues complaining, saying that this is not how it's done, which irritates Raon, who contemplates why he has to endure these lessons from a demon. The King of Essence keeps saying that he needs to use his hands to avoid hurting the roots, making the protagonist wonder how he knew so much about gardening. Then the ghost explains that when he was in the demon realm, he filled a garden with ice flowers, and the other demons who saw the garden still revere him to this day. Suddenly, Martha appears with a somewhat annoyed expression. Rayon then says that he assumes she's not there to start a fight and asks what brings her there, but the girl remains silent. Observing her, the protagonist wonders what she's thinking, as he thought she was already mature, but she continues acting like a child. Suddenly she begins speaking, saying that she wants to fight him again. Rayon comments that not accepting defeat is a little pathetic, which irritates Martha, who says that's not what she meant, but that she just didn't understand how she lost and would like to figure it out. The protagonist then asks what he will get in return, leaving the girl shocked. He argues that it's common for a loser to bring a gift when challenging the winner again, and she replies that it doesn't make sense, as it's not like he needs a payment to fight. But Raon insists, saying that he does, making her wonder why he doesn't want to fight and how she could convince him. She then looks to the side and notices the flower garden, deciding to threaten him with it. She lifts her leg and comments that he must really like flowers, which is a surprise, but the young master responds that he doesn't, frustrating her. He says that he doesn't like flowers and doesn't understand why people like them, and that he's only doing this for his mother's sake. This makes Martha extremely angry and causes her to abandon stepping on the flowers. She turns and says she doesn't care, commenting that she would leave. Suddenly Sylvia appears, saying she's been looking for him, which surprises him. She comments that she had been wondering where he was, until she notices the girl and asks who she is, questioning if Rayon made a new friend while training. Martha notices the protagonist's mother and wonders if she is Sylvia Sieghart, the person who left the family for a man and returned to save her own son, someone who stepped on her own pride for the sake of the child. Sylvia looks at her and comments that, with her black hair and eyes, she must be Martha, emphasizing that it's a pleasure to meet her. Meanwhile, Raon quietly mutters that she definitely isn't a friend, just an ordinary child, but Sylvia insists, saying she would like to speak with one of his friends. She approaches Martha, saying she heard about the duel against Rayon, and asks if she was hurt. Martha is a bit surprised by this, but responds that she's fine. Sylvia then comments that she heard Daniel brought a talented child, but it wasn't just that. She's also beautiful, mentioning that she's lucky to be both beautiful and talented, which embarrasses the girl. Sylvia then asks why Martha is there, and the girl replies that she just came to speak with Rayon,
but she's finished now and was about to leave. Sylvia then grabs her by the hand and asks why she doesn't stay for dinner, saying she can't let one of her son's friends go hungry, and begins pulling the girl, who is left speechless. Sometime later at dinner, Sylvia appears with the dishes, and Rayon, nervous, wonders why she's acting this way. The protagonist's mother then asks if Martha is older than Rayon, and she confirms, saying she's 15. Sylvia asks if she doesn't have trouble with her training, and Martha says no. As the girl eats, Sylvia comments that there are good cooks in the house, but that the meat there is a little worse than what's served in the main residence, so it might be a bit less tender than usual. Suddenly, she places her hand on Martha's shoulder and says she should chew well to avoid indigestion. Immediately, Martha is reminded of her own mother saying that, a happy memory from the past, and she feels comfortable with it. After dinner, Martha thanks for the meal, saying it was delicious. Sylvia says she's glad she liked it and asks her to take care of Raon. Meanwhile, the protagonist wonders what the hell that was, as the girl was supposed to be there for a fight. After saying goodbye, Martha starts to leave, deducing that Rayon must think she's crazy. She reflects that Sylvia's eyes looked so much like her mother's, and she couldn't refuse the food because of that. Even though the face, hair color, and everything else were different, during that moment, she felt as if she were with her own mother. She remembers that after her mother was kidnapped by the white blood cult, she was adopted by Daniel, and at that moment, she decided that she would never lose until she found her mother again, keeping that promise until the fateful day when she lost to Rayon. She knows the Ziegharts adopted her because of her talent, but she fears being expelled if she keeps losing like that. Even though her father was always a calm person, she believes this might just be an act and feels she can't lose hope of finding her mother. This makes her nervous, brooding over the fact that she should have never lost. Upon arriving home, a servant greets her, saying she's returned later than expected. She asks why he was waiting, and he explains that it's to deliver the letter her father left for her. Surprised, she takes the letter while the servant explains that it was written after the duel. In the letter, her father congratulates her for her first defeat, emphasizing that a loss doesn't mean she's a loser, and that she shouldn't be too bothered by it. He says she should reflect on the reason behind the loss, as it will help her grow. He mentions that he would like to comfort her personally, but the mission he's involved in is taking longer than expected, apologizing for not being able to be there. Emotionally, Martha reads that he's still searching for her mother and hasn't given up, asking her to wait. Martha asks the servant to tell him that she will keep this in mind and is very grateful. She goes to her room, reflecting on how she lost in such a pathetic way, recognizing that it wasn't because she let her guard down. She starts cutting her hair with a dagger, deciding that she needs to accept the defeat, move forward, and not embarrass her father. She concludes that pretending nothing happened wouldn't help her learn anything, and that she would feel ashamed to face Daniel. Determined, she affirms to herself in front of the mirror that she will start over, leave the stupid past behind, and become stronger. The next day, some students watch Martha in disbelief, wondering if something had happened. She was standing in front of Rayon with a new hairstyle, and says that she won't apologize for what she's done so far, but she will keep her promise. This confuses Rayon, who asks what promise she's referring to. She turns around and explains that she's talking about the promise where the loser must obey the winner, saying that it was all she had to say, and that she was leaving. The protagonist reflects that this was unexpected, surprised by her obedient attitude, even because of a promise. He concludes that she changed something in that short period of time, which he considers an incredible quality, despite her young age. However, he soon observes her kicking Doria, asking why he was standing in front of her and ordering him to get out of the way. This makes Rayon think that maybe the change only applies to him. Finally, a new year arrives, and even on a small scale, many things have changed. Despite everyone's expectations, Martha continued following Rayon's orders after the new year. Burin became calmer and more competent as the commander of the newcomers. Runnin's fencing improved greatly, even though her expression remained blank. As for Rayon, training at the risk of his life became a daily activity. The students commented that, despite being taught only the basics of the footwork technique, Rayon managed to master it in half a day, something almost impossible, which led them to believe he already knew the technique before. Others mentioned that he spent some time with his eyes closed, and that his posture was perhaps even better than some instructors. Sometime later on a cliff, Rimmer was telling Glenn that it was unbelievable that Rayon had achieved all that through a mental image, stating that the boy was a monster. Glenn, irritated, asked if the elf was perhaps Rayon's personal butler, since every time they met, Rimmer only talked about him. Smiling, the instructor commented that Glenn was saying that just to act tough, as he was also curious about the young master. Suddenly, the elf notices something, and both look toward the training field while Rimmer comments that he noticed the servants from the main house have been quite busy lately, wondering if they were preparing something. The Lord, coldly, responds that they aren't preparing anything, just that they will be receiving some visitors soon, which leads the elf to ask about the visitors. Glenn then explains that the Owen Kingdom delegation will arrive in a few days. The Owen Kingdom is one of the 6 kingdoms located at the center of the continent, and one of the few forces that maintain a friendly relationship with the Sieghart family, which rarely associates with others. It is also a kingdom of knights that values the art of the sword and martial skills. Rimmer then asks who will represent the Owen Kingdom, and Glenn replies that they announced it would be the 3rd prince. However, Duke Tartan is likely the true representative. This makes the elf question whether Tartan is the man who ended up becoming a duke, but he quickly recalls that the 3rd prince of Carton is still young, and probably the same age as Rayon and Burin. The Lord says he is unsure since he has never taken an interest in them, and asks Rimmer to ensure his students behave. This surprises him, and makes him question whether they will be going to the 5th training ground. Glenn then explains that the kingdom's trainee knights will accompany the 3rd prince, and that they expressed interest in observing how the swordsmen and students practice. Therefore, as part of the Sieghart family, they must showcase the family's full prestige. The elf then begins to ponder about the 3rd prince and the trainee knights of the Owen Kingdom, who are the same age as Rayon, and comments that this will be interesting. Glenn, suspicious, remarks that he seems to be plotting something again. It doesn't take long before Rimmer informs his students about the Owens' visit, making them uneasy upon learning they will duel against the trainee knights of another kingdom. With a smile, the elf points out that they must have already heard the news of their arrival, and that it will be perfect since the 3rd prince will come with the knights, and said he would like to try dueling against them. The students feel anxious about having to duel so suddenly, but Rimmer tries to encourage them, emphasizing that he has already told them that a swordsman must always be ready to wield their sword, even right after waking up. Even so, the students remain uneasy, commenting that they had heard rumors that the Owen Kingdom initially planned to visit the 6th training ground instead of theirs, and questioning why they suddenly decided to visit the 5th ground. This makes Rimmer recall that some time ago, while speaking with the 3rd prince of the Owen Kingdom, he mentioned having heard that they wanted to visit the 6th training ground, and that, judging by their expressions, it seemed like they weren't very pleased with what they saw. So, the elf suggested they visit the 5th ground if they had time, as they would witness something unforgettable. After remembering this, Rimmer remarks that his students' reactions were expected since it was a surprise announcement, but before they jump to conclusions, they should meet them first. Then, he announces that the Owen Knights may enter and introduces them to his students, stating that they are the pride of the Owen Kingdom, the trainee knights. Without delay, the 3rd prince introduces himself as Greer of Owen. Observing the scene, Rayon reflects that he has finally met the 3rd prince of the Owen Kingdom, and that he has a powerful presence for his age. Just by looking, he can tell that Greer possesses the strongest presence among everyone there. Suddenly, Rimmer calls out to Rayon and asks if he is also reluctant to duel with them. The protagonist, carefully observing the prince, deduces that he might be a good opponent to test the combination of his footwork technique with the Stellar Connection sword, which he recently learned. He then responds to the instructor that he is not, and that he would also like a duel. The elf then declares that since the best student is in favor of dueling against them, he will take it as a general approval and begin the duels. For that, 20 participants will be needed, who must follow the command of the best student and decide who will fight against Owen's knights. Suddenly, he remembers something and says he forgot to mention something important. He then informs them that he bet his entire salary for that month on their victory, so they'd better win if they want to stay alive, which leaves the students even more shocked. Soon, Rayon steps forward among some students and says that they will be the participants, informing them that they need to check which knights they will fight before starting. Cleverly, the protagonist asks his subordinates to look at the hands of Owen's knights, pointing out that they are trembling. With that, he asserts that although they may seem confident in their armor, the knights' situation is the same as theirs, as they are just students of the same age and cannot hide their nervousness before this duel. Therefore, in terms of training, they are not behind the other 6 kingdoms or even the 5 demons. Rayon assures them that the sweat and blood of his subordinates will be rewarded with great results. Demonstrating good leadership, he continues, asking them not to be nervous and to do their best, as they will show the Owen Kingdom what they are made of. Immediately, the students, motivated by his speech, say, "Understood." Then the protagonist announces that he will now decide the order of the duels. He begins to reflect that the first fight is important because it can boost the students' morale, so he needs to send someone strong who will surely win. With that, he announces that the first duel will go to Martha.
He then asks if she can handle it, and she, already turning around with a calm expression, replies that it will be over quickly. Rimmer then asks the duelists to position themselves in the center when they are ready. Some of the more timid students wonder if those kids are really the same age as them, because standing in front of Martha was a knight who looked old enough to have 2 children and alcohol problems. The knight introduces himself as Tars from the vanguard of the Owen kingdom, and comments that Martha's body is in excellent condition despite her young age. He hopes they will have a good duel. Observing the two face to face, the students comment that the height difference is enormous, and that even Martha will have difficulty against someone of that size. However, Martha, confident, says she will win, and orders him to stop the nonsense and come at her. Quickly, Greer, the third prince, widens his eyes as he watches the frantic battle, recognizing that the girl is crushing his knight with overwhelming strength. He recalls that the swordsmen from the second training period were powerful and on the same level as royal knights, as expected of a swordsman from the Sieghart family. However, the 6th training field was deplorable, and even if they somehow proved to be well trained, they seemed worse than the knights of the Robert House. Yet what he did not expect was that these students from the 5th field actually seemed to be the best. Also observing the fight, Duke Tartan comments that Rimmer asked him to visit the 5th training field, and questions what his goal was with that. The elf replies that this is an opportunity for a safe duel against other talents from the 6 kingdoms and that, this way, it would be more efficient for both their education. Tartan then teases him, saying he can't believe that the one who used to be called the Blade of Light is saying such things. This makes Rimmer retort that, in that case, he will return to his original personality and offers the Duke a small bet. The Duke comments that those are indeed words he would say and asks what the conditions of the bet are. The elf proposes that the winner be rewarded after 20 rounds and asks if Tartan doesn't think it will be more interesting to bet while watching. Confident, the Duke points out that those are knights in training from the Owen kingdom, raised as the elite of the elite, and asks Rimmer if he really thinks his students have any chance. But calmly, he responds that Tartan trusts those boys too much, and unfortunately for him, he also fully trusts his own. Meanwhile, in the battle, Martha keeps attacking Tars, who defends himself as best he can, and upon seeing his sword break from the attack, he wonders what kind of absurd strength that is. But before he could think of anything, Martha prepares again and strikes him in the stomach with the hilt of her sword, making him scream like a little girl. With that, it is announced that Martha is the winner of the duel. Watching the fight next to Runnan, Ryan is surprised because he thought Martha would lose efficiency after being defeated by him. But instead, she increased her strength and speed even more, consequently becoming more powerful. Meanwhile, the young swordswoman, sheathing her sword, questions why Tars didn't use his full strength from the start and calls him pathetic. Raon comments that this is quite interesting, and the King of Essence questions whether he really finds a battle between ants interesting, because to him, it is boring. The protagonist retorts, saying that even ants grow over time, and the little ghost calls him pathetic, commenting that in the Demon Kingdom, he himself used to call young demons and make them fight each other, and they were all better than... Before the little devil could finish his sentence, Ryan seals him back into the bracelet, telling him to shut up. Sometime later, the 18th duel is announced, between Runnan and Adelia. Then, the protagonist asks her to go, and the two quickly head to the center of the arena. The beautiful redhead asks if her name is Runnan, and comments that, for some reason, she didn't like those empty eyes of hers, beginning to emit an aura with flames. However, this does not intimidate Runnan, who with her usual bored expression, says that she does not like fire, and drawing her sword, emits her ice aura. Quickly, the two begin the duel, clashing their swords and causing a great cloud of dust, and in the midst of it, Adelia realizes that Runnan has disappeared. Slightly, the swordswoman was preparing a strike from behind her, but swiftly, Adelia turns around in time, already attacking. However, she is confused to notice that she did not hit, and before she could think of anything, Runnan's sword is already at her neck. With that, it is promptly announced that Runnan is the winner of the 18th duel. After the announcement, Adelia says that even though she lost, it was a good duel and is surprised to be simply ignored by the cold-eyed swordswoman, who approaches Rayon and asks if he saw the fight. He replies that she did a good job and comments that she apparently got used to the stepping technique, which she confirms before sitting on the ground. Soon, Rimmer, with his smile, says that 9 victories and 9 defeats is an interesting result, and upon announcing the 19th duel, he asks Byrne and Seaton to step forward. Promptly, the two face each other, and the boy introduces himself as Seaton Kazel, a knight in training. Byrne also introduces himself and says he is a student. Observing closely, the protagonist notices that Seaton is quite strong and seems to be the strongest among them,
except for the third prince. It doesn't take long before Rimmer announces the start of the duel, making the two quickly prepare. They begin the battle, and Burin quickly realizes that his opponent's strength is similar to his and that if he's not careful, it will be over in a second. Satoon must be thinking the same thing, so the two charge at each other, determined to win the fight. With the impact of both their attacks, their swords shatter due to their sheer strength, leaving the Sieghart students incredulous. As the duelists turn their backs and begin to withdraw, Rimmer announces that the 19th duel ended in a draw. As he passes by Ryon, he comments that Burin did a good job, emphasizing that the knight was the strongest on their side. However, Burin, irritated, says that it doesn't matter because fighting for the name of the Sieghart, he should have won. But Ryon places a hand on his shoulder, surprising him, and tells him not to worry because he will win the final duel and protect the honor of the Sieghart. Watching Ryon approach, the third prince wonders if he will be the student to face him, as he feels that Ryon does not possess many martial feats. Then, he asks if the protagonist is from a direct lineage of the Sieghart, and upon hearing the answer, that he is not, Greer grows confident, thinking he did not expect such a boring battle, and that he would have preferred to fight one of the three, Burin, Runnan, or Martha. He then turns to Rimmer and says he has a suggestion, and the elf asks what it is. Pointing to Runnan and Martha, he says that apparently, the two are not tired from their duels, so he would like to face them if he defeats Ryon. This makes the elf smile and reply that it's fine, but only if he wins. Greer arrogantly says they can prepare because it will be over quickly. Drawing his sword, he concludes that he will not use aura, as he needs to conserve his power. Meanwhile, Tartan asks Rimmer what kind of monster that is because he barely noticed him due to Ryon's presence. The elf replies that Tartan indeed has good perception and questions why he did not warn the third prince, as he believes Ryon will not be an easy opponent. Tartan then explains that one day Greer will be the future of the Owen kingdom, but he has never known defeat, so he thought it would be a good idea to teach him about it in a safe environment like this. However, the third prince is strong, and even though he is a genius, Ryon will not defeat him easily, to which the elf comments that this will not be the case. Once again, he suggests a bet, prompting Tartan to remark that he is truly addicted to gambling. The elf replies that it will be a simple bet on drinks, and Tartan readily accepts, asking for the terms. Rimmer then extends his hand, showing 5 fingers, and confidently says that Ryon will defeat the prince in no more than 5 attacks. Soon, the duel begins, with the protagonist quickly charging forward, shocking Greer. Even the Duke is stunned to see that, in the blink of an eye, Ryon delivers a powerful strike to the third prince's waist, making him feel unbearable pain and fall to his knees, completely defeated. The Duke cannot believe what happened, while the elf, smiling, says that 5 strikes were not even necessary. Still on the ground, Greer reflects that he truly misjudged Ryon, and that it is obvious why he was the last to duel. Ryon Sieghart is undoubtedly the strongest among them. Outraged by the duel, Tartan questions whether he is really a student, as his footwork and swordsmanship are at an absurd level. Rimmer says that is precisely why he bet on the drinks, and that now he will make reservations at a fancy place. But suddenly, he is surprised to see that the third prince, still on his knees, asks Ryon to wait because it is not over yet. He says with determination that he needs to show his true abilities and that if he had gone all out from the beginning. Suddenly, Martha screams, asking if there's a dog barking and questioning why someone who is supposed to be a prince can't recognize his own defeat. Provoking her 2 companions, she says that Greer is exactly like someone she knows. Before he can respond, Martha continues, saying that he should take advantage while she is being nice and tells him to get out of there, emphasizing that he lost. Immediately, Adelia interrupts, shouting that she better watch her words because she is speaking to the prince. But Martha, as provocative as ever, says that he is from the royal family, and she is from a direct lineage of the Sieghart, so they don't need to be so formal. Noticing the tension rising, Rimmer says that is enough, and asks Ryon to express his thoughts on the situation, pointing out that the decision is his. The protagonist then responds that the elf had mentioned having a bet on that battle, and that since the duels are over, there is no reason to keep fighting. Suddenly, Greer shouts, saying that he recognizes his defeat and explains that he misjudged Ryon's strength and completely underestimated him before the battle started, which is why he is extremely ashamed of his own attitude. Then, he kneels, lowers his sword respectfully, and asks for another fight, saying that if things end like this, he will regret it forever. Bowing, he pleads with the protagonist. This surprises Ryon, who did not expect him to apologize or lower his sword, as he thought he was just an arrogant prince. Then, the protagonist says it's fine, they will have one last duel. Soon he begins to draw his sword, while Greer takes a stance and acknowledges that he was arrogant.
did not recognize how skilled Ryan is, and because of that, he lost. This time, he will give it everything he's got. Immediately, the prince releases a powerful aura that radiates throughout the arena, making Ryan and Martha even more alert. Tartan, surprised, realizes that the prince is using a special technique. Greer, completely focused, states that this is not the time to hide his powers and that he will fight with all his might. Suddenly, the King of Essence appears, saying that the young man is a complete idiot for not realizing that Ryan is also hiding his abilities. Ryan, calmly, replies that he will win again. With that, the little ghost provokes him, commenting that Greer has more aura and is also stronger than the protagonist, which makes him ask what the insufferable king is betting on. He promptly says he is betting on the foolish prince. Then, a system screen appears, informing that Wrath has suggested a bet, with the conditions being that Ryan must defeat the third prince of the Owen kingdom. If successful, he will receive 4 points in all attributes, but if he fails, the Wrath emotion will increase by 10 points. Quickly, Ryan gets into position for combat, and Greer announces that they may begin. Without wasting time, he advances and leaps to strike Ryan, but the protagonist manages to defend, creating enormous pressure from the clash of their swords, which raises a curtain of energy, preventing the spectators from seeing what is happening. Again, Greer tries to strike, this time with a thrust that is also blocked, making him uneasy as he realizes that even going all out, Ryan is not backing down. Looking directly into the protagonist's eyes, he wonders if, instead of being considered a genius, Ryan should be seen as a monster. But still determined, he takes a deep breath and, concentrating all his power, tells himself that he will fight with his soul. Observing the third prince, Ryan reflects that this must be the sword technique passed down only to the successors of the Owen kingdom, and considering the energy he is exuding, he must be planning to use his full strength in the next attack. Knowing this, Ryan also exudes his aura and calls Greer for a fight. The third prince warns that this is all he has, so Ryan had better be prepared. But the protagonist remains confident, completely focused, and, gripping his sword firmly, reflects that he has already memorized all the sword techniques the third prince uses. Then, Ryan uses the first of the 100 flames techniques, twisting cycle. This immediately worries Greer, as he recognizes it as a golden flame aura, but it does not shake him. Without hesitation, he launches his attack, and the protagonist does the same immediately. Their attacks collide, generating colossal pressure, and soon they exchange another equally powerful strike.
The protagonist attempts a surprise attack, which Greer also defends, planting his feet firmly on the ground, thinking he has overcome Ryan's aura and will now have the advantage. But before he can do anything, Ryan is already in front of him, preparing a strike, which is blocked at the last moment. However, Greer is completely shocked to see that his sword has been broken by that powerful attack. Looking at the pieces of his blade flying through the air, he cannot believe his aura was surpassed. Ryan wastes no time and strikes him in the back, taking advantage of his movement, leaving his opponent on his knees, completely devastated upon hearing that the winner, once again, is Ryan Zeekart. The third prince, looking at his sword, reflects that he is definitely stronger and faster than Ryan, but he understands the situation and wonders if Ryan used a stepping technique in response to his aura, concluding that this world is truly vast. Soon, the protagonist is surprised to see the prince approaching and extending his hand with a smile, thanking him for the duel and admitting defeat. Ryan then extends his hand as well, pointing out that he also learned a lot. Greer apologizes again for underestimating him and notes that Ryan can consider it a lack of foresight. He also asks his age, to which Ryan responds that he just turned 14. This leaves the prince at a loss, saying he lost to a swordsman younger than him in every aspect. Suddenly, he extends his hand, offering something to the protagonist, who asks what it is. Greer then opens his hand and says it is proof that the third prince of Owen owes him a favor, no matter what it may be, which makes Ryan question why he is giving away something so precious. He explains that even though he lost the duel, Ryan opened a new path for him, and he feels enlightened, which he believes to be a blessing. Greer then turns and begins to leave, saying he is certain they will meet again someday, and hoping that Ryan remains better than him when that day comes, as he thinks it will be fun trying to catch up to him. The protagonist listens in silence and grips the item firmly. Then, the prince tells Rimmer that Owen has truly lost and that he won the bet. With that, he calls the Duke to return home, surprising him, and says there is something he must do immediately. As he descends from the arena, the protagonist reflects that in his past life, it was already a blessing to complete a mission even without being paid, which makes him wonder if it is normal to be rewarded for things like this. He looks at the item he received and thinks it is a strange feeling, as this new life is surprising him in many different ways. Sometime later, at the Sieghart mansion, Glenn asks if that was the lesson Greer learned from the duel, and the prince confirms, saying he thought he was the best, but Ryan helped him reflect and learn, as if he were a veteran swordsman. He comments that he has been through various duels across the 6 kingdoms, but this is the first time he has encountered a student like Ryan, and even though he is younger, it was Ryan who taught him a lesson. The Lord simply says he understands. Greer then states that, for this reason, he intends to return after leaving, as he wishes to train his body and strengthen his mentality, just as he saw in Ryan. Glenn says that's fine, and asks him to thank the king for the letter on his behalf. Greer confirms and thanks the Lord. Sometime later, the knights of the Owen kingdom follow the road, and Tartan calls for the Lord, who asks if he has something to say. The Duke comments that revealing his secret abilities and even using Perez's sword technique during the duel with Ryan is something he considers to have gone a bit overboard, as it is important to keep his powers hidden. The prince, smiling, says he knows that but got a little carried away. He also admits that giving the plaque to Ryan may have been an exaggeration, but disagrees. He explains that Ryan Sieghart showed goodwill and could have been irritated for being underestimated, yet he remained polite until the end. That is why he gave him the plaque, as a form of response. The prince also comments that, besides that, Ryan showed him a technique that could be considered secret, which confuses the Duke and makes him question what he means. Greer explains that such a skill, personality, and mentality, considering his age, give him the certainty that Ryan will become a great figure one day, even being from a collateral lineage. Then, he asks if the Duke does not think it would be useful to be close to someone like him, and, surprised, Tartan says he truly thought about the future. Smiling, Greer comments that he grew up in the royal family, and that if he could not think about such things, he would probably already be in a coffin. After the conversation, Greer begins to ponder about the protagonist, and becomes curious about how much he will have improved the next time they meet. Meanwhile, at the mansion, a servant comments to Glenn that he must be happy that his grandson has been recognized by the prince of another kingdom. The Lord, surprised, asks what he is talking about, and the servant mentions that it has been a long time since he last saw him smile like that. This makes Glenn uneasy, questioning if he was really smiling, which the servant confirms, emphasizing that he has been smiling since the prince mentioned the young Master Ryan's name. Glenn, trying to maintain his rigid posture, says that Lowen must be getting old and must be mistaken. But the servant replies that, in any case, he is concerned about what Duke Tartan mentioned and asks what Glenn intends to do about it. This leaves the Lord silent, and he recalls when the Duke came to him, saying that there was something else to be discussed besides the prince's letter. He informed him that he brought a message from the king of the Owen kingdom and from Lacrosse Alberton of Owen II, which immediately caught his attention. Then, Tartan informed him that the 5 shadows had started moving again. Sometime later, Rimmer, proud, tells his students that they did a good job in the duels against the students of the Owen kingdom. He adds that, apparently, they are ready, so they will begin special training next week, which makes them apprehensive. Dorian, with a trembling voice, asks if it will be special training, and Rimmer replies that maybe that is not the best way to call it, as it will actually be a real battle, so they better prepare for war. He explains that, a little south of the Sieghart territory, there are bandits who call themselves the Snow Tiger Claw, and they are partially associated with the Northern and Southern Alliance and are profiting by charging a fee from people passing through the mountains. However, apparently, their activities have become much more violent recently, stealing items from merchants and making people disappear. After the explanation, one of the students asks if the mission will be to eliminate them, and the elf says that, actually it was, making the student question why that is no longer the mission. Rimmer responds that they can't because the bandits ambushed a village south of the mountains, exterminated everyone, set everything on fire, and ran away, scaring some students with this fact. The elf explains that, for this reason, their mission will be to locate the bandits and then eliminate them, emphasizing that, despite being mere mountain bandits, they are all powerful aura users, so they cannot let their guard down. That is why they will leave tomorrow afternoon, and everyone must prepare. Sometime later, cutting through a leaf, Runnan trains with her sword with great focus, but, feeling frustrated, reflects that she would like to work a bit more on her posture before leaving the next day, but things are not going as she hoped. She recalls that Raon's technique is flexible and smooth, but does not understand what her own problem is. Looking at the academy, she thinks that Raon is certainly training at that moment, and wonders if she should ask him to explain the technique better. She stops, looks at her sword, and reflects that it is better not to interrupt him, so she resumes training alone. With the sun already setting and a puddle of sweat on the ground, Runnin, exhausted, lies down on a rock, reflecting that, although she has become weaker, her movements are smoother now, and that is enough for now. She gets up and, looking again at the academy, thinks that Ryon is still there training, so maybe she should stop by before going home. But suddenly, she remembers that her mother had said she would buy some ice cream and asked her to go home earlier that weekend. So, as night falls, she decides to leave, but resolves to ask him the next day and also give him some ice cream when she sees him. She continues walking peacefully and does not notice that she is being followed until someone calls her, and when she turns around, she asks who it is. She is completely shocked to realize that it is Syria, a member of the Vassala Slyan family, who comments that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. He asks why she looks so unhappy to see her own brother, saying it is quite disappointing when she looks at him like that, and remarks that he has already told her not to make that face. The young man kneels and says that Rimmer's training seems to be really good since she has become much stronger than he expected, affirming that he is proud of that. But suddenly, he begins to emit a dark aura and questions whether she intends to participate in wars or duels, risking her own life. This frightens Runnin, making her fall backward. Syria calmly asks if she has forgotten everything he taught her in such a short time, and comments that maybe she needs to be reminded again, questioning if her pet squirrel's name is Ruby. The girl is terrified upon realizing what her brother is suggesting, and holding a squirrel in his hands, he says that now she must have remembered, emphasizing that just like Ruby disappeared, that is what happens when she does not listen to him. Runnin tries to beg her brother to stop, but before she can do anything, he crushes it with his own hands, leaving the poor girl paralyzed in shock. Immediately she remembers how her other pets were eliminated and how, after burying them, she saw her own brother, who had done it, looking at her with a cold gaze, which made her remain silent and accept what had happened. Returning to the present, Runnin screams in despair, unable to believe that her own brother did it again. Syria approaches her with a malevolent smile and says that she is in his hands, and that until the day comes, she will not be able to do anything difficult or dangerous. All Runnin has to do is stay alive and do nothing until he tells her to stop. These words make the swordswoman even more terrified, until suddenly, something starts approaching rapidly, causing a small explosion. Syria does not show surprise, while Runnin, looking at a sword in front of her, begins to tremble. Then, Ryon, standing ahead of her, calls out to Syria and questions who he is. The arrogant young man starts smiling and retorts, saying that if he wants to know someone's name, he should introduce himself first, and that having brats like him bothering him all the time is a pain in the neck. The protagonist, not at all pleased, replies that such words shouldn't come from a guy blocking the way in an alley, and asks if he is a thief or perhaps a robber, which starts to irritate Syria. Then, he responds that Ryon can think whatever he wants, but that is not the case, revealing that he is actually Runnin's older brother. The protagonist then glances slightly behind and sees that Runnin is completely terrified, in a state of shock, so he questions whether he is really her brother. Syria, raising his hands, responds that he is, as he was happy to find her after so long and took a joke too far, which makes Ryon question if he considers crushing a squirrel in his hand a joke. Syria, somewhat awkwardly, asks if he saw him do that and claims it was just a toy animal. Then, he shows his hands, with no sign that it actually happened, and asks the protagonist if he really thinks he would be capable of something like that. Ryon, analyzing the situation, concludes that Syria completely burned the squirrel's body using aura. Syria begins picking up a box from the ground, saying that, in any case, he won't be able to return for a while since he is going on a long mission and that he just stopped by to bring his sister a snack. Then he tells Runnin that she has a great friend and asks her to get along with him. With that, he starts leaving and, as he bids farewell, apologizes for the aggressive joke and tells them to take care, emphasizing that they will meet again soon. Observing carefully, Ryon finally recognizes Syria, a genius swordsman from the Slyan family, and one of the 12 monsters of the next generation who will become the gods of the continent, the Asura sword, Syria Slyon. Then, the protagonist reflects that, even before his own rebirth, he had only heard of that name, and this is the first time he has seen Syria in person, which makes him wonder if he is a madman pretending to be a benevolent hero, as if a repugnant stench were hitting his nose, just like with Darus. After reflecting, Ryon extends his hand to Runnin, who is still shaken by the whole situation, and lifting her up, he says that he will accompany her. It does not take long before they reach a carriage to take her home, and as Runnin gets into the carriage, she thanks him for his company. The protagonist responds that she should go to bed early since they will be leaving the next day. Soon, the carriage starts moving, and Ryon watches as the girl departs, still downcast from everything that happened. Quickly, She arrives home, and, sitting on the bed, looks at the sweets Syria gave her, and reflects that her brother has returned, but he has not changed at all. She remembers when she was a child, having her hands scratched and warning Syria that Ruby, the squirrel, was just sensitive because she had her baby, and that despite the scratch, everything was fine, which did not stop him from taking the little creature's life. He then said that Runnan belonged to him, and that she could not get hurt, so from that moment on, she should do nothing but breathe. If she told her parents, he wouldn't need that family, and could destroy everything, sparing only her and burning the others to ashes. This makes her think that she must remain silent so no one gets hurt, and that she must live in complete silence because everything will be fine as long as she keeps her mouth shut. And although she thought she was the only lonely one and the only one suffering, she discovered that she wasn't alone after meeting Ryon Sieghart, and soon learned what kind of person he was, always hard-working despite facing numerous difficulties. Seeing him change people's perception of him through his effort made her believe that she, too, could change. But despite trying, she apparently failed. She looks at the sweets Syria gave her and concludes that it's fine, as long as she endures everything. The next day, south of the Sieghart estate, in Zartan village, Rimmer informs the students that they will rest there for the night, emphasizing that they have worked hard, traveling hastily through dimensional portals, and must be exhausted, so they should rest properly, since this will be the last break before the mission. Soon, one of the villagers introduces himself and says he will guide them to their lodging, and Rimmer thanks him for his hospitality. Once at the lodging, the protagonist lights the fireplace and suddenly thanks the King of Essence, which confuses him and makes him question the reason for the gratitude. Ryon then explains that if it weren't for his tip the previous day, he wouldn't have realized that Syria possessed a vulgar aura. The King of Essence had explained that he only warned him about it because of the girl with the dotted ice cream, which makes the protagonist reflect on Syria saying she was going on a long-term mission. This means he will be away for a long time, and Runnan will remain the same as long as she has that older brother. Out of nowhere, the King of Essence asks again to possess his body, saying he will annihilate that vulgar guy and then return it, which makes Ryon question what he is talking about. The little ghost then explains that he repays kindness twice over and enmity tenfold, and since Runnan introduced him to the world of ice cream, he could do this for her. But the protagonist says that must be some kind of joke and that they won't do it. And even if he is serious, the answer is still no, because even though Syria traumatized her, eliminating him won't simply make it disappear. Overall, in his past and present life, Runnan was the first person to be kind to him, and if anything happens to her, he himself will personally annihilate that guy. The next day, after leaving the Sieghart estate and arriving at the place where the snow tiger claw passed through, the students are horrified upon seeing the traces left behind, wondering how they managed to go so far. Looking at a pile of bodies ahead, they say this is going too far. Passing by the burned corpses, Buren starts to tense up, while Ryon, beside Martha, notices that the victims had their necks slit before being incinerated. Despite this, Martha doesn't show the slightest distress at the sight, as if she were used to it, or perhaps had already eliminated someone before. But suddenly, he realizes that Runnan isn't there and wonders where she went. Meanwhile, she is at the entrance of a house when one of the burned victims starts crawling toward her, instantly terrifying her. At the same time, Rimmer explains that this horrific scene was created by the Snow Tiger bandits and that the students must engrave it in their memory, never forget it, and remain alert when encountering them. Then, the elf shows a whistle and says that it is the inaudible whistle, which will not emit any sound when blown, but only those trained to hear it will be able to perceive it. If something dangerous happens, they should use it, which will make the surveillance instruments react immediately. He also says that his swords are relentless, but instead of blowing the whistle immediately, they should do what they can on their own and try to face them without help. However, if they have a chance, they should not hesitate to crush them. While everyone shouts that they understand the instructions, Runnan keeps her head down, visibly worried. Rimmer continues saying that from that moment on, they should divide into groups under the command of the best cadet. Martha will be in Group A, and Buren in Group B, and they will all move in groups of 3 to 4 members. While the instructor was speaking, Runnan, with the sword in hand, only remembered Syria's words, saying that she belonged to him, and ordering her not to do anything dangerous that could hurt her, just to keep breathing until the day he needed her. If she didn't obey him, he would exterminate anyone who harmed her. That memory cruelly torments her. But suddenly, the protagonist appears, calling her to go together. In any case, she remains visibly shaken, but decides to go with him. Soon, the two begin exploring the area and spot a huge mountain, which makes Ryon wonder if that is the summit of Mount Rutan, because the elevated terrain will allow them to observe the situation below. Also, it will be easier to flee or hide if the situation turns unfavorable for the bandits,
making it the perfect place for them to hide. However, since the location is perfect, they probably aren't there, because they wouldn't choose the most obvious option, knowing that many people are hunting them. They must have taken that into consideration. This means that the hill next door is the only viable option, because although it looks completely visible from the outside, there might be other hidden areas inside. After this reasoning, Ryan calls Runin and says they will go to the hill, pointing out that they should check it and leave the forest to the other teams, which she promptly agrees to, starting to walk as Ryan watches her. Suddenly, the Essence King appears, saying that Ryan's concern for her is obvious, and asking if he's not going to say anything. He replies that he doesn't know what to say, and moreover, it's a family matter. The protagonist thinks that he himself doesn't understand his emotions regarding Sylvia, so there's no way to give advice about family. However, he knows what Syria did to Runin, so maybe he can solve the problem when he gets the chance, although it's difficult to find an opportunity. Soon, they arrive at the hill, which makes him conclude that everything is as expected, because there is a forest inside the hill that couldn't be seen from the outside, quite deep, and it also seems that the human footprints are hidden, so ordinary people wouldn't be able to find them. However, this only works against beginners, not against him. So, Raon picks up some snow and, analyzing it, thinks that someone doesn't become the best reaper just by eliminating the target. One must also be the best at tracking, probing, and gathering information. After analyzing it, he stands up, thinking that the bandits might deceive a regular hunter or tracker, but with him, that's useless. Then, he tells Runin that he thinks the snow tiger's hideout is nearby and asks her to follow him without making a sound, even silencing her breathing. They continue walking and pass through hunter traps until they find the location. Hidden behind the bushes, Rayon reflects that, as expected, they are nothing special except for the traps at the entrance, and they probably think no one will go this far, as there are many footprints. Watching the bandits at the entrance of a cave, he concludes that they have truly underestimated them. Soon he notices a child who seems to be taken hostage and observes that the bandits guarding the entrance are physically strong, but they don't emit any aura he can sense, so they must be low-ranking warriors. The protagonist also notices a man lying down who seems to be a giant and concludes that he must be good enough to make a living with a sword. Looking at the cave entrance, he reflects that the bandits must be inside, and there's no way they would leave a single hostage at such a simple post. This makes him think that there might be more than 12 bandits inside the cave, which leads him to wonder if he should blow the whistle and fall back for now to join the main force before attacking them. However, the hostage seems to be in terrible condition and might end up freezing there, not surviving until the main force enters the battle. Rayon begins to draw his sword, thinking that since the bandits haven't noticed their presence yet, the best move is to save the hostage before they are found and silently deal with the bandits. Watching the child from afar, Runin looks visibly worried, but is surprised when called by the protagonist, who tells her not to worry, as they can save that boy. However, he will need her help. Raon then instructs her that as soon as he gives the signal, she must block the sound, and he will take care of the rest, asking if she can do that. Runin stands still, just looking at him, wondering if she can change, just like Rayon. Soon, she focuses again and says she will try. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, one of the bandits says he is very sleepy and asks how much longer they will need to stay there. Suddenly, Runin appears, and they immediately ask who she is, but she quickly starts to use aura, activating the soundwave block, which confuses the bandits and makes them question why their voices are not spreading and why an aura user is there. Quickly, Raon charges at them, thinking that this will be his chance, and that before dealing with that giant inside the cave, he will have to silence those two. In the blink of an eye, he slashes his sword at the two guards, faster than Lightning McQueen, making their heads fly. Runin, watching, instantly remembers the lifeless pet squirrels around her, causing her to have a breakdown and start screaming, undoing the sound block. This worries Raon, who quickly realizes that she is in panic and wonders if her trauma was triggered by that situation. The guard acts quickly upon noticing her and moves to attack. Raon, seeing what is about to happen, manages to subdue the guard and, stepping on his head, orders him to stay quiet, warning that if he speaks, he will lose his life right there. He is only to answer the questions asked, and if he refuses, he will lose a limb one by one, starting with his tool. The guard, trembling on the ground, only mumbles. Then, the protagonist looks at Runin, who is still in shock, and thinks that she raised a mana barrier despite trembling with fear. If they survive, it will be thanks to her, as she did well even while panicking. Soon he asks the guard if he is part of the Snow Tigers, and the man confirms. Rayon then asks how many of them there are in total and where they are. The guard informs him that there are 39,
and they are in the forest. Ryan then asks how many hostages they have, and the bandit simply replies that there are more inside. Suddenly, the boy who was one of the hostages, with a trembling voice, says that the hostage is his sister and begs them to save her. Ronan tries to reassure him, saying they will save her. However, the protagonist reprimands her, saying she shouldn't make such promises, to which she retorts, stating that they really will save her. Ryan then says they can get rid of the bandits, but it would be better to call for reinforcements if they want to rescue the hostages safely, as there are still 36 bandits along with the leader of the Snow Tiger Claw, which could be dangerous. This makes the swordswoman ask if she should use the whistle, and Ryan confirms that it would be a good idea. Then, the girl starts blowing the whistle forcefully, making the protagonist reflect that, even though he is right beside her, he can't hear anything. There must be a good reason why Rimmer gave them that whistle. Suddenly, they hear a shout warning that a silent alarm has been triggered and that everyone must get up because they are being pursued. This leaves the protagonist and Ronan tense and confused, as they had no idea someone had senses sharp enough to hear the whistle. It doesn't take long before the bandits start coming out, all armed. A man, upon seeing Ryan holding one of the bandits hostage, questions what a young boy is doing there, pointing out that he has certainly caused a mess. He then asks who Ryan called with the whistle. The protagonist replies that it is none of his business and states that he only wants to exchange hostages. Looking at the girl, Ryan proposes that if the man hands over the child, he will return the bandit. The man laughs and says he doesn't care if that fool Ryan is holding hostage lives or dies because he has no value, unlike the child. Bringing the sword closer to the girl, the old man asks if Ryan wants to see her head roll. If not, he had better lower his sword. With a dark gaze, Ryan says he understands. Then, he tells Ronan to turn around for a moment and wait for his signal. Immediately, he slashes the man's neck, causing blood to gush out. This enrages the bandits, who ask what he is doing. In a swift movement, Ryan charges toward one of the bandits next to the little girl and strikes him right in the chest. Then, he shouts for Ronan to create a freezing mist using aura. She immediately begins to do so, generating a dense white fog. The bandits go on alert upon realizing they can barely see a hand in front of them and fail to notice the protagonist slipping past them. Ryan then grabs the little girl and keeps running away. It doesn't take long before one of the bandits realizes he has escaped with the hostage. The bald man orders that they must not lose that brat and that he must be captured and eliminated. Meanwhile, further away, the two siblings lie unconscious. Ryan realizes that they probably fainted due to the cold and concludes that they cannot escape with them unconscious. So, even without knowing what the bandits will do to the village, there are many of them, and they need to eliminate the enemies right there. However, as he speaks, Ronan warns that his arm is injured. The protagonist, however, says he is fine and will quickly get rid of the bandits before returning. Before he departs, the girl grabs his clothes and, with a choked voice, pleads for him not to go because it is too dangerous to fight while injured. Besides, the instructors will arrive soon, so they can wait there. The protagonist pauses to think, steps closer, and responds that the battlefield is truly terrifying, both for apprentices and experienced swordsmen. But more terrifying than all of that is being unable to do anything because of fear. Ryan recalls the heinous and unforgivable crimes the bandits committed, and states that he is certain that among the victims, there were those who tried to protect the village and those who fought until the end to protect their loved ones. Therefore they cannot turn a blind eye to them, as they are the swordsmen of Sieghart and must fulfill their missions to the end, carrying out the will of those who sacrificed themselves and protecting those who remain. So, even without knowing what Syria did to her, the more frightened she is, the greater the shadow of that man will be, and fear will consume her more and more. Therefore, she cannot let fear drag her down just because she is scared. Looking directly into Ronan's eyes, he tells her that she is the only one who can protect herself and the people she values. Then, he puts his hand in his pocket and hands something to her, saying that from now on, the decision is hers. With that, he starts walking toward the bandits and tells her that she no longer needs to remain in the shadows. After hearing all that, Ronan begins to reflect that she truly wants to change, to escape, and no longer wants to be bound by the past. She desires to protect what is important to her and to no longer live in the darkness of the shadows. Looking at the wooden squirrel Ryan gave her, she affirms that she wants to move toward the brilliant light. Meanwhile, the protagonist fights relentlessly, exterminating the bandits, who, enraged, demand that someone stop him. Looking at the bodies on the ground, they cannot believe they are being defeated by a child, and the leader questions why none of them can stop him. But the protagonist, focused, notices an attack coming from behind and manages to defend himself with his sword. However, the group's leader is already preparing another attack from behind, thinking he will finish off that little bastard, and unleashes a powerful strike with his sword, shattering even the ground. But surprisingly, he realizes that he failed to hit the protagonist and asks how he disappeared. Raon behind him retorts, questioning how long he plans to wait to catch someone off guard like a coward. Before he could respond, the leader is annihilated by the protagonist. The remaining bandits, trembling with fear, ask how someone so young can be so strong and wonder if he is really just a cadet. Raon tells them to surrender because now their leader will be. Quickly, he defends himself from another surprise attack with his sword, and soon a man begins to approach, saying that this is ridiculous, and questioning how everyone there is being defeated by a little boy. At this rate, they will be ashamed if they enter the North and South Alliance. Looking closely at the protagonist, he says that Raon apparently looks like a rich kid and must be from a good family, which will make things even more fun. Without wasting time, he jumps to attack, commenting that he was worried his gifts might not be enough, and the heavens did not abandon him, Vukan. He attacks with great force, but the protagonist manages to defend himself even while falling and hears the bandit saying he will take him as a hostage. This makes him reflect that this is indeed the leader of the Snow Tigers, and that he must be a beginner, or perhaps just a regular sword user. Suddenly, the fight is interrupted when they hear someone shouting that they found Runin and the hostage. Outside, the girl also defends herself from an attack but starts trembling, which makes Raon deduce that she is probably not ready to fight yet and needs his help. However, he is caught off guard by another strike from the leader, who questions how he dares to look away while standing before the leader of the Snow Tigers and whether he is worried about the brats outside. With a psychotic smile, the leader says that now the two of them can truly have fun, making Raon reflect that he is in trouble there. Meanwhile, outside, one of the bandits, wary, warns the others that the girl is using a strange ability and apparently has never taken a life before. He shouts, demanding that Runin hand over the hostage already and stop playing around. She, staying on guard as the bandit advances, thinks that she must protect those children no matter what, but to do so, she needs to eliminate the enemy. Fortunately, he is not a difficult opponent. Watching the bandit advance, she tells herself that she can do it, and that she cannot forget Raon's words. However, she sees her brother, which leaves her paralyzed. Thinking that she needs to push him away but unable to forget the fear she felt that day, Runin begins to doubt whether she can protect someone the way Raon does, as she cannot even swing a sword properly in a situation like that, and has never been able to protect anything until that moment. Completely lost in her thoughts and overcome by insecurity, she suddenly hears someone calling her, and looking to the side, sees the protagonist confidently saying that it is okay, and that she can do it. This makes her imagine Raon reaching out to her when she was a child, telling her not to worry and just to come with him. After this mental breakthrough, Runin prepares her sword, reflecting that she needs to thank him for giving her courage. Striking with her sword, for a moment she sees her own brother in place of the enemy, and without hesitation, attacks the bandit, striking precisely at the heart. Thinking that she must also thank Raon for helping her move forward, and believe in herself, she feels that she has finally taken a step forward. Observing the scene, the leader questions whether everyone there is really losing to children, calling them useless, but he is surprised when he hears the protagonist state that they are not just little kids. Firmly gripping his sword and emitting an aura of flames, Raon says that Runin is a child who overcame a dark past on her own and has a kinder and stronger heart than anyone he knows, emphasizing that she is a swordswoman who has conquered challenges. Then, without hesitation, the protagonist uses the Thousand Flames technique, First Flame, and slashes the leader's neck with the Falling Flowers technique. After exterminating the gang, Raon opens a chest, thinking he would only check if there was any remaining trap before the instructors arrived, but upon finding a two-toned flower, a rare miraculous herb, he wonders if the bandits really massacred an entire village just for that. It is not long before they hear someone approaching and asking if it is already over. A red-haired man appears and comments that this is the flower that Vulcan possessed. This man is the eternal chief of the bandits of the North and South Alliance, who asks if they eliminated everyone. Raon questions the reason for the question, and the chief, smiling, says that he is quite audacious and seems to be good at assessing the situation, which may be why he is so confident and skilled. The protagonist then asks if he is part of the North and South Alliance, and the man confirms, asking to be called Rictor. Upon hearing that name, Raon remembers having heard it before and recalls that Rictor is a genius swordsman who entered the North and South Alliance with nothing but a sword and, in 10 years, became the leader of a large group of mountain bandits, to the point that even the Snow Tigers could not compare to him. A true martial artist with real skills, Surprisingly, Richter comments that it is interesting to see a child from a renowned family of the Sieghart direct lineage, and, noticing that their swords have no engravings, concludes that they must be cadets, then questions what he should do and suggests killing them. Facing the eternal leader of the North and South Alliance bandits, Ryan realizes that his intention to eliminate them is evident, and begins to draw his sword, thinking that he lived his entire past life as a reaper, and that this will not be a problem. Richter then starts emanating pressure and, noticing that the protagonist can withstand it, states that he is not a child. However, Ryan remains focused and reflects that, if he can get behind him, he will surely be able to take him down, but in his current state, he cannot face him head-on. For some reason, he feels that he does not want to back down. Determined, he draws his sword and tells Richter to do the same and come at him. This surprises the chief, who comments that Ryan will lose his life if he does that, but the protagonist retorts, pointing out that it is common sense for the weak to be defeated by the strong. This makes Richter state that this is really not something a child would say, and that, in fact, he now wants to fight even less after seeing what kind of person Ryan is, as it would be a shame to defeat him there. The protagonist responds that a martial artist does not choose where his end will be, making the chief even more interested. Richter comments that this is insane, and questions whether Ryan is really a child, as he seems to have a collection of famous quotes or something like that. Then, he turns around and says that there is no reason to kill him there, also mentioning that the vicious wind has been watching them for some time. This confuses the protagonist, and before he can do anything, he sees Richter walking away, saying that it would have been fun if he were part of the North and South Alliance. From the top of a cliff, he asks the protagonist's name and watches him. Ryan responds that his name is Ryan Sieghart. Richter, with a smile, says he understands, and before disappearing, comments that he hopes to one day hear about him beyond Mount Tarukan and the Rabel River. The protagonist then informs Runnan that the man is gone and that they should also leave, to which she agrees. But before leaving, she calls him and asks if she did well. Surprised by the question, Ryan smiles and replies that yes, she was the best, which visibly delights her. Thus, Ryan's short yet long mission came to an end. After returning with the head of the Snow Tiger Bandits' leader, Burn and Martha were upset about losing once again. Rimmer consoled the other students for not performing as well and seemed to be advising them, but he ended up getting sidetracked and telling the story of how their first mission was great. The King of Essence also did not miss the chance to brag, and listening to him and Rimmer, who are both chatterboxes, recalling everything almost made Ryan's ears bleed. The rescued children had lost their parents, so the Slyan family decided to take them in, which was apparently well received since they liked Runnan. After returning from the mission, Ryan and Runnan were summoned by the Patriarch and rewarded for their achievements, leaving Ryan surprised to be praised by Glenn, but even more so by the fact that he had returned the bicolor flower, despite it being a very rare, miraculous medicine. Sometime later, one night, the protagonist opens the door to his house and is surprised. Then, he asks why Doria is there, but he simply comments that he is happy Ryan is finally home, and replies that Sylvia asked him to come and tell what happened as soon as the mission was completed. This nearly gives the protagonist a heart attack, making him question whether Doria really told everything, which he confirms, saying he narrated the entire emotional story, leaving Ryan wondering what that idiot did. It doesn't take long for Sylvia and Helen to approach, surprised and visibly worried. Immediately, Ryan tries to explain himself, saying he wasn't going to participate in the mission, while thinking that his mother will be furious if she finds out that he volunteered to exterminate the bandits. But surprisingly, she hugs him tightly, and caressing his face, says that he did a good job, leaving him even more surprised. Sylvia asks why he thought she would be mad, and he replies that it's because she always tells him to be careful. She then explains that the reason the first patriarch wielded his sword was to protect the weak, and she heard that he always extended his hand to those in need. Now, she sees that the Siegharts continue to fulfill his will to protect the weak. Sylvia emphasizes that she once dreamed of becoming a swordswoman, and that she would never reprimand him for saving hostages. Placing her hands on Ryan's shoulders, she says she is very proud. Emotional, she hugs him again, saying that he has grown into a good man, while Helen comments that everyone felt proud upon hearing his story. Another maid informs him that he must go to the main residence the next day. While hugging her, the protagonist thinks that he really cannot understand her and that emotions are very complicated. Looking back, he notices that Doria is no longer there, which makes him think that he is a scoundrel. Suddenly, the King of Essence appears, saying that Ryan took too long to realize, and that the coward had fled a long time ago. However, he reflects that this is definitely not a bad night. Meanwhile,
Runnan places the wooden squirrel she received from Ryan beside her bed, happy about everything that happened. She remembers him saying that she no longer needs to hide in the shadows and, with a smile, reflects that the next time she sees him, she will thank him, no matter what. At the same time, elsewhere, Rimmer rests peacefully in a hammock and recalls when he heard the protagonist bravely call out Rictor for a fight, which makes him form a slight smile and comment that it has been a long time since he saw in someone what he had once seen in Glenn. It seems that the seed for a new king has begun to sprout. Meanwhile, at the Robert family's main residence, Darus is writing in his office until, for a moment, he notices something that catches his attention. He realizes that his hand is wounded and staining the book, then begins to reflect that the wound has not healed, even though 17 years have passed since that day. Despite having tried different high-quality miraculous medicines and having hired skilled doctors and renowned priests, no one has been able to cure that damn wound. Looking at the cut, he thinks that it is a wound that neither heals nor worsens, remaining exactly as it was on the day he received it, as if it wants him to remember that moment, making him wonder whether perhaps some spirit is asking him to recall. But in any case, it is useless because he does not return to the past. Placing his hand on the book, he concludes that there is little time left until the wish of his entire life is fulfilled. Meanwhile, elsewhere, notifications arrive informing that Ryan's intense cold curse has weakened, that he has reached the legendary 3-star senses, and that his speed and aura manipulation have increased, along with all his stats having grown considerably. After analyzing everything for a moment, Ryan states that he has finally reached the realm of an expert and reflects that, although he is still at the initial level, he worked hard to get there. The King of Essence then appears, saying that it is ridiculous because even a swordmaster is nothing more than an insect to him, and he questions whether the protagonist is proud to have become an expert. Ryan replies that it is rare for a 15-year-old to reach this level, and that even if the little ghost searches the entire continent, he will not find anyone of the same age who is already an expert. The king retorts, saying that only idiots consider age on the battlefield because, regardless of it, weak is weak. The protagonist agrees, stating that no one will go easy on someone just because they are younger when on the battlefield. Hearing this, the King of Essence provokes him, saying that in his current state, Ryan would not even be able to scratch his finger, let alone touch his nail, and the protagonist, with a calm smile, admits that this is true. The little ghost then asks why he is smiling, and Ryan responds that he is happy because in his past life he was nowhere near this level. Provoking back, he says that even the King of Essence admitted that he evolved, leaving him stunned. Quickly, the king becomes furious and shouts, asking if Ryan really thought the King of Fury would praise a human, and the protagonist questions why he is so angry, arguing that he noticed his trembling voice and that he has spent too much time by his side not to know what he is thinking. This makes him even angrier, and he shouts that a human who can understand him deserves more than just losing their life. Enraged and desperate, he continues shouting while Ryan says that this kind of anger is nothing, and that the king will be devoured by him if he does not regain his power soon. Suddenly, the furious one calms down and comments that hearing the protagonist's nonsense reminds him of the good old days, surprising Ryan. He continues, saying that back in his time in the demon realm, there were those who came to challenge him, but Ryan does not care about what he is saying and simply ignores him, saying that he is going to stretch his body, making the king angry again as he asks why he is not paying attention. Meanwhile, elsewhere, with a brief round of applause, Rimmer says that everyone should stop what they are doing because training is over for today. Soon, Burin comments that he arrived 20 minutes late and questions whether they should not extend the usual time by 20 minutes. But the elf ignores him and, running off, says they can make up for it another day because that was enough for today, leaving Burin indignant. Raon, agreeing with Rimmer, says that they will finish training and that those in charge of cleaning can begin. Dorian then opens the locker, relaxed, and upon closing it, he does not notice Martha beside him, with an intimidating look. Suddenly, she grabs him by the shoulder and asks if cleaning with her is so terrible, making the boy nearly have a heart attack out of fear and respond that no, in fact, it is an honor. Irritated, she comments that she is already quite busy with training and shouts, asking why everyone is stalling there because she has to clean, making the students run away. Observing that behavior, Raon reflects that she is really only calm with him, while Rimmer behind him comments that she is unpredictable and noticeably changes her behavior when near the protagonist. Surprised, the young master says he thought he had run away, and the elf replies that he only came back to retrieve something he forgot, which makes the students uneasy, wondering what he had forgotten. Then, Rimmer calls for everyone's attention and says he needs to announce something else, something really important.
The students begin to wonder what it will be this time as he smiles mischievously. He then informs them that there is a second mission for all of them, making them even more nervous. Quickly, everyone gathers to listen, and as Rimmer apologizes for forgetting to mention it earlier, Burin and Dorian are in disbelief that he forgot something so important. But Ryon remains calm, reflecting that 6 months have passed since the first mission and that the second took longer than he expected, so he wonders if the Ziegharts have fewer duties to handle compared to his past life. The elf then explains that there have apparently been orc invasions in the southern part of the Zieghart territory, and their mission is to eliminate the orcs threatening the villagers, protect the people, and defend the village. In other words, the mission is to face monsters. Immediately, the students become excited, saying it will be an orc raid, and one of them comments that this is exactly the kind of mission he was waiting for, while another says he can finally test his sword skills. But Rimmer soon asks if they are really excited about the mission, especially as rookies, and points out that the instructors will not accompany them, meaning they will be the only ones going to the village and will have to work together to complete it. Burin then raises his hand and asks what happens if they encounter a dangerous situation they cannot handle, and the instructor replies that it is up to them, and if it is a mission they cannot complete, they must know when to give up. Pointing to himself, he continues, saying that this is why the leader's ability to accurately judge a situation is important, as a leader must be able to decide the best response to a given problem. Dorian then steps forward, and with a trembling voice, asks if it is not bad to run from a mission, and the elf replies that normally it is, but it depends on the situation. If he encounters one of the 5 demons and manages to escape, it would be commendable. Hearing that, Dorian turns around and discreetly celebrates, thinking he can run away without getting into trouble. But Burin notices that the green-haired boy is already chickening out. Suddenly, Rimmer also says that they will all depart at dawn in 2 days, shocking them even more. One of the students starts shouting, questioning why they have so little time, saying it is too rushed, and another replies that since it is already nighttime, they only have 1 day left. But the instructor explains that there are many things to prepare for a monster raid compared to a guard or dungeon exploration mission, and they could end up causing damage to the village if they are not well prepared in advance, so they should be careful. Indignant, Burin speaks in a loud tone, saying they could have been better prepared if he had informed them earlier. And before anyone could say anything else, they all hear a, "That's enough." It is the protagonist, saying that Rimmer has always warned them that they will never know when or how they will receive missions, and this is not the time to panic. They must prepare. The more he complains, the less time he has for preparation. Martha says that Ryon is right, and another student comments that there really is no guarantee they will receive a mission when they are ready, so they should prepare immediately. This makes the elf smile with a satisfied expression. Then, he explains that, in any case, orcs are much more aggressive and stronger than they expect, and are not comparable to the fights they have had so far, especially considering their size, in addition to being numerous, which means the cadets will be outnumbered. Rimmer emphasizes that it will be difficult to fight them head-on, so it is more advantageous to focus on evading attacks rather than defending. Furthermore, they should take as little as possible and gather there at dawn in 2 days, and that is all he has to say. Time passes, and the day before the mission, early in the morning, at the cadets' lodging, the protagonist is preparing and notices a backpack on the floor. He realizes that it is a backpack with a lightness spell, which means that Rimmer is making it clear that he will not help them, and that everything is in the student's hands, but that does not worry him. Suddenly, the King of Essence appears, calling him arrogant and questioning whether he really thinks everything will happen as he imagines, since the unpredictable can occur at any moment. Ryon agrees and, teasingly, says that it is exactly like him distributing all his stat points, something that will never happen, leaving the King of Essence stunned by those words and muttering that he would like to sew the protagonist's mouth shut. Moments later, they hear someone at the door, and the protagonist wonders who could be visiting him at that time. Then he opens the door, asking who it is, and is shocked to see that it is Sylvia, with a very serious expression. Irritated, she says that he should at least inform her when he receives a mission. Ryon starts sweating cold, and with a trembling voice, asks how she found out, and if it was Dorian who told her again, which she denies, saying that it was Instructor Rimmer, making the protagonist irritated with the elf and mentally insulting him. Then he lowers his head and apologizes. Sylvia, looking intently at her son, takes his hands and points out that being a leading student means much more than just being a representative, as he also needs to guide the other trainees on the right path. He should not be completing missions alone, but rather positioning his teammates correctly to minimize damage and leading everyone to the mission's success because his friends' lives depend on the choices he makes. These words surprise Raon because he expected a scolding from his mother, but in reality, she is giving him good advice. Sylvia continues explaining that monster raids may seem easy, but they are actually quite difficult, and he must ensure that he eliminates each one of them to guarantee the villagers' safety. She emphasizes that when he is on a mission, he is no longer a trainee but a Sieghart swordsman. With a gleam in her eyes, she comments that she would like him to show her that he truly represents the old ideals of the Sieghart family. Hearing all that, Raon simply says that he thought she was going to yell at him, which she immediately does, stressing that she is angry, worried, and truly frustrated. However, she hugs him, saying that despite everything, this is not the time to reprimand him, but that he should prepare to receive a proper scolding when he returns. Still, she is happy to see that he has become much more motivated after starting his training. But on the other hand, she has never been able to stop worrying about him, and with that, she hugs him even tighter. The next day, everyone gathers to depart for the mission, and Rimmer warns them that anything can happen once they leave, so they must be as cautious as possible, and anyone who thinks they will not be able to handle it should step back. The students promptly respond that they understand. Then, the elf sits down and says they can go, commenting that the journey would normally take a month, but since the instructors created a path for them, it should take about 2 weeks. Rimmer also wishes them good luck, which they quickly thank him for. Then, Raon asks everyone to get into formation with 4 lines, explaining that they will move according to the buddy system they organized earlier. Rimmer watches proudly, thinking that they will certainly do well, as Raon is not only talented in combat and aura but also possesses exceptional strategic skills. Hearing the protagonist ask Doria and Crane to check all the items they are carrying and the health conditions of the other cadets, the elf concludes that Raon will certainly complete that mission with ease and return, as even though he is only 15, every time he sees him, his expectations for his future grow. After they depart, one of the instructors under Rimmer's command asks if they shouldn't follow the boys, as at this distance, they wouldn't be noticed. But the elf says not yet, as one of them has extremely sharp senses. Stretching, he decides to take a nap before leaving, which makes the instructors question whether that is really the right thing to do, as they think they should leave immediately. However, Rimmer, as calm as ever, says they should worry about the orcs instead of the boys. Sometime later, in a sinister forest, a hooded man questions another if he is sure about the information he provided. The second man confirms, emphasizing that they received reliable information that it is in that village. The leader says that's fine, so they can move out and must eliminate anyone who appears in their way. With red eyes, he orders them to proceed immediately. Later, in the forest near the village, the protagonist looks curiously at a young man in front of him. This young man is Cain Sieghart, from the direct lineage, and is the top-ranked student in the 6th training ground. The protagonist asks why they are there, and Cain says that is exactly the same question he has for Raon. With that, the protagonist begins to ponder about Cain, and remembers hearing that he joined the 6th training ground late due to some injuries, but now he seems fine, and looking closely, he really appears to be a masterful swordsman. Cain then comments that his group is on a mission to attack the orcs and asks what Raon is doing there, to which he responds that he is also on the same mission. This confuses Cain, who comments that he was not informed that they had received the same mission, leaving the protagonist equally confused. The night before the mission departure, in a bar, someone tells Rimmer that they heard his students did an excellent job on the last mission, and another man says he heard the same rumors, emphasizing that even though they are very young, they managed to defeat the mountain bandits. With a mug in hand and a proud smile on his face, Rimmer confirms everything and comments that, despite the credit being his, he is still impressed, and wonders if he should send them on a mission to attack the orcs since they did so well in the previous mission, and he is sure they would handle everything in the blink of an eye. And as he was about to comment that, with all this, maybe he would be praised by Glenn, a man arrives saying no, as the 6th training ground will take that mission. The man points out that teamwork is more important when it comes to an attack and invasion mission, and that, unlike the 5th training ground, which has a more individualistic focus, the 6th is much more suitable for such a mission. This man is Methan, the instructor of the 6th camp, who emphasizes that recently everyone in the 6th camp has gone through a hellish week of flawless training, so they will be assigned that mission. The elf then sighs and asks if Methan is frustrated with something like that because his students have been receiving a lot of attention lately, questioning why they don't just send everyone. Methan then asks if he really wants to send both training camps on the mission, and Rimmer argues that they need to get rid of the orcs as quickly as possible anyway, so they can send both camps, as competing against each other will make them complete the mission much faster and more efficiently. Methan agrees with the idea, and says he will ask Lord Glenn for permission, emphasizing that he is excited to see what will happen. Back in the forest near the village, Buren says there must have been some communication issue, and that Kane's group can return since the 5th camp will be able to complete that mission alone. This irritates Kane, who states that he can't simply ignore what Buren said and questions if he has perhaps become arrogant during his time training. He emphasizes that the 6th camp is better at this type of mission, where teamwork is important, and he is sure that the mission will be tedious for Buren's group since they have little experience in that aspect. Buren retorts, saying that he is aware of Kane's skill level, but that he shouldn't underestimate the 5th camp. Watching the two, Rayon is certain that Rimmer knew the groups would meet there, and wonders why he didn't warn them in advance. The protagonist focuses and reflects that Rimmer believes experience is of utmost importance, and considering that, it is possible to say that this mission will not be easy. However, teamwork and tactics are key to a monster attack and invasion mission, and that really is not the 5th camp's strong suit. This makes him wonder if Rimmer's real goal is to make them compete so they can learn what they need to improve on. Rayon thinks that makes sense, knowing that sly elf, and that this will be a good opportunity for the others to learn as well. Furthermore, Sylvia's words before leaving, asking him to show that he is a swordsman who protects others, have been stuck in his mind ever since. After reflecting, the protagonist asks both of them to calm down and questions whether they will continue wasting time arguing. He emphasizes that they both know they won't get anywhere that way, and that instead, they could make a bet. Buren asks what he means since they don't know what kind of situation they will face, so there's no reason to waste energy. But Raon retorts, saying that neither team wants to give up the mission, and to complete it, they will surely have to eliminate a large number of orcs, and since it was considered an attack mission, there will probably be a superior orc. Then he raises a finger and says they will make a bet to decide who will be the mission commander. First, they must defeat the orc leader to cause chaos among them, and then finish the mission. Rayon asks if they find this plan viable, emphasizing that if the leading group is struggling, it will be an opportunity for the other group. The protagonist asks Kane if he agrees with the plan, and he confirms. With that, Rayon says they will start with the mountain ahead, and without hesitation, his group quickly begins running toward the mountain, as he had already stated that the conditions would be simple. They must completely defeat the enemy group or steal their flag to win. And before he could finish explaining the plan, Martha asks why all the planning, since the 6th field is a bunch of losers, and she will take care of all of them, so the rest of the group can just stay there and wait. Returning to the present, Martha continues running and, upon finding the enemy group, says that no tactic will be needed against those fools. She quickly goes on the attack, but the boy manages to defend himself. Suddenly, the protagonist's legendary senses are activated, and while the groups fight each other, he reflects that, using his sharpened senses, he doesn't need to see directly to visualize the battle situation. Even with his back turned, he can know exactly what's happening in the fight. Out of nowhere, Runnan asks if it's okay to let them fight without a plan, and the protagonist replies that they are too confident and wouldn't listen to him anyway. Then she asks if it's possible for them to win, and the protagonist says no, emphasizing that he is sure they will lose, and in a very pathetic way. Fighting fiercely against the other group, Martha wonders why she can't break through them, as they are weak, yet have an incredibly strong defense. The short-haired boy, fighting, shouts at Martha that they are not the center of the universe, so they shouldn't underestimate them. Sometime later, the students of the 5th field are all silent, upset and visibly dirty from the battle, especially Buren and Martha, who don't even look ahead. Then Rayon asks if it was as easy as they imagined, since it seems like they are the losers this time. He says that everyone there was wrong, but the world doesn't stand still waiting for them to improve, questioning if they underestimated the 6th training field because they were ignored by the Owen Kingdom, and stating that they were sure they would win just because they had been doing better lately. Raon states that this is what happens when you fight without tactics, without teamwork, and without knowing the enemy, pointing out that they were overtaken by their own arrogance, wasting energy, aura, and even revealing techniques to the other group. Looking at the other group celebrating, the protagonist continues saying that those swordsmen also train every day, and that, even though they are at an advantage, the 5th field had no right to underestimate them. Runnan then asks if they really lost, and surprising everyone, he says no, they still have a chance. Martha soon declares that she will do anything so they can win this time, and the protagonist says that he's glad they are willing to try and that he will tell them how they can win this time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, one of the students from the 6th field comments that winning against the 5th field was easy and that it was fun to watch them struggle. Another responds that they shouldn't let their guard down, as the 5th field managed to defeat the Northern and Southern Affiliate Alliance and the Tiger Claw Bandits easily. Suddenly, The boy who had fought against Martha earlier notices something and quickly gets up upon seeing her again. Ready, he says that, as expected, they will put an end to that dispute. But Martha simply calls him an idiot and states that he will regret it if he speaks ill of them again. Without hesitation, she charges at him, using the fourth formation of the offensive rush, and the boy promptly tells all his comrades to focus their aura on the front line. Martha then positions herself and strikes him right in the ribs, surprising him, as he didn't expect an attack from the side. Meanwhile, Burin, also in battle stance, hears the enemies saying that they are using the same preparation stance as before and that they must neutralize them as planned. But Burin slightly dodges an attack and says that they were deceived, hitting 2 enemies in a single, lethal move. The girl wonders how he changed the move so quickly, while 2 others groan in pain on the ground. Looking closely at Burin, she warns that the 5th field completely changed their fighting style. The short-haired boy wonders what the hell happened, while she, incredulous, also questions how they managed to change their style in that way. The battle continues, with Martha handling 3 enemies simultaneously. Smiling as she fights, she thinks that Raon was really right. Before the fight, Raon had questioned why they had lost, even though they were individually stronger. Burin answered that it was because of the tactics, which Raon confirmed, explaining that the 6th field already knew their personalities and abilities, so they planned their tactics accordingly. However, they hadn't planned anything themselves, as they considered it a battle they had already won, and in the end, they lost in a humiliating way, a fight that could have been easily won. After all the explanation, Doria, trembling in fear, asked if they were going to lose again. Impatient, Martha grabbed him by the collar and told him to shut up, to avoid bringing bad luck. Raon then said that, even though it wasn't a total defeat, they still lost a lot of energy and aura, being at a disadvantage. However, they are not the only ones who have information and tactics. This makes Burin ask if Raon has a plan, and he starts to explain it. Kane Sieghart, the best student from the 6th training field, has a very sharp vision and intuition. Thanks to this, he was able to realize that they were approaching quickly and sent the students who could oppose them more effectively. Raon also explains that Martha's strengths are power and endurance, but her attacks are somewhat simple. Because of that, Kane sent the swordsman who could withstand her attacks and drain her aura. Furthermore, he analyzed that even though Burin is fast, he has direct abilities, so Kane sent the most perceptive swordsman to face him. Therefore, to win, the simplest strategy would be to change the people who would be sent to face them, even though that wasn't what they wanted. Immediately, Martha opposes, saying that she wants to fight because she has to win, and Burin says that he feels the same way. Then Raon explains that they will need to fight differently, confusing the two. He tells Martha that the opponents they will face are certainly strong, but they must have weaknesses, as they are not adept at aura movement. Therefore, she must find that weakness to strike. Raon also tells Burin that he is weak against opponents who rely heavily on their instincts during battle, but these students are usually more vulnerable to clever attacks. So, he needs to give up his usual fighting style and try to deceive them with sudden moves. After all the analysis, Martha says that it seems like a good plan and asks if Raon hasn't been there all along. Burin adds that Raon makes it seem like he's been watching them fight. The protagonist continues, saying that although Kane's sharpened senses are better than most students, his own senses are still superior. Back in the present, feeling how the battle is going, Raon realizes that everyone seems to be doing well, and it doesn't seem like Runin will lose. While lost in thought, he doesn't notice Kane approaching, and upon seeing him, he immediately reflects that the situation is quite different from the earlier fight, and Kane must have no other choice but to search for the flag. However, Kane starts speaking, wondering why he suddenly began to lose, asking if Raon told them to fight differently, and stating that the rumors about him not having recognition among the other students were false. The protagonist just listens attentively. Then Kane declares that the battle ends there. He starts using aura on his sword and, holding it firmly, says he heard Raon has fire aura. Noticing Kane's aura, the protagonist is surprised to realize that he also has fire aura. The leader of the 6th field continues, saying that, unfortunately for Raon, he has the strongest type of fire aura and also more aura than official swordsman, so theoretically Raon won't be able to defeat him. But the protagonist, calmly, just asks why everyone talks so much before a fight. Then, he begins to emit his powerful mana, looking like a scion. Without hesitation, the two prepare for combat, releasing their manas, and Raon warns Kane that he will show him what the strongest firepower really is. He then charges at an astonishing speed, which Kane quickly realizes, wondering about the flames the protagonist emits. Raon's strike is slightly dodged by the swordsman of the 6th field, who, still in midair, remembers hearing that Ryan didn't only defeat Martha, but also the Prince of Owen. He realizes that Ryan's aura might not be as powerful, but he's still very strong. But in any case, Kane thinks he is even stronger and tries to strike the protagonist with a quick blow, but Ryan immediately defends. With the impact of the collision, the swords begin emitting an even more intense fire aura. In a surprise attack, the protagonist quickly lands a strike on Kane's face, leaving him stunned and wondering how that's possible, as he realizes that Ryan's flame is stronger than his. Without delay, the protagonist delivers another powerful blow, which is once again blocked, but this time, Kane struggles to endure the pressure, until a colossal explosion occurs, visible from miles away. After the dust settles, Kane is lying face down on the ground, completely defeated, and the protagonist questions whether his power is really stronger, as he apparently was wrong. It doesn't take long for Ryan's partners to arrive, and Doria, terrified as always, sees Kane and asks what he is doing there. Burin says that the easiest way to turn the tide when you're losing is to defeat the enemy commander, which makes Ryan wonder if he already knew this would happen. Then Burin points out that there's more to come. He states that the protagonist was indeed right, as the Sixth Field was easily deceived, and not only him, but everyone would have lost their battles if it weren't for the orders Ryan had given them. Even Martha says that, although she doesn't like to admit it, Ryan was right, but she points out that if his advice hadn't worked, she would have broken her promise to follow him. In any case, they recognize Ryan as the lead student of the 5th training field and will continue following his orders without complaint. Hearing this, the protagonist smiles faintly, thinking that they really managed to grow a little from that experience, which makes him proud to be part of that team. The protagonist then gathers everyone and says that they did a good job, being sure they learned a lot from that fight, as they saw how dangerous it is to be blinded by one's own confidence and arrogance, as well as what happens when decisions are made without planning or prior tactics. If that hadn't been a gamble, but a real battle, they all would have lost their lives, so they cannot forget what they learned that day. While Ryan is giving his speech to the students, Kane watches him stealthily, thinking that he is much better than he expected, both in mental strength and combat, as he thought the 5th training field was made up of arrogant people, but in the end, the arrogant one was him. With this thought, he approaches, saying that he also learned a lot and points out that the protagonist taught him never to let his guard down before the fight ends, and that a backup plan is necessary in case the main plan fails, as he thought he would win anyway since the 6th field had known them from the start. However, during the battle, his group not only lost, but he was also defeated by Ryan. At first, he believed he was stronger, but it was actually pure arrogance. Still, he managed to learn something from all of it. Kane then extends his hand and thanks him, calling him a savior. This gesture makes the protagonist smile and think that Kane is really much better than the others from the direct lineage. He shakes his hand and says that he also learned a lot. Without hesitation, Kane states that he will offer support to his group in that mission, as promised. 2 weeks later, in the middle of the forest, they arrive at a cliff, and looking down, Ryan says that this is the mission location. He notices that it is a village with no special regional products or tourism, just a place where some people have their crops and live off them, making the mission not very special, just a regular mission that occurs due to the appearance of monsters. However, he doesn't understand why he feels like someone is watching him all the time. Looking around, he reflects that apparently there are no instructors there, and that sensation is eerie, as if someone is analyzing them to know how to fight against them. Ryan then calls Burin and says he needs a favor, causing him to ask what it's about. The protagonist asks him to take the lead in this mission, leaving him stunned and questioning what he is talking about. Ryan explains that, in the first mission, only he and Runnin fought against the Snow Tiger Claw bandits, so it will be better for Burin to take the lead this time, as on the first official training day he had said he would catch up to him. Assuming those words weren't a joke, now he should show what he has learned so far. Burin hesitates for a moment, but responds that it's fine, showing determination as he states that he will prove to everyone that he has changed. With his hand on his chest, he announces that he will be the leader of that mission. Ryan says aloud for everyone to pay attention, as from that moment on, they will follow Burin's orders. And promptly, everyone responds that they understand. The protagonist then heads toward Martha, saying he will explain the reasons later, and that she should just follow the orders for now. However, she turns around, clearly upset, saying that he didn't need to call her separately like that, as she had already said she would follow his orders. This makes the young master a little relieved. Observing her, he asks the King of Essence if he also feels like someone is watching them, and he responds by asking if Ryan has noticed as well, pointing out that it makes sense since Ryan has inherited his traits.
The protagonist then asks about their location and how many of them there are, and the mischievous ghost, as always, replies that he won't tell where he is, and that Ryan will have to figure it out on his own. However, the young master slightly thanks him for the information, as the King of Essence said he, and not they, which immediately irritates him, causing him to yell that Ryan is a damn fool. But the protagonist just ignores him, reflecting that, even so, he can't be sure that there is only one enemy watching them. If there is just one person observing them, there is probably another group somewhere, so he can't let his guard down. With that, he sighs and looking ahead, feels that this mission won't be easy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a hooded man wearing an orc helmet asks where they are coming from, and another man replies that they are the Ziegharts. This makes the seated man question if they belong to one of the 6 emperors, pointing out that they didn't seem that impressive, but the servant explains that they must just be students, and that he didn't see any instructor with them, so he believes this is just their second mission. The leader asks if none of the boys noticed him, and he responds that no, emphasizing that they didn't perceive him even when he was closer. The leader then says that it's to be expected that mere apprentices can't detect stealth techniques. The servant comments that, because they control the orcs, he doesn't understand why they only sent the apprentices, and the leader replies that surely the villagers became sensitive to the changes and asked for help, saying that the number of orcs has increased. However, he expected to find the mana stone sooner, and it seems they were too complacent. The servant informs him that they couldn't find the item anywhere, and that it might be in the village, questioning if they should attack immediately. But the leader says they should wait for now, causing the servant to retort, claiming that this is a good opportunity to defeat the apprentices. Holding the orc helmet in his hand, the leader says that eliminating apprentices is easy, but they might end up finding out about the mana stone if they act recklessly, and that would be a huge loss. So they can allow the students to defeat some monsters and believe they've completed the mission. The man puts on the helmet, his eyes start to glow, and quickly his entire body begins to transform into an orc. He then declares that they will attack the village as soon as the boys leave and will get revenge on everything there. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the students sit down and begin to eat dinner. The protagonist, observing Burin, reflects that he was initially worried about him, but he is doing better than expected. Ryan recalls that Burin didn't use the Sieghart title to show arrogance, and instead prioritized the mission, and reassured the chief and the villagers, showing that he is doing his best. However, Ryan thinks he shouldn't worry about Burin, as he and the other apprentices would be able to handle the monsters even without his presence. The real problem is the person who was monitoring them when they were near the village, because although not sure, he felt that the person disappeared towards the mountains as soon as all the students entered the village. This makes him question whether the Sieghart family is testing them, or if it might be someone completely different, but either way, they will find out the next day. The night passes, and the next morning, upon seeing a footprint, Burin concludes that there are probably monsters in the area. He remembers that the village chief mentioned that orcs tend to appear around the same time of year, but this time their numbers are 3 times higher than usual, and the villagers can't deal with this many monsters. The chief also said that, to be more precise, they spotted over 100, which means the actual number could exceed 200. Furthermore, the problem won't just be the quantity, as the young students aren't familiar with the local forest. Therefore, they will arrange for a guide to ensure they don't get lost in the mountains, choosing the fastest young man from the village, who will certainly be a great help. Back in the present, Kanbar, the mountain guide, thinks he had already suspected something was wrong when the village chief visited him the night before, but he didn't expect to be asked to guide the Sieghart apprentices. Noticing Kanbar's worried expression, Ryan tells him not to worry, as they will make sure he returns home safely. Suddenly, Burin asks for everyone's attention, and explains that orcs are usually superior to other monsters in combat, but goblins and kobolds tend to fight dirty, using poison or other tricks. Therefore, even the smallest wound can become critical, so they shouldn't lower their guard. Promptly, the students respond, "Yes, sir." Burin then commands the 6th training field to surround the area and keep watch in case any monster tries to flee, and Kane quickly says they can count on them. The mission leader then turns towards the mountains and announces that they will begin the attack on the monsters threatening those lands. Moving forward with his team, he shouts for them to show the monsters the power of the Ziegharts. Quickly, the entire group advances towards the enemies, while Ryan, observing, hears the Essence King say that this is an imprudent move, as they spent all that time preparing an ambush, and suddenly started shouting, exposing their location and completely compromising the strategy's goal. The protagonist explains that they are just trying to overcome their nervousness with shouts, and a mistake like this is understandable, as this is their first mission of this kind.
This makes the ghost reflect that even Rayon is on his first attack mission, and instead of being overcome by nervousness, he is trying to see the situation as a whole, as if he were an experienced veteran. Simultaneously, the fight against the monsters begins intensely, and Martha, excited, says she will destroy them all, while Burin, eliminating a monster, orders them to get rid of the goblins and kobolds before attacking the orcs. Suddenly, one of the swordsmen announces that the monsters managed to break through the formation and that two are advancing in another direction. This terrifies Kanbar, who asks if the monsters are really coming their way, but before he can react, the protagonist is already waiting with his sword in hand. With determination in his eyes, he states that those monsters shouldn't have come this far. He quickly strikes one of the enemies in the neck and, without hesitation, delivers a lethal blow to the other, then sheathes his sword and watches the monsters fall, completely defeated. Startled by that, Kanbar falls to the ground and asks how it was possible to eliminate them so quickly. However, Rayon ignores the question and asks if he is injured. Still trembling with fear, Kanbar responds that he is fine. The protagonist then says that there is something he would like to ask, and inquires if there is any legend about those mountains. Kanbar asks if he is talking about urban legends, which Rayon confirms, adding that it could be something related to a great treasure or a monster. Kanbar then says that he remembers one and explains that, according to the legend, there was a great battle between the Goblin King, who came from the west, and the knights, hundreds of years ago, and it is said that the Goblin King's ring is buried somewhere there. Immediately, Rayon remembers something and reflects that now everything makes sense. The eyes he had felt watching him were the same as before. It was Eden, one of the 5 demons known for their insanity. Eden's purpose is the restoration of the era when demons ruled the world. They want to return to those times and worship the monsters as gods. If that were all, they would have been destroyed long ago. But they have the ability to tame and control monsters, and they can use their abilities even as humans, becoming as powerful as the Zegarts. Their strange power is a secret that even the most renowned houses of the continent do not know. However, the protagonist knows what this secret is, and all thanks to Darius Robert. He remembers when they were on a mission given by Darus and crossed paths with Eden. The entire Shadow Squad was annihilated, leaving only him behind. At the time, Rayon didn't realize it, but it was definitely strange how Darus knew from the beginning that Eden used mana stones, which makes him question how he could have this information being one of the 6 emperors and why he didn't reveal it to the world. Suddenly, the King of Essence appears, asking what Rayon is thinking, as he can feel hatred coming from him. The protagonist, with his hand on his chest and a solemn expression, realizes that thinking about Darus really stirs his emotions. First, he needs to calm down because what matters now is Eden. He then assumes that Eden's purpose is to find the Goblin King's mana stone, and, knowing that hundreds of years have passed since the Goblin King's defeat at that location, he is sure that a mana stone of incredible power is buried somewhere nearby. So Eden's plan must be to make them think they have completed the mission so they can search for the stone as soon as they leave. While Rayon reflects on this, Burin charges at a monster, shouting that this is the leader and that he will finish him off with just one supreme strike. But suddenly, someone hits the monster, creating an explosion of snow and surprising Burin. He then realizes it was Martha, who claims that the boss was hers, to which Burin responds that it was a lack of dignity. He quickly announces that the leader has been defeated and that now they only need to deal with the remaining monsters. Meanwhile, Rayon asks Kanbar about the legend he told, asking if anyone has ever found treasures or jewels on the mountain before. Kanbar replies that in fact, when he was a child, the village chief climbed the mountain and returned with a red jewel he had found. Rayon then asks where that jewel is now, and Kanbar responds that most people don't know, but that it was buried under the chief's house. Upon hearing this, the protagonist immediately realizes that the situation is worse than he imagined, because if Eden does not find the mana stone on the mountain, they will completely destroy the village. Moments later, the swordsmen announce that they no longer see any orcs in the vicinity. Burin then declares that the attacks have ended, and the village chief immediately thanks him for everything they have done, emphasizing that he is as skilled as the Zegarts are said to be. Burin replies that it was nothing, and that he is happy to have been able to help. Meanwhile, Rayon watches carefully, until suddenly, he hears someone asking if things went the way he wanted. It was Martha, who, from atop a tree, concludes that she has no idea what Rayon had planned there. He then calls her, and says that he's not sure either, but he will tell her when the time is right. Climbing down from the tree, she responds that he doesn't need to worry, because regardless of what happens, she will follow his orders until the mission is complete. Shortly after, Ronan arrives and asks what the protagonist is doing there, questioning if he is worried about something, as he seems to be in a bad mood. The young master replies that everything is fine and there is no problem, suggesting that they should go to the feast the village chief invited them to. However, he thinks to himself that Eden will not move while they are there, and that what happens the next day will be crucial. The next morning, near the mountain, Burin smiles, thinking that everything was perfect. They defeated all the monsters on Mount Cebu and had few apprentices injured. Despite this being their first mission, they managed to complete it perfectly. Glancing discreetly at Raon, Burin imagines that this must be the reason why the young master didn't ask to resume leadership, as there were no failures in his leadership. Even though he is not sure why Raon gave him this authority, he hopes that Raon will realize that his leadership skills are comparable. With that, he commands the students to leave immediately, and without hesitation, they all begin to depart. After walking for some time, Raon, who was walking a little further behind, asks everyone to stop. This surprises the students, who start wondering what happened and whether they can't continue. The protagonist then states that their real mission is about to begin. Upon hearing this, the students are confused, and Burin asks what he means. Raon confirms exactly what he said, emphasizing that the mission is not over yet. Intrigued, Burin states that they already annihilated the orcs and organized everything, asking again what Raon is talking about. The protagonist replies that their mission was to defeat the monsters and protect the village. He then informs them that someone had been watching them until moments ago, leaving Burin even more surprised. Raon reveals that these eyes had been watching them until about an hour ago and suddenly disappeared. It could be assumed that it was an instructor, but he felt too much hostility to believe that. Also, he noticed these eyes even before they reached the village and realized they disappeared in its direction as soon as the group had moved far enough away. Upon hearing this, Burin is shocked and asks if he is serious. Martha then questions Raon about being watched even before they arrived, and he replies that, to be more precise, it was when they reached the hill near the village. She then states that this was the reason he passed the authority to Burin, which he promptly confirms, emphasizing that he had to hide his presence to analyze the enemy more carefully. Kane reflects that he had the same feeling during the bet, but Raon's tactical senses, along with his other senses, are better than those of a common instructor, and even he himself couldn't discern that they were being watched. Irritated, Burin questions the protagonist if that was really the reason he was the leader of the mission, which Raon confirms again, explaining that by having him as the leader, he could take care of the apprentices. What Burin did masterfully, and for that reason, Raon is sure the enemy believed they were the best apprentices, and, thanks to that, didn't notice him. The protagonist places his hand on Burin's shoulder and, with pride, says that he is a true Sieghart and will recommend him to be the second best apprentice as soon as they return. This upsets Burin, who reflects that he thought he had equaled Raon, but realizes that Raon was just trying to learn more about the enemy and didn't want anyone to notice. He himself had no idea about this and therefore was all happy, thinking he had caught up to Raon. Raon then explains that, first of all, monsters are creatures that can't cooperate with other species, but on that mission, the orcs and goblins were working together, which means the enemies are using some means to control the monsters. And knowing that the first mission was to protect the village, he concludes that it is not over yet because a threat still looms around. So they will return to Cebu and be more stealthy so that no one notices they are coming back. The protagonist says it would be good if they had the right equipment for that, and Burin, hearing that, suddenly shows several pieces of equipment he was carrying and asks if they would be useful for stealth missions. Raon, incredulous, asks when he got all that, and Burin replies that he carries it as insurance. This makes the protagonist question if he really carries 40 pieces of equipment just as insurance, which Burin confirms, signaling a jewel and pointing out that it is always good to be prepared. The young master then warns that they will do exactly as they trained for stealth missions and asks Crane to notify the nearest Sieghart branch about the current situation, since she is the fastest among them. Even surprised by the task, she responds that it's okay. Then, Raon orders that everyone follow the instructions from that moment on, no matter what, because he will not tolerate disobedience. 5 hours later, at Eden's temporary shelter near Mount Cebu, one of the hooded figures, kneeling, reports that they checked the other side just to be sure, but found no issues. The Eden leader then decides that they will start the plan. Immediately, he uses the restoration skill, and his eyes begin to shine intensely as he rises and shouts furiously. With that, another figure starts to emerge, and soon 3 more appear. The leader then orders them to exterminate the villagers, emphasizing that no one will be spared. Meanwhile, on the mountains, Raon and Burin observe some monsters, and Burin notices that there are still orcs remaining, declaring that they will end this once and for all. But Raon says not yet, and points out that he already informed them they are being watched. Moreover, those are not just common monsters but humans, and they still don't know the enemy's identity. Burin asks him to look at how many orcs are left, arguing that the villagers won't be able to deal with all of them on their own. The protagonist then states that if they intervene now, everyone, including themselves, will lose their lives. Burin retorts, saying it would be better to act immediately if they want to save the village. But Raon counters, questioning if he doesn't remember what the instructor always said about truly understanding the mission. He emphasizes that this is not the right time because they need to be even more cautious since the enemies belong to Eden. This immediately catches everyone's attention, and Cain asks if Raon really mentioned the name Eden. Martha also asks if he is referring to the Eden of the 5 demons, and the protagonist confirms, explaining that if the enemies can control monsters, it can only be the work of Eden or some lord-level monster. Therefore, they must act with extreme caution. Burin, even terrified, says he knows how strong an Eden is and acknowledges that Raon is indeed right. However, if they stay still, half the village will be exterminated. Questioning Raon, he asks if his intention is just to hide there while the villagers are annihilated. Shaking with anger, Burin declares that he thought Raon was worthy of the name Zeekhart, but this is not right. He then strikes his chest and shouts that this is what a Zeekhart swordsman should do.